I see him. Luo Feng looked ahead. The path had straightened up completely at this point. Hence when the distance reached 10 kilometers, Luo Feng could see that ghostly dwarf-like fighter. He was even able to clearly see the black hairs on his face, and his cold eyes. He carefully proceeded forward. When he spotted Luo Feng, he stopped, and after which smiled manically and rushed forward. Universe Level 9. Ha ha. The dwarf laughed loudly. With just 2 flashes, he reached before Luo Feng, and in his hand he wielded a dark red axe. This hatchet had complex engravings on it. Luo Feng shook his head. Clang! He instantly brandished his blade. Wave! The cloud contact vine on his body naturally exploded with domain level 9 vine strength. Just a small portion of its strength was already much more powerful than a human domain level 9. The air around was pressured and a blood shadow blade slashed forward with unbelievable speed at the dwarf and his axe. Rumble! Just like a huge hammer smashing an ant, the dwarf stared wide-eyed as the axe in his hands was immediately knocked back towards himself. The back of the axe clashed, Puchi, instantly crushing his body till it exploded, his bones and muscles gushed out of his armor, and fresh blood spewed everywhere as well. Rumble! The entire ground rumbled and shook, the surface frozen layer immediately split in all directions with cracks extending, the ice split open and extended for 10 kilometers. I didn't actually wish to kill you. Luo Feng swiftly retrieved the 2 black tags in this dwarf's storage item. This was already his 19th tag. You happened to cross my path and attack me first, how can I not kill you? Luo Feng kept the black tags and swiftly proceeded. 10,000 black tags yielded an addition reward, indeed. However, the higher the reward, the higher the difficulty. As long as he survived in Demon Note Mountain for 3 years, he would simultaneously accomplish the first mission, which was to survive for 3 months, and the second mission, which was to survive for 3 years. When that time came, he would acquire 400,000 points. The reward for the 10,000 tags was even better than this. One could only imagine the difficulty. Only 10,000 people are allowed to enter in every batch, and they kill amongst themselves. Who knows where they would end up dying in here? Some may even have left early on. Most of the tags should land in the Sector Lord's hands. To collect 10,000 black tags with my current strength, it's definitely impossible. Luo Feng was clear. He looked down at the dead dwarf, shaking his head. My mission is to survive for 3 years. I don't wish to kill others. However, if anyone gets in my way, I can only do so. Luo Feng continued, leaving behind the body in the broken ice surface. The low temperatures caused the fresh blood to already freeze, the splits in the ice too swiftly froze over, and not too long after, everything looked like it was before. Demon Note Mountain was vast, it took up half of the entire mountain. And the base of Demon Mountain itself reached a shocking 3.200 million kilometer. Its height reached a shocking 1.800 million kilometer. Since there were countless caves and pathways that crossed all over, Luo Feng could only cautiously proceed 100,000 kilometers per day. Even after 3 years, he would have probably only covered a small portion of Demon Note Mountain. Cautious and careful. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In a blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Within these 9 days, through Babata's scanning device, Luo Feng had discovered 1 Sector Lord. Immediately he turned and slipped away. This was also the only time he got close to a Sector Lord. Other times, he met a few Domain Lords and large amounts of Universe levels. As no one trusted each other, and he didn't want to be chased down after fleeing, he could only kill those that attacked him. Within these 9 days, he had already collected 112 black tags. My luck is not bad at all. Within these 9 days, I actually haven't met any of the terrifying beasts of Demon Mountain. Luo Feng walked along a vast pathway that twisted and turned, throughout which, Babata maintained his scanning device at all times. Luo Feng, according to the demon notes you've encountered the past 2 days, you should be entering a more dangerous region now. The demon note is obviously much stronger. I guess there's a dangerous place nearby, Babada, the information the Virtual Universe Company gave us is that there's no way to scan the dangerous regions in Demon Note Mountain. It might seem very safe, but dangers may pop up anytime. There's no need to scan. Luo Feng communicated mentally, simultaneously scanning around in the distance carefully. He couldn't completely rely on the scanning device, as normal pathways had distances exceeding 20 kilometers, and the scanning area of the device was only 20 kilometers. Hence, it was very likely they could actually see each other before the device could detect. Luo Feng, 3.6 kilometers to your left there are 3 domain lords. 3.6 kilometers? Luo Feng was shocked. Looking to his left, not too far away was a stone wall. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. It's within another path, Babada said. Another path, there's no danger, why'd you inform me? Luo Feng shook his head. Their conversation, I think it's important for you, Babada said. Ah? Luo Feng thought. With a flip of his hand, a little screen appeared. Broadcast the footage of the scene to me, Luo Feng said. Sending already complete. D. In the little screen in his palm, it showed a similarly frozen stone cave, in which he could see an old man, a middle-aged man and a youth. These 3 were staring intensely at 8 thick books before them. It's the Phoenix Sect's manual. This dead person must be an upper level in the Phoenix Sect. Teacher, someone actually killed this person and didn't even take his manual treasures. Ha ha. You are wrong, it wasn't a human that killed him. It's a beast. Look at the scars on his armor, obviously a large claw had attacked him. Teacher. The youth smiled, we acquired the Phoenix Sect's manual here, can it be considered another inheritance? Don't compare this manual to an inheritance. The old man ordered, the Phoenix Sect is very valuable. However, this forbidden land is called Demon Mountain by the Virtual Universe Company. They also send many valuable beings here. From what I hear, they would occasionally send some undyings to enter to acquire the inheritance of this forbidden land. Ah! Undyings to accept the inheritance? The 2 beside were shocked. Looking at the screen, Luo Feng was shocked too. This you wouldn't know, this is our 9-star ocean secret, the old man said. The Forbidden Land, why is it called so? Because this ancient gold mountain exists for passing down things. Its existence is extremely ancient, tracing back to the earliest of histories of 9-star ocean. Back to the time before the Virtual Universe Company took control of Demon Mountain. Anyway, this Forbidden Land has things even the Virtual Universe Company desires. Just how powerful is the Virtual Universe Company? That's impossible. The 2 disciples couldn't believe it. Cough. The old man coughed a couple of times and said softly, the Virtual Universe Company is a leviathan of the universe, it is indeed very powerful. However, they still regularly arrange for powerful beings and undyings to enter here, trying to acquire the inheritance. This is a fact. This is our 9-star ocean's most ancient inheritance. Whoever acquires it, that person would really be taking 1 step to heaven. Luo Feng looked at the conversation of the 3 on his screen. Very quickly, it then ended. He frowned. Inheritance? Demon Mountain? Forbidden Land? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 562, Discovering a Mystery. Chapter 562, Discovering a Mystery. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Demon Mountain actually has treasures the virtual universe would desire? Luo Feng thought within. The history of Demon Mountain was extremely ancient. It had existed long before the Virtual Universe Company had taken control of the Absolute Beginning region. A naturally formed mountain as such would definitely have treasures that were out of the ordinary. It would be normal for them to allow undyings to explore it. However, are there really such treasures? Luo Feng frowned. Very likely. The aboriginals of Nine Star Ocean all called Demon Mountain the inheritance forbidden land for hundreds of millions of years. They definitely wouldn't call it as such for no reason, there's definitely a meaning behind it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed more, and Babata's skin showed that the old man said it with full confidence that there were frequent undyings that explored the mountain. This were probably verified information too. Undyings entering here, for what? For something to attract the undyings, these must not be normal treasures at all. That old man said that the Virtual Universe Company frequently arranges for high-level beings and undyings to enter. He probably has me mixed up with their high-level beings. They don't know that I'm currently just on a training mission. Luo Feng smiled, suddenly he was stunned. No. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed, a look of fear. Training mission? Wrong. 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 His mind flashed with thoughts, he instantly guessed a few of the mysteries. Only a bystander can see the picture clearly. Indeed, this is true, those of us undergoing these training missions mostly haven't understood this. However, the aboriginals have seen the truth. Training mission. If it were purely for risk, the Virtual Universe Company could completely create a risk environment specially for the geniuses to do it in. Why would they need to send them to such a far-away naturally produced mysterious place? His eyes gleamed. While we are to train on one side, the more important thing is, for us to get the opportunity to evolve even further in a huge burst. From the Blood River World mission, I can see how the virtual universe plans its nurture. The Blood River crystal of that world is a contraband item, however, they still let us do the mission. Why? For us to get the chance to absorb the crystals, raising both our comprehension and strength. His eyes glowed, right, just like that. The training missions aren't simply for training. There should still be other miraculous encounters awaiting us geniuses. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. In his mind, the many memories of the dangerous level missions flashed. During the first Blood River World mission, he had a miraculous encounter and gained much from it. However, obviously, this was an opportunity supplied by the Virtual Universe Company. The second Dragon Tower Planet mission, as he hunted each dragon then, he found it strange, the number of types of dragons there was simply too many and extremely powerful. For an ancient planet to produce so many powerful dragon types, that was simply unbelievable. On top of that, the sacred land of the planet was a majestic tower, named Dragon Tower. There were too many powerful dragon types surrounding that tower. He simply finished the mission back then without actually going to explore in. The third Space Void mission, an endless cliff floated in space, and in between were peculiar thick chains. This existence was simply too peculiar. Luo Feng was extremely cautious then, only entering a few 1,000 kilometers into its depths, collecting the required mission items before leaving immediately. 5 dangerous level missions. This 6th mission was the impossible level mission. The mission seemed simple with its requirements for completion, as there were only 2 of them. One was to survive 3 months, 100,000 points, and the second was to survive for 3 years, 300,000 points. These places, none of them are that simple. Just testing and training alone, the Virtual Universe Company, which has everything, doesn't need to go to such lengths. They could totally create a dangerous environment to train its people, rather than send them to such crazy secret region places. And like the Blood River crystals, they are contraband. Luo Feng frowned. I'm sure these places still have some secrets. And these secrets, some of them should have great benefits for us. What was the aim of the Virtual Universe Company? To train, and to nurture, of course. But, the miraculous encounters these places had, were actually the true hidden rewards for the missions. Indeed. It should be like that. Otherwise, there'd be no need for us to go to such dangerous places just to gain experience. No such need at all. Letting us go to Blood River World, they are probably wishing for us to become Blood Warriors and even Black Warriors. Heading to Dragon Tower, Space Void, they probably had some other motives. By letting absolute geniuses enter Demon Mountain, they probably wish too that we'd acquire the inheritance of the Forbidden Land. Luo Feng nodded. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed right. This was the true thought process of their nurture and training, giving them additional opportunities while training. Whether it's a Black Warrior, or acquiring the inheritance, they'd both be very hard. Otherwise, there'd long be a genius legendary story of one who've acquired it over these trillion years. The Virtual Universe Company wouldn't then need to keep sending Undyings in. Luo Feng nodded. This ancient demon mountain most definitely has treasures. And acquiring them would be extremely difficult. After all, the Virtual Universe Company only gave one chance to acquire them to each genius. Right. Definitely. Tianshi Palace is stationed above the Blood River world, and within it was such a level of absolute being. The Space Void too had Undyings that trained hard within. This Demon Mountain base had large amounts of Sector Lords and Undyings stationed too. Just from the majestic palace alone, one would know how many Undyings were around. Luo Feng thought and nodded. It's no secret, if it were just a training ground, why would they put so many Undyings around? Luo Feng stood on the frozen ground and pondered. The more he thought, the more sure he was, and he smiled excitedly. Luo Feng, 19.6 kilometers ahead of you there's a 39 tall bear-like creature, completely silver-white beast, and it's coming over. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and he scanned ahead. There, he saw a simple and honest silver-white bear. Its eyes were white too, and it almost looked like a huge ice statue slowly walking over. Wild beast, one of the threats next to the demon notes. Wild beasts were special life forms naturally formed in Demon Mountain. They were formed in Demon Mountain's extreme cold conditions. They had very little intelligence, and in terms of that, they probably couldn't even compare to the cats and dogs of Earth. They could be said to be extremely stupid. However, because they were that way, they only knew one thing: if they discovered any other beast or life, they would immediately attack. Any plan against their low intelligence was ineffective. From the natural energy it emits, its strength is at universe level 3. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. Howl. That white bear looked at Luo Feng and immediately let out a howl, rushing over. So. Its speed was extremely fast, as it became a blur and reached right before Luo Feng. Such a cute beast. Luo Feng brandished his blood shadow blade and instantly flashed past the bear, simultaneously slicing its head. Shie. After its head was cut off, the solid ice chunks smashed against the stones on the walls. However, the beast continued to attack, howling, howl. Attacking Luo Feng. Shie. His blade flashed over and over. Luo Feng harmed it over and over. Only after it was cut into 4 or 5 pieces did the countless ice chunks fall to the ground. What a peculiar life form. Its entire body is formed from the solid ice chunks. Even after I cut it up, its simple consciousness doesn't dissipate. Luo Feng looked shocked and curiously at the countless ice chunks. He saw them slightly struggle, and 2 pieces swiftly began to fuse back together. So the information that said these beasts don't die, it's like that. Luo Feng shook his head, swiftly leaving. He didn't have the patience to keep fighting against such a simple intellect beast that was akin to a cat or dog. His luck was good this time, he met a weaker beast. The strongest of the beasts were akin to a Sector Lord pinnacle, and they usually appeared in a group. In this crystal-like dark and deep stone pathway, a skinny black-horned youth with black armor was present, and his eyes were burning with flames. He walked casually as though leisurely, simultaneously a formless world energy was spread throughout a 1,000 kilometers scanning. His eyes gleamed. He immediately became a beam of light. With his Sector Lord level 6 strength, he almost instantly followed the winding pathways and rushed 1,000 kilometers. There, a Domain Lord level 8 and a Universe level 9 youth were carefully proceeding, chatting softly. "Grandpa, we just have to press on for another 2 days and it'll be a month. Then we'll be able to join the virtual universe company." "Who's there?" The two of them immediately saw a flash flew over, their expressions changed and they fled. Rumble. The burning flame fiercely expanded over, engulfing the several km area. The Domain Lord level 8 old man and Universe level 9 youth were instantly burned to death. The black-horned skinny youth's burning eyes scanned that Universe level 9 youth's body surroundings. No cloud contact vine armor? After which he waved his hand and acquired the space bracelet and ring, scanning them. No red tag. This Universe level 9 isn't the target the god wants. The black-horned youth shook his head. "I haven't found the target even after acquiring over 1,000 black tags. I should continue." The black-horned youth continued to search again, extending his world energy to over 1,000 kilometers in area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 563, Chase. Chapter 563, Chase. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The chilly breeze howled through the icy pathways. Luo Feng pressed forward at lightning speed through the bone-chilling cold. Yow! See? Some peculiar noises formed from the wind. Some were so high in frequency that it couldn't even be heard, but they still pierced right into Luo Feng's consciousness. Those enticing inaudible noises would occasionally be strong and sometimes weak. Luo Feng's eyes were focused, taking one step at a time, not affected by these. Rumble. Almost as though his piercing blade-like willpower was hit by a sudden powerful formless wave, causing him to be taken aback. His body shuddered a little, his expression changed. Terrifying, I haven't let down my guard at all, and this hypnotism power actually rose by 100 times suddenly. Luo Feng was shocked within. The wind mixed with the hypnotism seemed to combine to form a very powerful combo, causing his solid willpower to slightly tremble. The true threats usually come when it seems most safe. Indeed, Demon notes. He squinted his eyes, progressing forward for 1,000 kilometers and arrived within a crystal ice-like world. Countless layers of ice covered the stone floors, forming a vast and yet beautiful cave, and on the walls were naturally formed beautiful marks all over. A total of 816 caves. Which do I enter? Luo Feng gazed about. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a distant octagon-shaped cave. He felt something special coming from that deep cave. This one. Relying solely on his instinct, he swiftly entered through that cave. At that intersection of the 817 caves, there would occasionally be an aboriginal coming from one of the caves before entering yet another. Half an hour later, the black-horned skinny man walked out of a certain cave, looking at the other 816, frowning. So many? His gaze landed on the same octagon-shaped cave. This one feels different, I'll go take a look. So, with just one step he had stepped deep into that cave. The deep cave was 12 kilometers wide, with varying heights throughout. The ice that covered the walls formed stalactites from above or even weird and peculiar ice statues throughout. The black-horned skinny man walked while expanding his world energy up to 1,000 kilometers around. Domain level 8. He frowned, his body became a blur and simultaneously chased over 1,000 kilometers. Looking at the distant silhouette rushing over, the large bearded white-horned middle-aged man's expression changed as he swiftly fled. He shouted, "Flame Sector Lord, I am from the Mass Star Sect." Rumble. The flames burst forth and instantly the surrounding area became a sea of fire. That Domain level 8 middle-aged man was instantly burned to death. The fact that you know I am Wu Qi means you really cannot live. The skinny man snorted coldly. Whether or not I kill my target this time, even if I acquire enough black tags, I still won't hand them over. I'll pretend I failed in return. I am after all a sector lord. I don't want to be bossed about within the virtual universe company. There were two perspectives of the 9-star ocean warriors. One of them was to become a strong warrior, joining the virtual universe company and exploring the universe. Many didn't want to simply remain in 9-star ocean. The second one were the powerful people in 9-star ocean. They didn't wish to join the virtual universe company's lower levels, only to be ordered about by others. And the flame sector Lord Wu Qi was the latter. He has quite a lot of black tags, a total of 726. The skinny man shook his head. I didn't wish to collect them at all, and now I've already got over 2,000. He continued forward. He casually progressed, however he was still cautious. To him, the most dangerous thing in Demon Mountain was the demon notes, the legendary terrifying demon notes that even the sector lord pinnacles couldn't withstand, losing their consciousness in an instant and becoming zombies. Half an hour later. HM? Universe level? The skinny man's eyes gleamed. He immediately used his world energy to scan this new enemy. Let's hope it's the target. The sector lord Wu Qi thought, having already failed 100 times. So, he instantly shot towards his target. About 1,000 kilometers away from the black-horned skinny man, in the same vast pathway, Luo Feng continued for wads. Hua! The world energy brushed past him. Luo Feng didn't even seem to realize, pressing forward. Luo Feng! World energy just passed you. Babata, who had maintained his scanning mode all this while, fiercely shouted within Luo Feng's consciousness. What? Luo Feng jumped with shock. Hurry and go. Luo Feng unleashed his movement and instantly fled into the distance, flying swiftly. Even though he was fleeing, he wasn't too nervous, because he had encountered a few sector lords these past few days in Demon Mountain and he had left them in his dust. And sector lords normally didn't care too much about chasing down a universe-level punk, hence he wasn't really in danger. It should be like before, as long as the distance gets far enough, I should be fine. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng, he's less than 20 kilometers away from you. Babata shouted, he's here, he's caught up. Luo Feng turned around fiercely to look. Rumble. The black-horned man that had turned into a red flame was visible now. He was staring at Luo Feng, his killing intent obvious. Damn, is there a need for a sector lord to chase down a universe level? Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Shwa! He swapped with the Masha clan in his internal world. Luo Feng had long prepared for such situations, hence when he entered Demon Mountain earlier, the Masha clan had already taken the shape of his human body, the same black horns, the same silver armor. And it even matched the life energy of his human energy, as its natural talent was cloning. Even though they shared the same soul, their life forms were ultimately still different. Hence, the energy they gave off would still be slightly different, hence it had to rely on its cloning technique. So, the Masha clansman immediately unleashed the illusionary techniques and its speed exploded. At the moment of life and death, he couldn't care about anything else. The black-horned skinny man Wu Qi, who had been casually chasing after the universe level 9 that he discovered, had one thought in mind: he'd rather kill the wrong target than let him off. He actually discovered me and fled. What a pity, his speed is too slow. The sector lord Wu Qi happily chased. His casual speed alone was much faster than Luo Feng's human max speed. Very quickly the distance between the both of them reached below 20 kilometers. The two of them could see each other. At that time, Luo Feng instantly changed his bodies. He seems to have undergone some change. Wu Qi thought. As Luo Feng swapped his bodies with almost zero time lapse, plus the exact similar appearance, dressing, life energy, etc. The sector lord had indeed detected a slight change, but he never would have expected that Luo Feng had already swapped his bodies. The Masha clansman. Instantaneous speed explosion. In terms of maximum speed, the Masha clansman couldn't compare to the Sector Lord level 6. However, in terms of instantaneous speed, it still far exceeded that of Wu Qi. So, in an instant, Masha Luo Feng had already passed 1,000 kilometers, disappearing from Wu Qi's world energy scanning area. What? So fast? Wu Qi changed his expression. How can a universe level 9 be that fast? At least within 9-star ocean, there's no such absolute being. To reach such shocking speed, he definitely has some special methods. I believe that he is the target the god wants. Wu Qi had already killed many universe level 9s, yet he had never met one so peculiar. Firstly, he detected him early, and secondly was his speed in fleeing. This made Wu Qi realize he could very likely have met the target. Chase. Rumble. He became a beam of light and followed the stone pathway swiftly. He madly expanded his world energy to 10,000 kilometers in area, immediately feeling the distant fleeing silhouette. However, as the pathways in this cave weren't straight but curved, he couldn't keep accelerating. Just like a 100m race before the great nirvana on Earth, if one ran in a straight line he could maybe complete it in 10 seconds. However, if it were a S-shaped route, with 10 over curves in the 100m race, one definitely couldn't run at his max speed. This was just a theory. Sector Lord Wu Qi and Masha Luo Feng both could instantly accelerate and decrease in speed. To make turns under such circumstances, the space genius with extremely high comprehension of the space laws, the Masha clansman could unleash its greatest strength, instantaneous acceleration. Xiao! 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 With 3 flashes, he vanished from Sector Lord Wu Qi's over 10,000 kilometers in area world energy scanning. Luckily, the pathways were curved. Otherwise, I would have to rely on the golden horned beast. Masha Luo Feng thought as he fled. Through Babata's scanning, he realized the enemy should be Sector Lord level 6. Back in Blood River World, the Masha clansman had used the Domain Lord level 9 strength to kill Si Yong. Si Yong was a Sector Lord level 5. However, the battle techniques of Blood River World were average, their spirit weapons were very normal too. Because Blood River World and the Virtual Universe Company were after all enemies. 9-Star Ocean, however, was different. 9-Star Ocean was governed properly. Amongst the 9 ancient planets were many sects with undyings with universe ships. Hence, in terms of weapons etc., 9-Star Ocean far exceeded Blood River World. For the Masha clansman, killing Si Yong was already extremely hard, and this punk, Sector Lord level 6, he probably had undyings teaching him. In terms of technique and law comprehension etc., he should be stronger than Si Yong. No, only that, he is also 1 level stronger than Si Yong. Unless I use the golden horned beast, I would probably have no hope of winning. Masha Luo Feng flashed time and again, fleeing further and further. At his max speed, within a minute, he had already rushed out of the vast pathway. Rumble! Fleeing at his max speed, Luo Feng fiercely slowed down. He stared hard ahead. There stood an incredibly vast ice forest, with wild beasts 10m, 100m and even 1,000m tall. The smaller ones were at half a meter long, and they could be seen everywhere. With just a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, of which some had extremely high energies, and even more terrifying than the Sector Lord behind. 1,000 beasts all seemed to turn simultaneously. Howl! Howl! Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. He didn't dare proceed or retreat and cursed within. I'm really unlucky. I felt that this octagon cave was different from the rest. And it really is, by giving me 1,000 beasts at one go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 564, Danger from All Ends. Chapter 564, Danger from All Ends. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. In the vast ice forest, the scenery was beautiful. Different black stone ice formed all sorts of scenery, and within it lived a group of extremely stupid but very terrifying beasts. Some were big and some were small, and according to their size, they had formed their own territory. This was completely subconscious. The 1,000 beasts weakest was at a universe level, and the strongest was at Sector Lord Pinnacle. Of which those that had reached that level, from Luo Feng's glance, there were 12 of them. And among the Sector Lord level 9 beasts, 3 of them were extremely majestic, one of which was 2 kilometers long, like a giant lizard. The scales formed by the ice were clearly visible. There was another that was humanoid form, and was 800 m tall, like a giant automaton puppet beast. The last one was a bird-type beast with 6 ice wings. These 3 Sector Lord Pinnacle beasts each took up 3 regions of the forest, and around them were large groups of other beasts. I'm trapped from both ends, what should I do? Luo Feng fiercely slowed down, shocked. Howl, howl. With a glance, within the 1,000 kilometers area, the 1,000 beasts all slowly and stupidly turned to look at Luo Feng. The closest 100 to the cave entrance didn't hesitate as they roared, simultaneously flying or running, some flashing, like 10,000 horses' energy rushing towards him. Kill. Killing all beings that weren't beasts. These beasts' consciousness and intellect were extremely simple. However, it had given countless warriors attempting Demon Mountain headache. There was no way to not be enemies of them. Also, they were a special life form, as they had no soul. Even if they were sliced into thousands or hundreds or pieces, they were still simply ice chunks. However, these special ice chunks were infused with their soul consciousness, who knows where they were actually stored in. Also, soul attacks were completely useless against them. Rumble. 1,000 beasts all rushed at the same time, the ice forest rumbled, and a layer of ice immediately broke apart. Damn! Luo Feng stared and gritted, I just have to risk it. So, he became a beam of light and clashed straight at the oncoming beasts. Since Luo Feng's energy aura wasn't very strong, hence the 100 beasts that were attracted to him, and the strongest among them was only a Sector Lord level 1 or 2. The rest were either Domain Lord or Universe level. And Luo Feng that became a beam of light. The Masha clansman's strongest point was instantaneous acceleration. Rumble. Luo Feng clashed with the claw of a Universe level 8 or 9 beast. Sorry. He wielded the blood shadow blade and immediately pierced angrily at this 4-clawed armored beast which was running towards him. The Domain level 9 compared to a Universe level 8 or 9, the huge difference in power allowed Luo Feng to instantly pierce through this beast. Rumble. Countless ice chunks broke apart and Luo Feng pierced straight into its body. At the instant he entered its body. Change. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Hua, dot. Black energy engulfed his body instantly and it swiftly gathered and formed a simple and cute ice-formed bear. Its look was completely similar to the first beast Luo Feng had killed, only its height was much lower, forming only a 8 m tall beast. Clone. Natural ability, cloning. Its energy completely matched the bear beast he had killed before. Actually, most of the beasts had almost identical energies. The only difference was the strength level. Of course, the energy of humans and the beasts were completely different. It may seem slow, in truth, from the time Luo Feng reached the ice forest and met the beasts and rushed towards them. It was like Mars hitting Earth. There was a huge explosion. Countless ice chunks shot in all directions. The ground was littered with all types of ice. Howl. A 8 m tall, completely formed ice bear beast with an energy of Universe level 3 walked out from the explosion, letting out a low roar. The 100 other beasts immediately slowed down and swiftly looked for its target, that human. However, they couldn't see it. With intellects even simpler than a cat or dog, they wouldn't even think about why the human had vanished. The beasts only knew one thing: since they couldn't find the human, they turned and returned to their old way of life. Sector Lord Wu Qi had become a complete fireball, chasing his target with shocking speed. It must be him. Universe level 9, and he was able to detect me early. And as he fled, his speed reached such unbelievable levels. He definitely has some special technique or special treasures. And these are definitely not something the warriors of the 9-star ocean have. Sector Lord Wu Qi's eyes burned with flames. It definitely must be the target the god is aiming. Only a target that the god wants to kill but cannot kill personally would have such methods. Wu Qi naturally understood. A being that their 1000-star sect leader had to kneel before and call master. What level of being was that? And that being herself didn't dare personally kill this universe level 9 youth. Instead, using the virtual universe company allowed rules, she commanded others to do her bidding to kill him in Demon Mountain. Obviously, that youth's position must be very high, his background must be special too. At least terrifying enough for that great being to not mess with. Understanding was one thing. But he had no choice. If he didn't fulfill the task, they would die immediately. Hence he could only do his best to search, and killing within Demon Mountain was allowed by the virtual universe company. He had never heard of having to pay for killing someone in Demon Mountain. Rumble. Sector Lord Wu Qi instantly rushed out of the cave entrance and into the ice forest. My god! He stared. Within the ice forest, 100 beasts were slowing down. That explosion from the clash before, the ice chunks were still landing on the ground, the 8-m-tall ice bear was still roaring. Hua, dot. The 100 beasts along with the other silent beasts in the forest all seemed to feel the Sector Lord's huge energy, turning simultaneously. 1,000 beasts, almost 99% of them all turned at the same time to look at the terrified Sector Lord Wu Qi that had slowed down. Howl. The Sector Lord Pinnacle Lizard Beast let out an earth-shaking roar. Rumble. It was the first to flash and rush towards Wu Qi. Howl. Howl. The other Sector Lord level beasts under the Lizard Beast, along with over 1,000 others, all roared as they followed their leader, madly rushing towards the human warrior. And the tall human-like beasts and bird beasts, as well as the 2 other Sector Lord Pinnacles, simply looked on. 1/3 of the beasts in the entire ice forests all rushed at Sector Lord Wu Qi, but... My god! The Sector Lord squinted, his face pale. So many beasts? Rumble. He turned and became a ball of flame, swiftly fleeing back into the caves. As a warrior of 9-star ocean, he was very clear on how terrifying the beasts were. Even though they were stupid, they had no fatal point. Even if they were cut in half, they would continue to attack. Hence, the same level human and beast, the beast was actually even more terrifying. Soul attacks were useless. Even cutting them in half or piercing their heads was useless. Howl. The lizard beast was as fast as lightning, he led the way. The 4 Sector Lord level beasts followed behind. And after was the large group of Domain Lord level beasts howling as they chased. Howl. A cute bear beast followed the large group of over 1,000 beast army, rumbling through the cave and chasing. That ice bear, its silver eyes glanced about. Good. It's like what I expected, these simple-minded beasts have taken me to be one of them. Hee hee, my body build, energy etc., is completely like the beasts. Masha Luo Feng's ice bear, within the vast army of beasts, muttered within and followed the group and chased Sector Lord Wu Qi. Of course, the main force chasing him was the Sector Lord Pinnacle Lizard Beast and the 4 other Sector Lord Beasts. The army behind was purely just following the leader. Sector Lord Wu Qi risked his all and madly fled. His world energy was expanded to over 10,000 kilometers area, checking on the army behind him. How unlucky, dot. I'm only chasing after 1 universe level 9, and I hit the beast nest. Over 1,000 beasts, among which, 3 of them were Sector Lord level 9. These 3, any one of them can easily kill me. Sector Lord Wu Qi couldn't care less about his assassination order, he only knew he had to protect his life. So. Through the bends and twists in the pathway, occasionally spacious and sometimes narrow, the Sector Lord was incredibly nimble as he passed through the bends and accelerated. Compared to him, the 2 kilometers long lizard beast's running speed was obviously affected more. As the pathways were normally only a few km wide, hence it couldn't accelerate at its full speed. Because of the pathway before, Wu Qi couldn't catch up to Luo Feng. And now, because of the same reason, Sector Lord Wu Qi left the lizard beast behind. I've lost them. They've already left my 10,000 kilometers detection area. Wu Qi let out a sigh of relief as he realized the lizard beast wasn't within his world energy area. However, he still continued to flee, pressing on as he reached the end of the tunnel in one breath, the intersection of 817 caves. That Universe Level 9 was probably killed by the beasts. Sector Lord Wu Qi looked at the octagon cave behind, frowning. According to the god's orders, I have to confirm that punk's identity to consider the mission as a success. However, the place he died is within that ice forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 565, Who? Chapter 565, Who? Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. To confirm Luo Feng's death, the most important thing was to see the remains of the cloud contact vine, along with the red identification tag. If I enter the ice forest and get surrounded by those beasts, I'll definitely be killed. Much less him. But I have to confirm his identity. Sector Lord Wu Qi stood at the intersection of the 817 caves, nervous and restless. What should he do? Both ways were just as difficult. I'll first enter the virtual universe network to check with the others. Wu Qi sent a thread of his consciousness into the network swiftly. Different from Blood River World, the 9-Star Ocean was an area controlled by the Virtual Universe Company. Sector Lords and Undyings were frequently visiting back from exploring the universe, hence they had stuff such as the Virtual Universe Network along with universe ships, etc. Virtual Universe, in an ancient house. Bayan. Sector Lord Wu Qi sat in the chair, and a screen appeared before him. Very quickly, another black-horned man appeared in it. It was the strongest one of the 6 from the 1000 Star Sect group, Sector Lord Level 9 Bayan. Wu Qi, why are you looking for me? Bayan asked on the screen. I think I've found the target. Wu Qi's eyes were burning like flames. Ah? Bayan revealed an expression of glee. This mission was simply like a hot coal in hands. They were very clear that the background of their target wasn't simple, however they had no choice about it. If Wu Qi had killed the target, naturally Bayan would be extremely happy. He quickly asked, have you confirmed? There is no way to. Wu Qi shook his head. Why? Bayan was suspicious. It's this way, I discovered a Universe Level 9 before. Sector Lord Wu Qi began to explain the entire story. Bayan was silent for a while. You are wrong. Bayan said. Wrong? Where have I been wrong? Even I almost died, hence that Universe Level 9 would definitely have died. And to have been able to escape from me, he definitely isn't from 9-Star Ocean. Wu Qi was very confident. Yes, indeed it's very likely he isn't from 9-Star Ocean. Bayan said. However, Wu Qi, you've forgotten one point. This Demon Mountain would very frequently have high-valued beings from the Virtual Universe Company. These beings are all Universe Level 9s, all with many of their own methods. You've indeed met one out of the ordinary, however, it may not necessarily be the target. It might very likely have been another of these beings. Ah! Wu Qi was stunned. Yes. Bayan was right, there were many high-status Universe Level 9s that explored Demon Mountain, not just one. Then what should I do? Wu Qi frowned. Should I wait at the cave entrance for a chance or continue searching? This way, you stay there and guard first. Bayan said. After a while, you can sneak back into the cave, get close to the ice forest, carefully hide your energy and you shouldn't be discovered. Check carefully whether there's a cloud contact vine remains. I think those stupid beasts shouldn't have destroyed the remains. Wu Qi pondered for a while before nodding. Within the vast pathway, the huge lizard beast, after discovering the human sector lord had vanished and chased for hundreds of thousands of km to no avail, stopped. So. After a while, the three sector lord beasts behind slowed down too and stopped behind the lizard beast. Howl. The lizard beast raised its head and howled, causing the entire pathway to tremble. Howl. The other four sector lord beasts raised their heads and howled too. After which the lizard beast turned and started to return, the other four sector lord beast followed suit. When they were chasing the human before they were extremely fast, however they casually ran back, using only 1/3 of their speed before. What's going on? Returning? One member of the vast army, that 8 tall cute ice bear, looked around. It saw that all the beasts stopped running. There were many types of them, and they all followed the leading lizard beast and returned. Even though the lizard beast and the other sector lord beasts were returning, the over 1,000 other beasts weren't completely uniform. Most of them started to return. Only a small group of them continued to walk about slowly, with about 10 of them continuing down the pathway, heading towards where the sector lord had fled to. Their thought process was extremely simple. Just like a group of little chickens running amok, most of them would run together but some would still leave the group. No wonder I met a single one earlier. The ice bear Luo Feng pondered, carefully observing the happenings about. The beasts enjoy being in a group and community. However, there would occasionally be some dumb enough to leave the group. Who knows whether the sector lord has died or not? If he's dead, I can leave this path. If he hasn't died, he probably would have left far away. I would still be able to leave the same way out. The ice bear slowly followed the 10 or so other beasts and headed in the direction of where the sector lord fled. The ice bear would occasionally run and then stroll. The other 10 beasts too would occasionally use their huge ice bodies to nudge the ice bear. Moving with the 10 beasts, the ice bear ran for a while, leaving them behind. Only then did it begin to accelerate towards the cave entrance. After a while. Luo Feng, I've scanned world energy ripples. It's that sector lord from before. The running ice bear naturally slowed down, deliberately using its body to knock into the ice walls beside. After proceeding forward a little more, he turned and headed back instead. There are beasts? The black-horned skinny man at the intersection of the 817 caves frowned, after which he let out a sigh of relief. A universe level 3 beast. So stupid, using its body to knock into the ice walls? Seems stupid. He was too lazy to go kill a beast. And Wu Qi was still afraid from before. He was afraid that the commotion caused from killing this beast would attract even more. It's returning. That's right, return to your nest. Sector Lord Wu Qi smiled. That beast had already turned and left his world energy area. Within the ice pathways, the ice bear slowly walked in as it left the world energy area. Luo Feng, we've already left the world energy area. Phew. The ice bear's eyes had a hint of vigor. I didn't expect the sector lord to stick around. I was 10,003 kilometers away from the 817 cave intersection. According to the distance, I deduced that the sector lord could very likely be hiding at the intersection. This is just an assumption. Babata communicated via consciousness. That area is very safe. The moment he discovers any beast that tried to follow him, he can immediately head into another cave. I think the beasts too wouldn't be able to guess which cave he headed into. However, he hasn't left, making me suspect. Suspect what? Luo Feng asked. The beasts are terrifying. That sector lord is very clear on that. Him staying at the intersection, even though it's safe, there would still be the chance of beasts chasing out. The safest way is to leave far away. But he hasn't done that. He's not collecting tags in Demon Mountain but standing guard there. Plus, he tried so hard to kill you before, I have to suspect that his true aim is you, Luo Feng. Babata said. It's me? Luo Feng frowned, remembering all that happened earlier. Indeed, this sector lord was on high alert at the cave entrance, not daring to relax. If it weren't for killing him, there was no need for him to be on such high alert there. Why would he want to kill me? Luo Feng frowned. For the Aboriginals to join the Virtual Universe Company, one way was to stay in Demon Mountain for a month, and the other way was to collect 1,000 black tags or 1 red tag. However, with a Sector Lord level 9 strength, collecting 1,000 black tags or staying 1 month there was very simple. There was no need to stand guard at the cave at all. Even if he suspects you are the one from the Virtual Universe Company, there's no need for him to kill you. Because, killing you wouldn't do good for him and the Virtual Universe Company in the future. Also, he has no need to. I deduce that someone wants you dead or wants one of the other two from the company dead. Babata said. Wants me dead? Luo Feng's expression changed. According to the information, there were a total of 3 core members that had entered Demon Mountain. His target should be one of you 3. Babata was very sure. And it's hard to say whether the other 2 entered Demon Note Mountain. Hence, the chances of his true target being you should reach up to 50%. 50%? Who would want to kill me? Who have I offended? Luo Feng frowned. At times, some people you don't even know may want to kill you. At other times, you don't even know when you've offended others. Babata said. I've followed your teacher for over 60 million years, I've seen too many mutual deceptions. I advise you to be very careful. This Demon Mountain exploration isn't that simple. Understood. The ice bear let out a low roar and began to return to the ice forest. As the ice walls of the pathway were simply too thick, even though the surface layer could be split and broken, the several km thick rock layer behind couldn't be broken through. Even a Sector Lord warrior had to flee with all his might, with no way to break through. It meant one thing, that this majestic mountain's black rock was extremely sturdy. After a while, the ice bear slowly returned to the ice forest. Within the vast forest, the beasts all lived quietly, and the ice bear Luo Feng didn't arouse any suspicion from the rest at all. Howl. A 600m long domain lord level 9 flying beast lay on the ice layer. It casually flapped its ice wings and it knocked the ice bear that was just walking past to fall and roll about. Only then did the ice bear stupidly stand back up again. In this ice forest beast nest, the ice bear passed through many of the beasts, continuing forward. There's actually no way to head out from here, I can only see if there's another exit in this forest. Luo Feng thought. The ice bear slowly progressed, occasionally letting out a low roar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 566, Death Trap. Chapter 566, Death Trap. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The wild beasts groups in the Ice Mountain area was divided into 3. The lizard beast, the giant human beast and the bird beast. These 3 sector lord pinnacles governed the 3 groups. The ice bear Luo Feng walked about slowly and stupidly, similar to the others. After over 3 hours, he had completely walked about the beast area. Damn! Ice bear Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief, glancing back at the vast ice forest in which the beasts lived. I've finally walked out of the beast group area. Only then did he relax. The initially stupid ice bear's eyes gleamed as he looked ahead. The path ahead was still a vast ice forest. Occasionally he would see 1 or 2 stray beasts. Since there's no way to return with that sector lord guarding that other route, I can only proceed forward. Ice bear Luo Feng occasionally ran and slowed down. At this time, he couldn't see any other beasts about, and before him was a vast endless ice forest. This ice forest was endless. He continued as the ice bear. On. Howl. The demon note was sometimes strong and weak, invading his soul, and hypnotizing his consciousness. The moment one succumbed to it, he would become a zombie. This is troublesome. Ice Bear Luo Feng slowed down, and his silver eyes filled with a hint of worry. The deeper I get into the ice forest, the stronger the occasional demon note. Chie. The formless and noiseless demon note invaded his soul. Ice Bear Luo Feng slightly trembled. The strength of this demon note, even normal Sector Lord Level 3 would be immediately controlled. Luo Feng was shocked within. According to the Fantasy Ocean's Islands and information, he could roughly gauge the levels of willpower and consciousness. In terms of willpower alone, he was comparable to a normal Undying. Only his consciousness was still weak, hence he was stuck at the 10th island. And the demon note didn't have any consciousness pressure, just hypnotism. Hence Luo Feng was more proficient in withstanding it. This was the reason for him to choose the demon note mountain. Me. A peculiar sound pierced into his soul. Immediately millions of illusions appeared, wave after wave of hypnotism started. Just to go through all of these would take countless years. Break. His extreme level willpower had no compromise, he completely broke through all the illusions. So, the ice bear became a black energy flow. The formless energy took the shape of a human and finally formed the black-horned youth again. He was already 100 kilometers away from where he first discovered the beasts. Plus he hadn't seen another beast in over 100,000 kilometers, hence he returned to human form. Swap. He swapped back to his earth body. It was best he didn't reveal the Masha body too much. Luo Feng looked at the side of the ice mountain. The demon note from earlier, even Sector Lord 6 or 7 wouldn't be able to take it. How strange. Luo Feng frowned. It's been a while since I entered Demon Note Mountain, however most of the demon notes in the caves are mostly weak. Even universe levels can take it. Occasionally they could hypnotize a universe level, only very few reach up to the domain lord level. As for the Sector Lord level demon notes, they rarely appear. Looking at the vast ice forest ahead, Luo Feng frowned, as it felt extremely peculiar. Within this ice forest, the demon note strength was too terrifying. Looking at the situation, the deeper he went, the demon notes he encountered would occasionally get stronger. If this went on, he was afraid the next one would be at the Sector Lord pinnacle level. Any stronger. It would even be able to hypnotize an Undying. At that time, Luo Feng didn't have the confidence to withstand it. Do I continue? Luo Feng pondered. Go! Luo Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming. I'm very clear of my own limits. This current demon note is still far from my threshold. I want to see just how strong the demon note in this ice forest gets. He continued on. As he progressed, the demon note was sometimes stronger than others, however as a whole, it was indeed stronger than before. After about 100,000 kilometers. That demon note earlier is the most terrifying since I entered Demon Note Mountain. It should be able to hypnotize even Sector Lord pinnacles. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes squinting, his gaze was like a blade, piercing forward. One's eyes were the windows to the soul. Obviously Luo Feng was already on high alert, his willpower and consciousness were condensed to their limit. Still quite far from my threshold. He continued on, maintaining his caution, and not daring to get careless. After walking another 2,000 kilometers or so, he reached the end of the vast ice forest. Ahead were 3 familiar spacious pathways. Cave pathways. The ice forest is over? Luo Feng smiled, somewhat curious. This ice forest has such strong demon notes. Are there no other secrets? He turned around and glanced at the 100 kilometers of ice forest. feeling that there should be something else special within. I'll randomly pick one. Luo Feng walked towards center of the 3 pathways. This one was close to 20 kilometers wide, and 7 to 8 kilometers tall. Compared to it, Luo Feng was a small dot. Like an ant walking within a human's walkway. When Luo Feng reached 10 m before the entrance, he took one step and stepped through. Rumble. An unbelievable, terrifying swallowing strength generated from the cave's entrance. The surrounding space became a visible energy whirlpool, as the ground's ice layer itself was ripped up from below and sucked into the cave. Luo Feng couldn't react in time. So, his entire being was sucked straight into the cave. Like a huge mouth swallowing anything that came close. Damn, what is this? Luo Feng stared. Clang. While he was being swallowed, a noiseless demon note pierced straight into his consciousness. Like a huge copper pot clanging about, in an instant he felt his consciousness and willpower drift almost like a small boat in a tidal storm. Each wave after wave made it feel like the boat was about to capsize. So, because of the demon note's interference, Luo Feng was at the brink of collapse. He couldn't care about anything else, his entire being got sucked in. Xie. 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 From his arms thick and powerful dark red vines extended fiercely. The vines either pierced deep into the ice walls or clung on to the entrance of the cave. Countless leaves extended into the ground surface with more vines extending as quick as lightning out. The cave's width was about 20 kilometers. As for the domain Lord level 9 cloud contact vine, every vine alone far exceeded this little distance, almost like a big octopus with many tentacles, madly heading towards the entrance of the cave. The strength of the plant life form was unbelievable. Rumble. The terrifying swallowing strength made even the cloud contact vine, at full strength, began to rip apart at its vines. Pa! 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 The thick vines tore apart. The leaves that penetrated the ice layer too were plucked apart. My God! The demon note came and went fast. Luo Feng quickly regained his consciousness. Seeing the vines start to break apart, he immediately roared within, swap. So, his earth body immediately became the Masha Klazenman, and the Masha Klazenman had already become a 30 centimeters long, 6 centimeters wide shuttle. It had 2 horns, it was round in the middle and smooth. As the shuttle's size was much smaller than a normal human body, and because of its build, it made the swallowing strength several hundred times less compared to the human body before. So, the favorite of Space Masha Klansman, with only 1/100 th of the swallowing strength acting on it, finally broke through and flew out of the cave. When the Masha shuttle was over 100 m away from the cave, the terrifying swallowing strength instantly vanished. Hua, dot. The shuttle became a black energy and formed a human body. Luo Feng stared at the center of the 3 caves, recalling the scene before, trembling from within. Instantly attacked by the demon note, I could only withstand it with all my might. Normal sector Lord Pinnacles wouldn't be able to withstand it. And that swallowing strength, only after the Masha changed form and used its proficiency in the space laws was I able to escape. Luo Feng looked at the cave ahead, filled with fear. If he was swallowed in, what would have happened? Who knows? Luo Feng. Only now did Babata's voice resound. That was a typical death trap within a universe secret region. What death trap? Luo Feng asked. In the vast universe, the most peculiar and mysterious are the secret regions. These regions are all special occurrences that evolved from the primal universe, forming many different regions. All these regions are never the exact same. And the danger levels are different too. The forms of danger are different too. Some are obvious dangers, even though terrifying, but it's still good that way. Some, however, have obscure dangers, seemingly safe yet the danger suddenly occurs. Just like the cave ahead, this Demon Note Mountain has trillions of pathways, the rest are all safe. Only when you enter one without defense, then the swallowing strength will suddenly hit you with the demon note. I dare say, within that cave, there are even more dangerous things. Babata said, this sudden danger, without any chance to prepare or defend, make these considered death traps. Who knows how many undyings? How many geniuses with bright futures? How many great beings have fallen in the death traps? Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked. He suddenly remembered his teacher Tru Yen, who spoke of an absolute genius that was able to kill an official level undying when he was Sector Lord Pinnacle. However, that absolute genius finally still fell within a secret region. Even though the absolute beginning region was controlled by the Virtual Universe Company, there are still some special places that even they cannot fully control. Babata said. Just like the Blood River world, and the depths of this Demon Note Mountain, they are like that. You need to be extremely careful. Back when I followed your teacher, I've seen too many such situations, too many warriors dying like this. These death traps, some carry huge treasure troves, but some are truly dead ends. Luo Feng nodded. After which he turned to look at the left and right caves. I cannot head back. That sector lord is standing guard. Ahead of me, there are 3 caves, among which I cannot enter the middle one. But, which of the other 2 should I go to? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 567, Domain Level 9 Opponent. Chapter 567, Domain Level 9 Opponent. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. With 3 paths ahead and no way back, Luo Feng once again became a shuttle shape and tried the cave on the left. Ah! There's no swallowing energy, and no such terrifying demon note. The flying shuttle within the cave flew a 100,000 kilometers in one breath, finally reaching the end of the cave. Ahead were 38 other caves, simultaneously there were 3 bodies. Someone has already been here. Looks quite safe. The shuttle returned to human shape. Surely he couldn't simply just fly around in that form. If he were to be seen by others, they'd be shocked. 3 days later. In his earth body in the black-horned youth shape, Luo Feng carefully progressed, and he felt relaxed within though. Ever since he entered the left cave after leaving the ice forest, he hadn't met such a precarious situation, and everything was very normal. Just like when he first entered Demon Note Mountain, he would occasionally meet another warrior or a lone beast, and the demon note wasn't that strong. It seems like the ice forest area was indeed special. Luo Feng recalled the episode from before. The deeper I went into the forest, the stronger the demon note, until the end of it. There I encountered the swallowing cave and the strong demon note. After that, there hasn't been any danger. That cave was an end point. I still feel that cave had some secret behind it. Luo Feng thought so. What are you thinking about? That swallowing cave from the ice forest? Babata's voice resounded. Luo Feng nodded. I knew you'd think about it, right? Danger often accompanies miracles. These death traps are very terrifying. The dangers will hit wave after wave, however if you survive it, you might get a shocking reward. Babata said. This is also why many great beings enjoy exploring secret regions. However, you have to know your limits. The number of treasure troves the universe has produced is countless, however many absolute beings have all fallen to these places. Babata said. Your strongest golden horned beast hasn't even stepped into the sector lord level. And you wish to try these death traps? Even undyings have fallen. As for you, your death percentage is over 99%, unless you are truly just simply lucky. Luo Feng awoke. The entrance alone was that terrifying, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with and take what was inside. You can only do as much as how strong you are. If you are greedy, you will die. Luo Feng looked at the endless cave ahead of him. The cold permeated his body, he couldn't help but feel tiny. Compared to the many mysteries of the vast universe, his power was simply too weak and small. Even undyings fell all the time, he was only an ant compared to the undying. Hard work. Only after becoming a true absolute warrior, one of the many in the vast universe, will I be able to control my own fate and protect my family and home. Luo Feng took a deep breath, onwards. Within the depths of the cave, a skinny 2.6 tall bamboo-like man with 2 long silver horns on his head was present. He almost looked like a mountain goat, and he seemed cold and old. As he lay on one of the ice sculptures by the side, his eyes gleamed with gold light, as his nose releasing comfortable snorts. Harder, harder. There were 2 aboriginal youths, one with crossed legs, another one was massaging the shoulders of that old man. Beside them stood 12 either clean-cut, or handsome, or simple-looking or brave-looking youths. There were universe levels and domain lords. The skinny goat-like old man opened his eyes and smiled at the cross-legged universe-level youth before him. Come here. Elder. That universe-level youth cleared his throat. The elder asks for you. A domain lord-level man beside ordered. That universe-level youth approached nervously. The old man smiled, extending his skinny hand and grabbing the youth's, complimenting him. Youth sure is a different thing. The universe-level youth seemed completely uncomfortable all over, he shuddered and quickly retracted. Interesting. The skinny old man smiled. His powerful world energy pressured that youth, almost like a rope binding him, leaving him unable to move at will. He dragged the youth before him. Just kill me, kill me. That universe-level youth suddenly shouted out, tears flowing from his eyes. Brave, if you are truly brave, you can kill yourself. The old man suddenly turned and looked into the distant cave. There a black-horned youth was walking, he suddenly stopped. The 2 of them had a distance of 100 kilometers. However, at this time, they could clearly see each other. Another universe level 9 punk, with an alert gaze, reserved and firm. I can't even feel a sense of fear? Prized goods are what I like the most. The skinny old man smiled. Camulu, personally go and catch him for me. Yes, teacher. Besides, the strongest domain level 9 man respectfully complied and became a beam of light shooting forward. Luo Feng saw the distant skinny old man, especially the energy he emitted, feeling danger. Sector Lord, about level 6 or 7. Flee. Luo Feng turned and fled. Whoever my elder likes, don't think of escaping. The silver-horned man's silhouette was like lightning, swiftly chasing. Little punk, relax. My elder won't kill you, he'll take care of you. Luo Feng's expression changed, his goosebumps stood up. Perverted. A punk that liked guys. In the universe, with trillions of races, there were many that liked men. However, the majority of the races in humanity still favored the men and women path, that was the main path. And those that liked men, even though Luo Feng felt uncomfortable with it, he didn't bother himself with it. However, now that it was right before him, how could he not be taken aback? Luo Feng, I didn't expect you to meet such a situation. Babata said. That perverted old man. Luo Feng cursed, seeing the universe level 9 youth besides him. He should be one of those captured by him. Sick. So. Behind him the domain level 9 silver-horned man swiftly chased. Hence, even though their initial distance was over 100 kilometers, with the chasing, it immediately became a few thousand kilometer. Don't resist, otherwise I might hurt you unintentionally. When that happens, the elder will be upset. The silver-horned man immediately rushed towards Luo Feng. Go and die. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. So. He swapped his bodies and instantly the Masha clan took Luo Feng's appearance. Because of this his goosebumps were already standing, hence he was too lazy to use his human body to kill him. His earth body relied on the cloud contact vine. Even though he was able to kill a domain level 9, it would still be troublesome and take a while. For the Masha clansman, it was much simpler. So, illusionary techniques. Luo Feng instantly reached behind the black-horned man and his blade flashed. Shie! It cut right through his chest and split apart the armor, and split right through the life core. The silver-horned man stared wide-eyed. This. The originally weak opponent had vanished and killed him, while he couldn't defend at all. Sick! Luo Feng glanced at the body, he flashed and fled. The old man lay there frowning. Why hasn't Camulu returned? Teacher, maybe that Universe Level 9 refuses to submit and Senior has to use some strength. Another Domain Lord level youth beside said. Oof. The old man gave a low snort, he extended his world energy a bit more, until it reached the body of the silver-horned man. Rumble. The goat-like old man's eyes raged, he waved his hand violently and the universe-level youth he was toying with earlier immediately exploded, becoming a mess of meat and flesh. This scared the rest of them as they dodged far away. My Camulu, whoever killed you. I will kill him. The old man roared and instantly became a beam of light, extending his world energy out. However, with Masha Luo Feng's speed, he had long fled from the cave. How would the old man be able to find him? Luo Feng had fled 1 million kilometers away, through 7 pathways before he finally stopped. Even though I've heard and seen before. However, these warriors that favor men actually tried to catch me, truly sick. Luo Feng glanced back. My strength still isn't sufficient, if I have to unleash the golden horned beast. This cave, however, is only a few tens of km wide, with the golden horned beast's shocking length, it wouldn't be able to move properly at all. Forget it. He shook his head, he couldn't be bothered to think of it anymore. If he had the strength, he would definitely retaliate and kill him. Half a day later. Luo Feng sat on the ice to rest, sending a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network, playing with his wife and children. Primal Chaos City's 30 years training, actual universe 100 years, plus Blood River World's 80 years, the many years had huge changes within Luo Feng's family. Luo Feng, 19.2 kilometers ahead, there's a Domain Lord level 9 man progressing. Babata's voice resounded. Luo Feng's thread of consciousness immediately returned to reality. He looked up ahead. Very quickly, a Domain Lord level 9 man silhouette appeared, his body was short and tough, with a couple of black horns. Another Domain Lord level 9? Luo Feng shook his head. 10 or so km in the distance, the short man saw Luo Feng, his eyes seemed to gleam with ferocity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 568, E9 Laser Gun. Chapter 568, E9 Laser Gun. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Universe Level 9, the short man Patua looked at the black-horned youth ahead of him, immediately smiling coldly. Punk, it's just your bad luck that you met me. Patua. He was one of the 6 from the 1000 Star Sect, one of the official 6 that Payu picked, amongst which 3 of them were Sector Lords and the other 3 were Domain Lords level 9. He even gave them those items, the 3 E9 grade laser guns for the Domain Lords. Obviously, Payu's hopes were on the 3 Domain Lords, and Patua was one of those 3. These past few days, he had been very careful. His only worry was entering a dangerous spot and being hypnotized. Simultaneously. All this while, he had been randomly slaughtering many universe levels and Domain Lords. The moment he met a Sector Lord, however, he would flee. However, because one actually chased him down, he didn't hesitate to use the E9 laser on him. Its power was terrifying, instantly killing the Sector Lord. Even Sector Lords who meet me would die. The feeling of having this laser sure is thrilling. It's a pity that I can only use it for a short time. When I leave Demon Node Mountain, I would have to return it to the god. Patua couldn't bear to. He was very clear about the value of the laser gun. Even if he sold his entire fortune, he wouldn't even get 1/100th of it. Patua laughed coldly at the black-horned youth ahead. "Punk, if you want to blame anybody, blame the god." So, he became a beam of lightning and rushed at Luo Feng, ready to begin his 762nd kill in Demon Note Mountain. Luo Feng, who was walking along the cold ancient cave, saw the distant short man. "Domain Lord level 9? No threat. HM? He's actually rushing over. If you had any warrior honor and didn't try to bully a universe level 9, I wouldn't even try to kill you. However now, don't blame me." Luo Feng's mental state was just as before. He never placed a Domain Lord level 9 as a threat. After all, the Cloud Contact Vine was already Domain Lord level 9. Rumble. Luo Feng stomped on the ground and the condensed ice layer split with cracks. He rushed towards the short man. Clang. He brandished his blade. "Ha, a universe level 9 punk actually making a move against me." Patuo's eyes flashed with coldness. His body engulfed in lightning, he wielded an arc blade, instantly reaching before Luo Feng, and the blade became a demonic blood in green-colored moonlight. Hua! The light flashed at Luo Feng's head. "Good blade work." Luo Feng smiled. His body floated and he actually got 2 to 3 m close to Patua. The blade flashed gorgeously. Illusionary 7 blades, Dutchman's pipe. Dang! As the two blades clashed, the originally confident and smiling manically Patua suddenly changed his expression. He felt an unbelievable force when their blades had clashed. Such a force that even he at Domain Lord level 9 couldn't withstand. His arm went numb. How can that be? He. Patuo's thoughts immediately erupted within. He's only a universe level 9, how can his blade be so strong? But Domain level 9 and universe level 9. The difference was an entire level. Quantity-wise, it would be about 1,000 times in difference. In theory, just a single attack should have destroyed him. There's definitely no such sick person within 9-Star Ocean. Don't tell me he's a person with background from the Virtual Universe Company? Patuo's mind was filled with thoughts. From what he knew, only an assisting life form would be able to help a universe level 9 explode with such power. Assisting metal life form, plant life form, energy life form, etc., these could be equipped. The moment they were equipped, it allowed the user to unleash extraordinary power. Don't tell me he's the target of the god. The reason behind his strength is because of the Cloud Contact Vine? Patua suppressed his glee within. Even if it wasn't because of the Cloud Contact Vine, he definitely has some assisting life form. Within Demon Note Mountain, there are extremely few people with such background. The chances of him being the target is extremely high. Kill. I'll use the laser to kill him. As the two of them clashed with their blades, many thoughts flashed within Patuo's mind. He instantly decided to use the E9 grade laser on him. Because from what he saw, even if this wasn't the target, he was still some big figure. The first thing to do was to create some distance. Hurry and create distance. Dang. 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 Dot. The moment Luo Feng drew close, with the movement of the Dutchman's pipe, he became extremely terrifying. The close flashes of the blade were indeed heavy. Patua wanted to dodge and flee, but Luo Feng's blade was simply too terrifying. Hence, he couldn't afford to be distracted. In the blink of an eye, the both of them had already exchanged 10 clashes. Shie. Both of them were separated. As Patua retreated, he let out a sigh of relief. I've finally found a chance to flee. This punk's blade work is like a madman, slashing at super close distance, it's just madness. Luo Feng, however, was shocked within. The Cloud Contact Vine is after all an assisting life form, adding to my strength when I equip it. However, the strength is after all not mine. When I use it, it's obvious that I cannot use it perfectly. Even my blade work cannot reach the pinnacle effect, otherwise when he fled earlier he would at least be injured. A thought simply flashed through his mind. You wish to flee? Luo Feng roared as he rushed forward. Dream on. Pa Tuo became a beam of light swiftly creating distance, smiling manically at Luo Feng. Humph. With the cloud contact vine equipped he couldn't fly as fast. Luo Feng frowned, he waved his hand and 18 thin vines extended from his arm. They grew longer and got thicker. The 18 dark red vines instantly became 10 m thick, like 18 terrifying pythons, and on them were several leaves and thinner vines. They headed towards the Domain Lord Level 9 fighter Pa Tuo. Die. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to chase. Haha, it's indeed you. While fleeing, Pa Tuo let out a mad laugh. As the 18 thick vines madly rushed over, he brandished an automaton device. It was a pure silver-white item. From a glance, it was like a small cannon. The barrel had reached a startling 1 m. Its length was 3 m, and on it was an energy channel, along with a handle, a little thing that could be operated with one hand. This automaton weapon was obviously much more exquisite and delicate than Luo Feng's Star Annihilator, which was a single person's weapon. However, the quality and fear generated from its barrel, the automaton weapon was that terrifying. There was a warning light on the back groove of the weapon, and the light was already bright red. Obviously it was activated the moment Pa Tuo had taken it out. Luo Feng used the cloud contact vine. Its thick vines were like thick pythons wrapping towards the opponent. The automaton weapon the opponent brandished, however, made him stunned. What's that? Luo Feng was shocked. Laser gun? It wasn't that he hadn't seen a laser gun before. Back in the world within a world he had seen one, however the construct was obviously different. Flee. Luo Feng. Danger. At the instant the laser gun appeared, Babata's piercing voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. That's an automaton E9 grade laser gun, and it's the XTH series E9 grade. A top-class E9 laser gun, which is able to prepare within a short 0.1 seconds. The moment it's ready, it can instantly unleash a terrifying laser. Even E9 grade alloy materials would instantly be pierced. Normal sector Lord level 9s without special items would instantly die. Luo Feng's heart suddenly twitched. His hairs were all standing. He stared wide-eyed. He stared at the opponent's automaton metal object. That is actually an E9 grade laser gun? A sense of fear he had never felt before caused his soul to tremble. Even when he met a sector lord before, he had never been in such a precarious situation. Even back in the swallowing cave, even if he was swallowed in, he didn't know if he would die from that. Hence he never felt such fear before. At this time, it was a true life or death moment. The moment the E9 laser gun fired, his three bodies, the Domain Lord Level 9 Masha clan and the Golden Horned Beast wouldn't be able to withstand it, as his body's strength were far from sufficient. Naturally, the Golden Horned Beast was huge. As long as it didn't hit any vital spots, there was still hope of survival. However, the cave is too small, its body was too huge and couldn't even appear within. And to dodge that laser with speed? That was even more unrealistic, because even the fastest of the three, the Masha clansman, at its maximum speed, was still very far from light speed. And the instantaneous speed was even further from its own max speed. The laser shot from the gun would instantly reach the limit of the actual universe, light speed. In such close distance, locked on. Light speed shot. One's consciousness wouldn't even be able to react. How could he possibly dodge? The Domain Lord Level 9 fighter wielded the E9 grade laser gun, another with the arc blade flashing and dodging and knocking away the cloud contact vine. Even though the cloud contact vine was powerful, it was after all still Domain Lord Level 9. In terms of level, it was the same with this fighter, and the opponent was purely defending and dodging. The cloud contact vine may be able to kill the opponent, but to kill him within 0.1 seconds was simply unrealistic. The thick laser gun's warning light turned from red to green. 0.1 seconds had passed. Storing complete. While being chased by the thick vines, Pa Tuo's expression was struggling. Suddenly, he stopped and faced the barrel straight at Luo Feng. This pinnacle automaton device, the E9 grade laser gun, automatically targeted the distant Luo Feng. Go and die. Pa Tuo laughed manically and immediately pushed the button. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 569, Threat of Destruction. Chapter 569, Threat of Destruction. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. There's no other way. I can only risk it all. Luo Feng's eyebrows were burning. His eyes filled with madness. Babata, take out the automaton ship. Understood. Babata didn't dare hesitate. Rumble. A 200 m tall silver-white pyramid appeared in mid-air. In times of such danger, this majestic automaton ship blocked Luo Feng within the frozen cave. Ha ha ha. Pa Tuo laughed madly, pressing the button. A glaring light-speed E9 laser shot out of the gun. It was extremely glaring, and just the energy alone was higher temperature than a normal star. If it were a normal person seeing it, he would instantly go blind. Shichichi. The thick red vines that were blocking were like tofu being shot through immediately. They didn't have any chance to block it at all. Rumble. The super laser hit the body of the automaton ship. This entire ship was made of a peculiar silver-white alloy. When the terrifying laser that had enough power to pierce through a planet hit, immediately, Shichichi, a dent appeared in the surface of the pyramid, almost like the surface of the alloy was melted. Simultaneously, light flowed continuously throughout the surface of the pyramid. That light energy seemed to be quickly absorbed by the ship. This automaton ship was a ship ridden by an automaton undying. Its body material was made from a pinnacle E grade. This was more perfect than any built by humanity, and it also had auto-regeneration. The surface of the ship could absorb attacks. It could be said that, as an E-grade pinnacle ship, with its absorption and regeneration abilities, unless an undying decided to attack it, nothing else could present a threat to this ship. Of course, Luo Feng had suddenly brought it out without any time to prepare its energy shield. If the shield was active, it would be even safer. Even though it didn't pierce through the ship, however, not piercing through was even more terrifying. Because light was formed from light particles. And the mass of light particles wasn't zero. Accurately speaking, light was also a matter. Because normally, light along with the weaker lasers, as long as the particles do not gather and condense together, the mass usually isn't that huge. However, this was a beam capable of piercing a planet. A beam capable of killing a Sector Lord level 9 warrior. The particles contained in this beam were too huge. Although every particle was extremely light, lighter than a feather, however, when trillions of them gathered together, they had enough power to pierce a planet. Hence, to kill a Sector Lord level 9, the mass of this beam was terrifying. Rumble. The beam that was extremely hot and heavy hit the ship but didn't pierce through. Hence, the powerful force created by the beam caused the entire automaton ship to immediately fly backwards. The lasers built on Earth back then were mostly relying on high temperatures to kill beasts. And the laser guns in the universe, etc., as their powers got stronger, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions to trillions of times, continuously rising, resulted in the lasers not only having high temperatures but with high physical force. Normal laser shots would produce a cavity. However, since the automaton ship blocked it physically, it led to the ship enduring the entire physical force. As it got hit, it swiftly followed the direction of the shot and flew in that direction. Just like a billiard ball, after getting hit, it would shoot in the same direction. The ship was flung in the direction of the laser, and as the laser was originally locked onto Luo Feng, the ship was like a billiard ball flying backwards straight at the target Luo Feng. Masha clansman. Change. Luo Feng quickly fled to the wall of the cave for support, simultaneously switching to the Masha clansman to quickly grow bigger. This was almost like a huge piece of rubber, with a hollow center. The human body stayed within this center. This huge rubber leaned on the back of the cave walls. Rumble. The ship hit by the laser crashed into the rubber. That terrifying physical force smashed into the rubber, and instantly, the Masha clansman fought hard to make itself incredibly soft but sturdy, but due to the sheer force, however, the rubber began to split apart. Rumble. A portion of the force flowed through the rubber straight into the wall behind, causing the entire wall to tremble and shake. The ice layer split apart and cracked in all directions, and countless ice shards fell from the walls. The incredibly solid black stones also began to split apart, and some of them started falling down as the entire pathway shook. Since the high temperatures generated from the contact of the ultra laser in the ship was something much hotter than even the sun, the ice layers around began to melt as steam engulfed the area. Not caring about anything else, Luo Feng's Masha body had formed into a huge mass of rubber. That rubber was completely torn apart, and within the core hollow part of that rubber, the strong vibrations that caused even the space to warp had created a force that hit his Earth body. Rumble. His Earth body was wearing AF-grade silver armor. Even if the laser hit him straight on, it wouldn't pierce through. 1. His Earth body was hit by the force, his body shook violently. The cloud contact vine on the surface of his skin began to crack apart, after which his skin split apart too. Fresh blood flowed out of his broken bones, eyes, ears, nose, and all his bones were instantly shattered. Silence. Damn it. Luo Feng howled within. That painful howl. Why he didn't let his Earth body enter the internal world at that critical moment, this was because the Earth body's surface had the cloud contact vine, and he was wearing an F-grade armor. These were all layers of protection. That terrifying force, after passing through the Masha clansman, about 30% of it was wasted on the ship, 30% on the wall, and 30% on the huge rubber formed by the Masha clansman. Only about 1%, maybe even 1,000th entered the Earth body. Even that was weakened, as it went through the armor. It went through the Domain Lord level 9, which was a powerful and yet flexible life form. The remaining force only completely broke the Earth body's bones, destroying his organs. But at least it didn't break through the essence like the Masha clansman. If it weren't for the armor and cloud contact vine weakening it, the Earth body's weak and frail body would have had even his cells destroyed. The situation now was still good. Because the Masha clansman's core, the life crystal, and Luo Feng's true core were both within the Earth body. The life core was extremely solid. And the true core was even sturdier. The final force didn't even destroy the Earth body. Naturally, the true core was completely fine. Earth body returned to internal world. Masha clan, gather. Instantly, the completely disabled Earth body and the heavily injured cloud contact vine vanished, and the life crystal released a strong black energy, swiftly forming the Luo Feng body, Masha Luo Feng. So, Masha Luo Feng's silhouette flashed and rushed towards the Domain Lord level 9 enemy Patua. He must have died. Patua wielded the E9 laser gun. Seeing how the huge automaton ship had crashed straight into the human silhouette, even though it seemed like he saw a huge mass of rubber appear, but he still deduced, the enemy must be dead. That was an E9 grade laser gun. Such a level of weapon, it can't kill just a universe level 9 little punk? So, Luo Feng appeared right before him. You. Patuo's expression changed. The blade, which was infused with space laws, flashed so fast that he couldn't even react. It split him straight in two. That blade also hit the life core and instantly broke it. Patua died. The E9 laser gun fell from his hand onto the ground, hitting the high-temperature melted ice below. Who? Luo Feng stood there, watching the body that was split in two, looking at the water that boiled around from the high temperatures, and the large amount of steam. He couldn't help but feel fear after. It's simply too terrifying. If the automaton ship's defenses weren't enough, it would have been pierced and it would hit me. Without the ship to cushion the blow, if the laser had hit me directly, my armor, even though it's F-grade alloys, the force generated from the laser would have still shook me to dust. Luo Feng was very clear the armor didn't have much use. This was also why the genetic armor was much more expensive, and this armor was cheap. Just like how a person wearing a solid armor on a highway, if he was hit by a huge car he would still be flung. Maybe the armor would be fine, but the person would be killed by the force. A person in an elevator, if the elevator suddenly fell and hit the ground, it may be fine but the person would probably be dead. Same theory. A solid armor can defend against special situations, however against such terrifying force, it had little use. Luckily it worked. Luo Feng sat on the ground. The boiling water and temperatures around were at least a few hundred degrees. And this was also only because there were countless ice layers about within Demon Note Mountain, hence the temperatures weren't so high. Mist engulfed the area. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the silver-white, simple-designed E9 grade laser gun. E9 laser gun? Luo Feng held his breath. This was a true ultimate killing weapon. Especially with its 0.1 storage time, it made this laser gun extremely terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 570, Fat Sheep. Chapter 570, Fat Sheep. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng flashed and knelt beside the E9 laser, picking up the seemingly simple automaton piece of work. He touched its peculiar sculpture. This was very similar to his silver-white pyramid ship. However, he could feel that this laser gun's material was somewhat better. It may seem like just a gun, but it felt even more terrifying than the large cannons of Earth. The barrel of the gun was only 1 m in diameter. In the vast universe, a few universe ships' main cannons, their barrels were at least 100s to thousands of meters. This 1 m in diameter barrel, in the universe, it was indeed considered only a gun. Luo Feng, this is an E9 XTH-122 series laser gun that only the automatons can build. It's reputable for its small size and short preparation time. Babata communicated mentally. You should know that technological weapons, even though humanity is proficient with it, the most it can create is a weapon capable of killing a Sector Lord level 9. As for creating one to kill an Undying, humanity cannot do it. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, from Sector Lord to Undying, that was an evolution in essence. Humanity could at most create an E pinnacle grade alloys, and F grades or metals already produced in the universe. Creating weapons are the same too. After reaching E pinnacle, there hasn't been a way to break through to create stronger weapons. The automatons were different. Automatons were the origin for the technology of the universe, and all of its people were living AIs. They could even create weapons capable killing of Undyings. They could create F-grade comparable alloys. And these alloys had better qualities than the same grade pure metals. Just like when Luo Feng was in the Yun-Mo ship back then, seeing the automaton Undying's corpse, that corpse was a simple alloy body. Even that alloy was comparable to F-grade metals, and for an alloy body to reach such level of flexibility and sturdiness etc., perfection, it was indeed an unbelievable thing. This was something only the automaton race could do. No other race could do it. A weapon capable of killing an Undying, only the automaton can build one. Babata continued, of course, those levels of weapons are extremely pricey. The automaton Undyings, even only a few of them can own such terrifying weapons. Luo Feng nodded. His own automaton ship was equipped with an E3 grade laser cannon and a star annihilator. Even though the power of the star annihilator was huge, its preparation time was too long, and definitely not suitable for close combat. As it was so huge, it was not suitable for a person to carry it either. Same power, the smaller it is, the more expensive. The shorter the preparation time, the more expensive. This E9 grade laser, it's so small and its storage time is so short, it can be said to be the bane of sector lords. Babata said, even amongst the automaton race, this is rare. Your teacher back then never got such an item. How expensive would it be? Luo Feng asked. It's priced at about 5,000 mixed elements. Babata said, to Undyings, it's not considered too expensive, the problem is that it's considered a rare item. Even with money it's hard to buy, unless one is willing to pay few times the original price. So expensive? Luo Feng stared. 5,000 mixed elements was more expensive than even an automaton ship. Right, this laser gun can be considered a family heirloom. Babata said. Imagine having one of these in the family. If a sector lord enemy ever flew into your territory, the moment the galaxy security system picks up on the sector lord, you only need 0.1 seconds to prepare, and the moment he gets close, kill him in one shot. The sector lord wouldn't even be able to react. Luo Feng nodded. Right. The star annihilator was powerful, however it required 60 seconds to store the energy before firing. With the sector lord pinnacle speed, 1 second alone was enough for him to fly tens of thousands of km to reach the territory's headquarters. Hence the star annihilator can only be considered a massacre weapon during an attack. And the E9 laser gun, whether it was carried about or as a treasure for the race, country, it was heavenly. From today onwards. Luo Feng rubbed the gun in his hand, feeling the coldness from the weapon. I've got another trump card. The Masha clansman's instantaneous speed is shocking. With it wielding the E9 grade laser and its shocking speed, surviving 0.1 seconds is too easy. Once that passes, I can kill the enemy in one shot. Luo Feng kept the gun in his space ring, after which he checked the frozen body. Even though the ice around had melted and boiled around because of the high temperatures, this was after all Demon Mountain. Very quickly the cold from around had reached all about. In 10 seconds, the boiling waters once again froze over and became ice. The vapor around too formed an ice layer. Pa! His one step broke through the ice and he took the space belt from Pa Tuo's body. I wonder what he has on him. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to invade it and scan. With Luo Feng's perspective, normal treasures didn't entice him at all. This Pa Tuo's entire family fortune was far from even one mixed element. Ah, there are over 3,000 black tags here. Luo Feng was happy with the surprise of so many black tags. The many tags floated before Luo Feng, black and huge, every one of them represented at least a universe level's life. Over 3,000 lives. Demon Mountain indeed stands for a new lease on life. Luo Feng shook his head. I hope my tag never becomes another person's spoils. With a wave he kept all the tags, including this unexpected reward. He had collected a total of 4,320 black tags. So, Luo Feng swiftly flew to the distant automaton ship and carefully checked it. The dent caused by the laser shot earlier was already almost gone and looked like it was new again. Looks like it'll be perfect again in a while. The memory regeneration of this alloy is not bad. Luo Feng complimented within. Babata, keep it in your storage space. Understood. The automaton ship that had fallen and had its surface frozen over immediately vanished. Within the caves, Luo Feng seemed like an ant carrying a blade and swiftly making his way forward. Even a lion hunting a rabbit has to give its all. If I meet a troublesome opponent, I'll immediately switch to the Masha clansman to settle it. Luo Feng walked and reflected on the battle before. The reason he was in such danger before was because he didn't initially treat the domain level 9 as an opponent, resulting in such danger. As he walked, he frowned. Babata! Luo Feng shouted within. That fighter that wanted to kill me, he shouted, it's you. And he even took out an E9 grade laser gun that even Undyings rarely own, but. Firstly, that fighter was only an aboriginal from 9-Star Ocean. In theory, he couldn't have acquired that gun. Babata said, to acquire that gun, it probably was an Undying. And one with a huge background. And he only said it's you when he saw the cloud contact vine, along with the sector lord that was after you before. From everything, I can deduce, some huge figure is trying to kill you. This person gave the laser gun to the domain lord level 9 and told him about your specialties, having a domain lord level 9 cloud contact vine. And the sector lord after you before, guarding that cave, he should be the same. From this I can deduce. This person that wants to kill you, probably arranged for more than one person to kill you. There are sector lords and domain lords with laser guns. Babata explained. Luo Feng squinted. Who wants to kill him? He didn't feel like he offended anyone. Powerful figures that want to kill you probably have some upper-level grudge. Babata explained, my guess is that there are 3 kinds. First is a sect battle, second is a personal grudge, and the third is a race battle. As the virtual universe company's every knight owns his own sect, you would eventually belong to the 9-Blade Knight sect. If the sect battles get intense, and someone views you as a potential threat, he would try to take the chance to get rid of you. However, these sort of genius assassinations are very despicable. The sect feuds must be pretty big. The second reason is personal grudge. You are True Yen Emperor's disciple. Anybody who has a grudge with True Yen may implicate you. Similarly, those who dare do such a thing must have huge grudges, otherwise they wouldn't take such risks. The final reason is race battles. The human race has intense battles with other races. A few warriors may have invaded other races to assassinate the geniuses of others. This is common. Luo Feng nodded. 3 possibilities. Luo Feng, as you get stronger and your position rises, unbeknownst to you, you might offend others, or others may want to kill you over nothing. These numbers will keep rising. Babata said, hence you have to be more careful. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't die. The moment he died, the weak foundation of the humans of Earth would immediately change. The shockingly rich Ping Hai Corporation would quickly gain the attention of others too, and their outcome would be unpredictable. After all, even though it was within the virtual universe company, the company was too huge, it had too many firms and corporations within. This was a power even bigger than a universe country. Luo Feng was even more cautious as he proceeded. Anybody he met who was a domain lord level 7 and up he quickly settled with the Masha clansman, and anyone below, he used his earth body to swiftly settle. Even though he was careful, killing others was hard to avoid. Very quickly, his black tag count reached 4831. On the 75th day of arriving in Demon Mountain, Luo Feng, who was carrying the blood shadow blade, walked along the cold pathways. Suddenly he squinted, staring in the distance. About over 90 kilometers ahead, there were 2 universe-level youths lifting a handmade exquisite bench. In it lay a skinny goat-like old man, who would occasionally snort, and besides him were another 5 youths who were following him. It's him? Luo Feng squinted, that old fart? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 571, Elder Jinyang. Chapter 571, Elder Jinyang. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The skinny old goat man squinted his eyes, lying on the bench and occasionally snorting. Ever since Camulu's death, our days have gotten better. Among the 2 universe-level youths lifting the bench, the one in front who looked resolute with drooping eyes muttered within. This Elder Jinyang, I've long heard of his bad reputation. I didn't expect to actually land in his hands here. I have to bear with it, just a while more. He seems to be extremely upset by Camulu's death. Hopefully I can make it through. Elder Jing Yang. A reputable sector lord within 9-Star Ocean. His reputation was mostly due to his preference for men. The disciples in the sect were all his boy toys. And Camulu was his biggest disciple and most favorite. He had sent Camulu out earlier to kill Luo Feng, but was actually killed instead. This made him extremely upset. Camulu, my Camulu. Elder Jin Yang sighed within. Teacher, Teacher, there's someone ahead. A voice shouted from beside. Elder Jin Yang opened his eyes quickly. With a glance, he swiftly saw the silhouette over 90 kilometers away clearly, that short-haired youth with black horns, wearing a silver armor. It's him! Elder Jin Yang's eyes gleamed, the memory from before flashed through his mind. Back then he had casually sent his great disciple Camulu to capture Luo Feng, but who'd have expected his favorite disciple would never return again? Hatred boiled within his chest, and his expression immediately grew struggled. Little thief! He roared fiercely, return my disciple's life. Rumble! That beautiful well-carved bench immediately exploded, causing the two universe-level youths to dodge in fear. Elder Jin Yang became a beam of golden light and flashed towards the distance, chasing after the hated thief Luo Feng. I actually met this old fart again. Luo Feng saw the distant silhouette. Without hesitation, he immediately swapped to the Masha body. As the elder roared and flew over, Luo Feng fled as well. However, he deliberately slowed his speed. Thief! The elder gritted his teeth and his voice resounded beside Luo Feng's ears. The surge of world energy pressed down on Luo Feng. Now that I've actually found you, you'll die. Go and be buried beside my disciple Camulu. The elder roared as he swiftly got closer to Luo Feng. While fleeing, Luo Feng pretended to be trying his best to flee, his eyes seemingly filled with fear. However, within he was absolutely calm. Luo Feng, that sector Lord level 7 is 18.2 km away from you. Babata's voice resounded. That's about enough. Luo Feng calculated. So. In his hand the silver-white gun appeared. It was about 3 m long. He brandished it and immediately pressed the button. Immediately the light at the back turned a bright red. That's. The elder's world energy was spread out. He immediately discovered the gun within the fleeing thief's hands. Elder Jin Yang was after all a sector lord. The upper echelons of 9-Star Ocean all normally had universe ships or some AIs etc. to connect to the virtual universe. Through the virtual universe, the elder naturally knew of the value of laser guns. However, he had no way to determine what grade it was. This little punk is giving off a universe level 9 energy. However, his fleeing speed is comparable to a Domain Lord level 9, and he killed my Domain Lord disciple Camulu. And now he's taken out what seems like a very high-level laser gun. He's definitely not from 9-Star Ocean. The elder swiftly deduced, and the virtual universe company frequently sends out a few high-position and status people to enter here, and these are all universe level 9s. This punk here may very likely be from the virtual universe company. Elder Jin Yang was shocked within. Against a sector lord, he actually dares to take out a laser gun. He definitely thinks he can kill me with it, or at least threaten me. He was getting nervous within. A sector lord level 7, his conscious calculation speed, just how fast was that? Many thoughts flashed in his mind in an instant. Flee. He didn't dare gamble. He turned and became a beam of gold light, swiftly fleeing. Trying to flee? Masha Luo Feng turned at this point and chased. So. In the winding caves, Luo Feng's speed instantly rose greatly by tens of times. Compared to the domain level 9 speed before, he reached a speed that exceeded most Sector Lords' instantaneous acceleration. Maybe most Sector Lords, after accelerating to their limit, would be faster than the Masha clansman. Luohowever, the instantaneous acceleration was much lower. How did he get so fast suddenly? The Elder's world energy sensed Luo Feng swiftly catching up. Immediately his expression changed greatly. He was purposely baiting me earlier, but... At this, the Elder understood that he fell into a trap. The opponent could easily use that movement to escape, yet he had pretended to be slow. Without a doubt, this was a trap. I can't run, what do I do? The Elder was panicking. Shie. He immediately used his world energy to press the E9 laser gun in Luo Feng's hand, however he couldn't activate it. Idiot, would the automaton race weapon have such an obvious loophole, to allow the enemy to use his world energy to control their weapon? Luo Feng laughed coldly within. While single-handedly carrying the laser gun, higher-level energy weapons all normally had their own AI systems. Even the normal ships of humanity had these, much less a E9 grade laser gun. After taking out the gun, one first had to set one's authority. Only after which can it be used. Luo Feng acquired the gun after killing that domain Lord Patua. He specially got Babata to study it and invade its AI, completely changing its authority to himself. Lord! You must be a big figure from the Virtual Universe Company. Spare my life, I have offended you. A sharp voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. D. The warning light on the E9 laser gun turned green, the storage was complete. Old fart, go and die. Luo Feng's movement was demonic. With just 2 flashes, he closed their distance to about 800 m, he gently pressed the button. The laser gun automatically locked on its target. Shie. A glaring white light shot from the barrel. While it shot out, it had already reached the Sector Lord level 7 Elder Jinyang. No. The Elder stared wide-eyed, the corners of his eyes split, filled with fear, madness, and hate. He tried his best to dodge, pouring his world energy into his genetic armor to protect himself, even using the world energy to form a projection around as a shield. Rumble. Under the glaring and burning white light, the genetic armor dispersed all of the attack throughout the Elder's body, causing his entire body to instantly crumble. Simultaneously, the armor too burned through, from his neck to his feet, everything was reduced to nothing. Finally, the force of the beam caused both his head and feet to burn from the high temperatures, with nothing left behind at all. The white light continued its path towards the distant wall. Immediately the wall shook, countless ice melted and later began to boil, forming white mist. Voila! The space around shook. When the Sector Lord died, large amounts of items appeared and landed about. These were all items stored within his internal world that crumbled after his death. So poor. Luo Feng glanced, black tags. The black tags were in the distance, and many of them scattered throughout. Collect. Luo Feng collected all the black tags and valuable treasures. As for the messy remains that were lying about, for a core member like Luo Feng, with the Virtual Universe Company supplying with him so much more, naturally he couldn't be bothered. Killing a Sector Lord really gives so many more tags. Once I include the batch before, I've already exceeded 7,000 black tags. Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. I never intended to collect the 10k black tags, however, now I've already got over 7,000. The stronger one was, the more tags he would acquire. Patua, who owned the laser gun before, had killed a Sector Lord and others, hence he had many tags. This Elder Jinyang was strong, hence he had many tags too. Maybe I'll really be able to acquire over 10k black tags. Luo Feng smiled, instantly becoming a beam of light and vanishing. As his days in Demon Note Mountain got longer, Luo Feng gradually realized the danger. One day while he was sitting cross-legged, with his consciousness in the virtual universe studying the 3rd volume of Time-Space Scribbles, as he was immersed, he didn't move for 6 consecutive days in the cave. Then, He realized, after not moving for 6 days, he actually was attacked by 3 terrifying demon notes. These 3 were capable of hypnotizing sector lords, especially one, which was enough for even a sector lord level 7 or 8. Luckily my consciousness is strong, and I picked Demon Note Mountain. If I had picked Ice Mountain, I would have long not been able to withstand anymore. He was shocked within. If it were someone else and not him here, that person would long have become a zombie. On the 109th day in Demon Note Mountain. Rumble. A distant rumble resounded from the distance. Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged, had become an ice statue. He opened his eyes and the ice layer broke apart. He stood up and turned to look in the distance. There's someone? Following the explosion from far, very quickly, a 300 tall gorilla beast was chasing a universe level 9 youth. That youth was clad in gold armor, his movement was demonic. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Primal Region Universe level member Mo Luo? The Virtual Universe Company's Primal Region Universe level member. There were 3 originally. Once the new geniuses Bolin and Longyun were included, that made 5 of them. And Mo Luo was one of the 3 seniors within that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 572, Mo Luo. Chapter 572, Mo Luo. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Because of the upcoming qualification battles, the universe-level Primal Region members and their specific information had been collected by Luo Feng. In terms of strength, the 3 seniors of the Primal Region were much stronger than the Mother Flame race Sa-Jin Fire Dragon he had defeated before. At least now, within the qualification battles, he had no confidence of defeating any one of them. In reality, however, it was not definite. Amongst the 3 seniors, Luo Feng actually had the most respect for Mo Luo. Mo Luo came from the distant South Fox Universe country. Originally an orphan of a barren planet that was the remains of war, alone without a name or identity, later the Mo family owned over 1,000 life planets in territory and found a barracks to nurture its own death army. However, during the process, Mo Luo displayed unbelievable talent, hence he was quickly absorbed by the family and given the family name Mo. Since then, his name became Mo Luo. After receiving the family's full nurturing, his improvement grew even more absurd. Very quickly, even the elder of the family, a universe level 9 warrior, had nothing left to teach him. Not long after, Mo Luo was discovered by members of the Virtual Universe Company stationed within his region, and was immediately absorbed in as a special elite by the Virtual Universe Company. The absorbed elites of the Virtual Universe Company had to compete amongst themselves too. Very quickly, he was absorbed as an internal core member. During that same year, he passed the Sky Mountain and entered the Sky and Land region. After 2 qualification battles, he made his way into the Primal region, becoming one of the high and mighty Primal region members. Luo Feng and the others were accepted as core members through the genius battles. Mo Luo, however, was one that gradually rose through the ranks after being absorbed as elites. Hence he had respect for this Mo Luo. The first reason was because of his hardship and history. The second reason was because of his battle techniques, his self-created beast fist. Fighters mostly use blades, swords, guns, axes, rods, etc., all sorts of weapons. Mo Luo, however, relied on his body, his fists, and feet. According to teacher Tru Yen Emperor, most begin by learning techniques used by the earlier generations. As one's law comprehension rises, one will discover parts of the techniques that don't suit himself, hence he would create one. This process was incredibly important. Luo Feng was very clear on this because almost 99.99% of undyings would create their own techniques suited for themselves. These techniques, creating them as early as possible wasn't necessarily the best way. When one's law comprehension is weak, it's not wise to create techniques, as the weaker the comprehension, the easier the techniques would stray from the true path. This Mo Luo, however, with his beast fist, even Tru Yen had complimented it. Luo Feng had seen footage of him using the beast fist. He was filled with respect. Within the icy cold cave, the youth dressed in golden armor jumped from side to side, exchanging lightning-fast punches with the huge gorilla beast. Rumble! 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 The cave shook with ice layers splitting apart, as the gorilla beast roared and punched madly, waving his huge palms about. The golden-armored youth was incredibly nimble, as fast as lightning, dodging time and again. However, in terms of speed, it was obvious that the gorilla was much faster. Very quickly, he reached the youth in a big step. Big punk! The golden-armored youth looked up. Howl! The gorilla slapped violently. So, the golden-armored youth actually stood his ground. As the palm was about to hit, only then did he dodge at the last moment. This made the gorilla immediately stop its wave and flipped his hand for another attack. In that instant, the youth swiftly flew upwards. Fly! The youth grabbed on to the 10 long finger of the gorilla and violently flung him. Rumble! The 300 tall gorilla was thrown off the ground, heavily smashing into the ice ground. Rumble, such a huge thing, almost like a little mountain smashing into the ice layers, breaking through many layers of ice, causing the surface to split apart. And as the entire beast was flung from one finger, naturally the joint of that finger was broken. Pa! The golden-armored youth once again used his strength to sever that finger off. Howl! The gorilla roared with rage, climbing back up and waving his palm. The not-too-distant Luo Feng was shocked as he watched the scene. While moving, his entire body is like water, wrapping about the finger. The moment he unleashes his strength, however, he actually uses the gorilla's strength against him and throws the entire beast. And like adding oil to the flames, breaking off the finger after. How wonderful and unbelievable at the same time. It looked simple. However, against a mountain-like palm, Luo Feng questioned himself whether he would dare invite the palm in to grab that one finger. He didn't have such ability. Mo Luo, Universe Level 9, Gold Armor. This was a Domain Lord Level 9 Metal Assisting Lifeform. Babata said, that beast has an energy level of Sector Lord Level 2. From his combat skills, his body moves as one, he can probably already unleash 100 times his normal force. The Undying Altar was a test of one's exertion, 100 was the limit. However, it's useless. The most terrifying thing about the beasts are that it won't die even from heavy injuries. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. Even if the beast was cut into pieces, it would still slowly regenerate. During the battle between Mo Luo and the gorilla, the beast was getting injured constantly, however it still maintained the upper hand. I'll help him out. Luo Feng smiled. So troublesome. Mo Luo stood on the gorilla's head and muttered, no matter how heavy the injury, it's still useless. Pa! The gorilla's palm waved past and Mo Luo flashed, running around its huge body. Suddenly, a silver-white pyramid appeared in the distance, a gleaming white light glowed at the top of the pyramid. Laser cannon? Mo Luo stared, so shocked he immediately did 3 flashes and dodged far away. Chi, dot. A light beam with a diameter of 200 flashed past the gorilla beast. Its huge body immediately lost half of it, leaving behind only its head and legs. The rest were completely melted. Half of the light beam too was lost after melting the entire beast. The remaining half landed on the wall behind, melting a portion of it. Automaton ship, E3 laser cannon. Whether it was the 9 E3 laser cannon or the 3-star annihilators on the ship, they all had huge barrels. Like the E3 laser cannons, the light beams it shot out could be controlled from 30 to 3000 Automaton ship? Mo Luo looked on in shock. The ship swiftly vanished and a black-horned youth walked over. Only his facial features had returned to its original appearance. Mo Luo. Luo Feng shouted. Luo Feng? Mo Luo looked in shock at Luo Feng. You've also come to Demon Note Mountain? You are here, why can't I come? Luo Feng smiled. Mo Luo was very shocked, since the qualification battles were upcoming. He had done his homework too on who would become his opponent. Naturally, he had taken notice of Luo Feng, because Luo Feng was simply too intrepid. Plus, even though he hadn't been in the virtual universe company for too long, and he had already defeated Sa Jin Fire Dragon, this level of improvement definitely had pressure on the others. Howl, the gorilla's head on the ground, actually still let out a low roar. Mo Luo looked at the head and his expression changed, shouting, Luo Feng, let's move quickly. Quick! So, Mo Luo swiftly fled. Luo Feng was suspicious, but he too became a beam of light and swiftly followed. Mo Luo was ahead and Luo Feng followed. The two of them continuously flew through 3 caves before stopping. Luo Feng. Mo Luo landed on the ice and smiled at Luo Feng. I've long heard of your reputation. However, I've never met you before. I didn't expect to be able to meet you here in Demon Note Mountain. Luo Feng nodded, after which he frowned. Right, Mo Luo, why were you rushing to flee earlier? Ah. He shook his head helplessly. It's like this, earlier not far from where I encountered the beast, there was a beast nest. For the past 2 days, I've been chased by the beasts and have been trying to escape. However, relying on myself, I couldn't even settle the beast earlier. Universe ship? The straight flight speed of the ships are fast, however through the winding caves, having to slow and speed up constantly. It cannot even compare to me relying on my metal life form. Luo Feng nodded. The universe ship's acceleration were generally slow and required time before reaching light speed. Of course his automaton ship was much better with quick acceleration, but it still paled in comparison to the Masha clansman's instantaneous acceleration. And my ship doesn't have that kind of firepower like yours. Mo Luo shook his head, hence, I've been in a deadlock. Beast nest? Luo Feng nodded. He had encountered once too. The beast nest was indeed terrifying. Anyway, I don't dare enter such a place again. He shook his head and looked curiously at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, how long have you been here? Have you met any dangers? Not even 4 months. He replied, not as long as you. Before he even entered, there were already 2 core members here. Obviously now he can confirm one of them was Mo Luo. Looks like you wished to stay all 3 years too. Mo Luo's eyes gleamed, exclaiming, this Demon Note Mountain is seriously dangerous, especially the demon notes. Luckily I've found a pattern. Otherwise I'd long become a zombie. Pattern? Luo Feng looked at him. To survive this long, you haven't discovered the pattern? Mo Luo asked. Luo Feng was stunned. Other than the terrifying swallowing strength of that one cave, the other demon notes were no threat to him, hence he never noticed a pattern. The first point, don't stay in a spot for too long. As time passes, the strongest demon note attacks will get even stronger. Mo Luo smiled, this much you should know already, even the aboriginals know this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 573, Roar in the Abyss. Chapter 573, Roar in the Abyss. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. This much I know. Luo Feng nodded. Who? Li? The piercing howls of the wind pierced straight into one's heart and soul. Luo Feng and Mo Luo, however, chatted as per normal. The second pattern is also the reason I've been able to survive till now. Mo Luo smiled. I've separated the demon notes mainly into student, star traveler, star, universe, domain lord and sector lord levels. Luo Feng, you should have realized the main demon notes in this demon note mountain is mainly around the star traveler to domain lord level. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, rarely would one encounter a sector lord demon note. The pattern I've discovered is where there's a star-level demon note. Then that area would also have a universe-level demon note. Where there's a Star Traveler level, then there would be a Domain Lord level demon note, but where there's a student level demon note, that would have a Sector Lord level demon note. Mo Luo's eyes gleamed, saying with full confidence, wherever the demon note is weakest, the higher the chances of there being an extremely strong demon note. Ah! Luo Feng was stunned. In his mind he swiftly recalled the many places he had been in the past 100 days. Because these past few days, only the demon notes in the ice forest were actually a threat to him. As for the other places, he hadn't really bothered. From student level to Sector Lord, these demon notes had no threat to him at all, hence he didn't bother to figure out the pattern. Now that he thought about it carefully, with his AI comparable memory and calculation speed, he swiftly recalled the places where he felt the demon notes. Right. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Indeed. There were some places where the demon note strength was simply just star and universe level. Some were at Star Traveler and Domain Lord level. Very few places had student and Sector Lord level. As time passed, the distribution of the demon notes would shift, forcing everybody to keep moving. However, these are all useless to me. Luo Feng thought within. The demon notes in this mountain, normally reaching the Sector Lord level, is already quite rare. Unless it's like that mysterious cave. Hence, other than those places, they have no threat against me. Luo Feng and Mo Luo, the two core members of the Virtual Universe Company, proceeded forward. Luo Feng, we'll split after this cave. Mo Luo said as he flew. There are trillions of caves in Demon Note Mountain, we'll pick different ones. If we stick together, one would have to yield to the other sooner or later. I believe you won't enjoy that either. Ha, alright, we'll split ahead. Luo Feng nodded. If he stuck with Mo Luo, he would have to be extra careful when using the Masha clansman. So, the two of them swiftly flew for a while, came out of the pathway. Luo Feng looked shocked. Ahead was a vast ice field, and on it were huge pits. Every one of them were different from another. The large ones were up to 100 kilometers in width, while the small ones were just a few kilometers. However, one couldn't even see the depths of these pits, only that they were endless. Luo Feng and Mo Luo landed. What is this place? Mo Luo carefully walked to the side of a pit. Not clear. Luo Feng walked to the side too. This pit, it may be called a pit, but in fact, they were like abysses, one couldn't see the depths at all. Luo Feng turned to see a vast field. In this vast ice field, the abyss could be seen everywhere, countless. Something's not right. Mo Luo frowned. Luo Feng nodded. The two absolute geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company carefully surveyed their surroundings, simultaneously feeling a strong demon note attack. Rumble. Mo Luo, who stood beside Luo Feng, without any warning kicked fiercely. This kick was like a volcano explosion. That golden boot smashed into a shocked and unprepared Luo Feng's waist. Infused with the strength of the Domain Lord Level 9 metal lifeform, this caused Luo Feng to be knocked like a bullet into the abyss. Luo Feng only felt an incredible force hit his entire body, and even though there was the defense of the cloud contact vine, Luo Feng still spit out fresh blood from his mouth. Chie! Fresh blood! Hua! 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 Thick red vines fiercely extended from his arms. The vines were thinner but quickly grew thick. They madly extended to catch Mo Luo. Rumble! The abyss began to produce an unbelievable swallowing energy, just like when Luo Feng encountered that cave back then. Besides the shocking swallowing energy, a noiseless demon note pierced into his mind. At this time, the cloud contact vine, knowing its master was in danger, couldn't care less about Mo Luo, who had flown far away. It quickly expanded to grab the sidewalls and ice. Yeah. Break. Luo Feng quickly recovered from the demon note attack. Compared to the last swallowing cave, this demon note was slightly weaker. Mo Luo. The corner of Luo Feng's eye split, and his eyes flushed red. He roared at Mo Luo, who had flown many km above the abyss. Why? Why did Mo Luo suddenly attack him? He had such respect for Mo Luo, and they were both virtual universe company members. Also, he had thought that this person had no ability to harm him. Indeed, in a true sneak attack, Luo Feng, who had his other bodies, couldn't lose, however, at this time. Luo Feng, this is Demon Note Mountain. Even if I kill you, it isn't a crime. Mo Luo coldly looked at Luo Feng below, as a sound rang in Luo Feng's ears. Simultaneously, an exquisite-looking gun appeared in Mo Luo's hands. Laser gun. Luo Feng's expression changed. To dare to take out a laser gun, he probably has a guarantee of killing him. Then, this should be an E-grade laser gun. C6 grade laser gun. Babata's voice resounded. Xie. Mo Luo, who was high in the air, shot a beam down into the abyss. This beam was over a 100 m away from Luo Feng. It pierced deep down. After which Mo Luo fled as fast as he could, swiftly disappearing in an instant. Suddenly kicking Luo Feng into the abyss, shooting a beam of laser deep into it and disappearing. Describing it slowly, this whole process actually took no more than 0.1 seconds. The preparation time of that C-grade laser was simply 0. Rumble. The terrifying swallowing energy worked on his body. Pa. 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 The vines, under the pressure of the energy, began to rip apart. Luo Feng, however, didn't have a thread of fear within. His eyes were only filled with rage and anger. That Mo Luo actually. Since he wants me dead, then I'll kill you myself. Looking up, such a proud absolute genius actually resorted to such a trick to kill him. Masha clansman. Change. Luo Feng instantly vanished and switched bodies. He became a shuttle that tried to fly out. Suddenly. Howl. A roar occurred from the abyss. Simultaneously, the space about the shuttle began to ripple and the terrifying swallowing energy worked on it. Its speed decreased. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Change. The shuttle became a thumb-sized awl, yet the energy still remained as strong as ever, pulling it down. Change. The awl then became a huge stone that filled up the entire pit. However, the energy was just as strong. It continued to fall lower, causing sparks as the stone dragged along the sides, large amounts of rubble falling. Change. Change. Luo Feng instantly tried many forms. However, no matter what he did, the force exerted on him was still the same. And as he fell, that terrifying howl from below made one's heart tremble. It's him, Mo Luo. As he fell, he remained calm. He recalled how Mo Luo had shot his laser into the abyss. Back then he was suspicious. Why would he use a C-grade laser to shoot in? It had no power whatsoever. Now, from the looks of it, Mo Luo's shot was probably to awaken the spirit of whatever was deep within the abyss. That spirit had a swallowing ability similar to that of the golden-horned beast. It now consciously worked on Luo Feng's body. No matter what form he took, the force was just as strong. And if it were simply just asleep or dormant, the casual amount of swallowing energy like how it was at the cave before, Luo Feng could have easily become smaller and escape. Mo Luo must have been clear on the situations here, hence he deliberately did that. Luo Feng raged within. Change. Luo Feng, who was constantly falling, did one final change into an ice bear. The ice bear fell down and entered the abyss. There must be way to survive, there must be. Ice bear Luo Feng instantly disappeared into the depths of the abyss. After a while, a silhouette flashed and stood at the side of the abyss, gazing down below. It was Mo Luo. Luo Feng. His lips curled into a smile, looking at the terrifying endless abyss. You sure are stupid. Since this is Demon Note Mountain, me killing you, it's no crime at all. With your talent, even if during this qualification battle you are no threat to me, however the next time, or in the future, you'll eventually threaten my position. It's better with less people who would threaten me. This path to the top, I will stop at nothing. Mo Luo said softly. From an orphan in a war-ridden world, to the terrifying death soldier training in factions, all these had changed his rules. So, he swiftly vanished and left the ancient abyss. Just like how it had been for 1 trillion years, no one knew that the absolute genius Luo Feng of the Virtual Universe Company had been swallowed in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 574, Abyss World. Chapter 574, Abyss World. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng was sucked into that abyss and was falling quickly. The air howled in his ears, as the ice bear Luo Feng watched the frozen walls beside him flash past him as he fell. He quickly pondered on what to do within. He's tried all methods to break free. No matter what he changed to, it didn't matter. And as Babata had told him before, Luo Feng, the swallowing energy is too strong. It's stronger than even what the automaton ship is able to unleash. Even if you used the ship, you wouldn't be able to escape. Ice Bear Luo Feng looked below at the dark abyss. All he could do now was prepare and gamble for a chance of survival. He descended non-stop. Quite a bit of time had passed, yet he was still descending. This made him shocked within. Just how deep is this abyss? It's much deeper than the pits in Blood River World, and was at least 100 kilometers deep. The winds howled madly in his ears as he continued to descend. He had no way to resist the swallowing energy, and he could only let himself drop. And as time passed, it made him think of other things. Many scenarios popped up in his mind. Mom, Dad, honey, ping ping, little hi, ahua. Luo Feng muttered within. He looked down at the bottomless abyss below, seeing nothing but black. Why am I thinking of my family at this time? Looks like even my subconscious is thinking I might really die here. Luo Feng was clear that ever since he was kicked into the abyss by Mo Luo, he understood that he was in big trouble. Especially when the Masha clansman was unable to break free of the swallowing energy when he fell in. This time's danger was much worse than that of Blood River World. Death Trap. Some death traps in the universe secret regions, Babata had told him earlier. He too was extremely clear. My chances of survival this time must be very low. The ice bear Luo Feng took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. Facing death itself, Luo Feng had no fear. Maybe since the day he chose to become a warrior. Or the time he chose to sacrifice his life together with the golden horned beast. Or the time he chose to leave the safety of Earth, or become an absolute warrior of the universe. He had long prepared for death. There are countless warriors risking it all in the universe. Yet, only 1 out of 1 trillion make it to undying. Luo Feng looked at the darkness below. Ever since I began this journey, I've long made preparations for my death. However, if there's any chance of survival, I will fight hard to make it. Mo Luo. Mo Luo's appearance flashed in his mind. Indeed, I didn't think of you as a threat, or as an enemy, because I respected you and didn't wish to be your enemy. Also, I thought that you wouldn't be so stupid as to make a move on me. Not only that, because of my self-confidence, I believed you weren't a threat to me. Luo Feng thought, however, I now understand. There is no way to find what's in a man's heart. I cannot easily trust others or be too self-confident, allowing myself to be arrogant. Yes. In Luo Feng's heart, Mo Luo's actions before were stupid. Maybe, relying on such methods, he thought he could get rid of Luo Feng, getting rid of one less genius that was a threat to him. This way, he would have more time to remain in the throne of the primal region. However, from Luo Feng's point of view, This was simply stupid, this was simply his own mental state wavering. Because he had trained his mind, Luo Feng was very clear. The truly strong had to have confidence in themselves. Only with that would they be able to stand at the pinnacle. If one didn't even trust themselves, by using such devious plans to blackmail or harm others, just how many could they get rid of? The path to becoming strong, the ones competing weren't simply Luo Feng and the newbies, there still were the other sector lord pinnacle geniuses, and the trillions of races in the universe. Countless geniuses, how many could he eradicate? One had to believe himself. Strengthen himself, that was the path of the strong. Getting rid of enemies, that was simply stupid, that was already a fault in his own thinking. The moment one wavers, then he was set to never become truly strong. Mo Luo, if I don't die from this, you'll regret this for the rest of your life. Luo Feng looked down below. So. The ice bear Luo Feng descended with shocking speed down the dark abyss. After quite a while. Luo Feng, there's a rock ice layer below. Babata's thought reached Luo Feng. Rumble. Ice bear Luo Feng was as fast as a shooting star. In less than 0.001 seconds he closed the distance of 20 kilometers. The two thick paws smashing into the ice layer caused it to shatter and split apart, the distant ice layers too shattered. Below the ice layer, the thick rocks however simply shook, without a trace of damage. Howl. Li. All sorts of ear-piercing howls resounded from all directions. After descending fast, he finally reached the bottom, and the seemingly silly ice bear sat on the broken ice layer and looked around. In all directions, as far as he could see, be it big or small, human-shaped or beast or plant forms etc., there were many beasts, he couldn't see the end of them. Countless beasts all on a winding ice mountain. The silly ice bear slowly stood up, seemingly stupid but filled with fear and shock. My God, there are so many beasts. I can't even see the end of them, this endless mountain range probably has over 10,000 beasts. Luo Feng was shocked within. He didn't expect that there would be a beast nest at the bottom of the abyss. Right, how was the swallowing energy produced earlier? Luo Feng. Be careful. 6.1 kilometers ahead there's a beast, its energy is comparable to an undying. Babata warned him in shock. Undying? Luo Feng was shocked. The silly bear looked around. Where is that beast? 6.1 kilometers distance. There's no beast in my 6.1 kilometers area, in the distance there's only a mountain, and on it are countless beasts. Ice bear Luo Feng communicated with Babata. Stupid. That ice mountain is a beast. Babata said. My God. Luo Feng was shocked. The silly bear maintained its silly composure, following the other beasts and casually walking along the ice layer. However, it clearly saw this continuous mountain range ahead. The ice mountain is a beast? This ice mountain, just from a glance, is at least 1,000 kilometers. Luo Feng muttered. Damn. In terms of size, this ice mountain was probably not smaller than Earth, however, it was actually a beast? The ice bear continued to walk in this vast abyss world, it was incredibly vast. The number of beasts probably ranged in the trillions. If the first nest he discovered earlier was a river, then this deep abyss world's beast nest was like a vast ocean. Beasts in the trillions. He frequently bumped into sector lord level beasts. Even occasionally bumping into huge beasts with energies comparable to undyings. These undying beasts were all extremely huge. The smallest was at least a few thousand km, the largest couldn't be seen end to end. Phew! From an ice tree that was a few hundred km thick with the diameter of the top being a few thousand km, suddenly countless branches shook, producing a terrifying swallowing energy, causing some of the holes above to madly swallow. After a while, a black-horned man fell through and immediately caused the large amount of beasts to howl, up to tens of thousands of beasts roared and rushed over, A piercing scream resounded as the man fought for a few seconds before being trampled and smashed into nothing. Howl! The beasts all roared excitedly, amongst them an ice bear roared too. My God! Ice bear Luo Feng glanced at the remains, shocked within. Luckily I became the ice bear and descended. If I came down in my human form and surrounded by so many beasts, how would I survive? Even sector lords that came here would die without a doubt. In the dark abyss world, Luo Feng roamed for over 3 days. He had discovered the trillions of beasts, and among them were many sector lords and huge undying level beasts, and there were over 20 of them. Luckily right now I'm a beast too. Ice bear Luo Feng shook his bottom. Amongst the countless beasts, he slowly roamed. He didn't dare do anything out of character, following the other beasts about, because he didn't know, in this abyss world, whether there were any other great beings under cover. Careful! I cannot be careless. I rather waste more time and slowly progress than make a wrong move. Luo Feng wandered about slowly within the abyss world. However, even slowly, he actually traveled over 100,000 kilometers in a day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed and Luo Feng had survived over 2 months in that abyss world. It's really boring here in this abyss world. Only beasts live here, and the more peculiar thing is, there aren't even any demon notes. Ice bear Luo Feng roamed helplessly. Demon Mountain was split into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain, and for this Demon Note Mountain to have such a vast area without any demon notes, that was indeed strange. What's that? Luo Feng gazed into the distance. There, a glow of gold light could be seen. As it was too far, he couldn't see it clearly. I'll head over. Luo Feng continued to move slowly forward. After a few thousand km, amongst the beasts, he looked up into the distance. There were many floating palaces. While he seemed stupid in appearance, Luo Feng was actually shocked within. Floating palaces? Palaces that emit gold light. Within this vast abyss world there's countless beasts, which makes sense. But now there are even floating palaces? Luo Feng looked on carefully, and with a glance there were about 32 floating palaces. Every one of them was about 10 kilometers in diameter, and every one of them glowed gold. Amongst them, about 23 of them were covered in white light, like a net, completely engulfing the 23 palaces. On. 1. Weak and little sounds emitted from the floating palaces ahead, without any attack prowess. This, however, made Luo Feng's soul feel extremely comfortable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 575, Undying. Chapter 575, Undying. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. 32 palaces were glowing gold, and were floating in the endless abyss world. Among these palaces, 23 of them were covered in white light barriers, but the rest of them did not have these barriers. Howl. Ayo! The beasts everywhere all looked up at the floating palaces, almost as though they were attracted by them. So. The many beasts all flew into the sky towards the palaces. Pang! 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 The beasts clashed into the white light that enveloped the palaces and fell straight down, smashing into the ice layer and splitting it apart. These beasts then stupidly stood back up, and a group of them actually jumped up again and flew towards the white light. Clash. Fall. Stand back up and jump again. Clash. Fall again. Some of the stupid beasts seemed to have only muscle in their brain. Only after consecutively failing many times did they finally give up. Ice bear Luo Feng too looked up at the 32 palaces. 32 palaces, 23 of them have white light. Luo Feng looked up. The beasts were attracted toward these 23 lit palaces, like moths to a flame. As for the other 9 that didn't have a protective layer over them, the beasts that flew towards them easily passed right through. I'll give it a shot. Luo Feng prepared his fat and bulky ice bear body and jumped. So, one could only see the gold light within the palaces covered in white light, one could barely see anything else within. Pang! The ice bear clashed into the light and fell, landing with a crash into the ice layer, before slowly climbing back up. The strength of the barrier is shocking, my clash didn't even affect it at all. He was shocked within, even when the Sector Lord level beasts crashed into it, it didn't even affect it. So, Luo Feng once again jumped up, his one jump was a few hundred km high. This time, however, he headed towards one of the 9 palaces that wasn't enveloped in white light. Resplendent gold light. Who? Ice Bear Luo Feng headed straight into that majestic floating palace. The entire palace was built simply. At the center was the majestic palace, and around it was a rock plaza, where beasts were casually lumbering about, some even standing within the plaza. As the ice bear Luo Feng landed in the plaza, he immediately felt the temperature change. The temperature is changing? The temperature here is definitely not as cold as before. Simultaneously he observed the construct of the floating palace, which was separated into the palace and the plaza. And both of them were built with the black stones. There wasn't a hint of ice within. The surface of the black stones even had strange engravings within them. These engravings were all in gold. Countless gold engravings were imprinted within the walls of the palace and the plaza. The glaring gold light shot out from these engravings. What mysterious law engravings! Luo Feng looked at them and felt a sense of wonder. Babata, record them. Understood. At this time, all the walls of the palace and the plaza suddenly shot out a dreamy light. Countless amounts of light passed Luo Feng and swiftly gathered within the palace, forming an incomparably mysterious engraving picture. After it had completed, it became a layer of white light. This white light enveloped the entire palace. What? Luo Feng was shocked as he turned to look. Pang! Pang! He saw a few beasts jump at the light from outside and crashed into it before falling. Before, there were only 23 of the 32 palaces that were covered in light. All of a sudden, this palace has been covered too? Ice Bear Luo Feng looked about. The beasts in the plaza were either still roaming about, sleeping, or just messing around. They didn't seem to even notice the suddenly light. Ice Bear Luo Feng carefully headed towards the light and reached the side of the plaza, extending his claw in. Chie! His claw passed right through without any resistance. Luo Feng relaxed within. It stops outsiders from getting in, but there is no resistance from within. I seem to be able to leave without any resistance. Luo Feng kept his claw and turned to look at the huge palace. The plaza was about 10 kilometers in length and width. The palace was about a quarter of the plaza. Howl! A translucent flying beast with 8 wings was casually flying towards the entrance of the palace. This beast was about Domain Lord level 8 in strength, formed completely from ice. It looked beautiful under the gold light. As it reached close to the entrance, a black shadow flashed. Boom! Something smashed onto the beast's body. This over 100 m long beast was knocked so hard it immediately exploded. Countless ice shards scattered all over, while some bits passed the light barrier before flying back out. Luo Feng was shocked as he held his breath and watched. There at the entrance stood a gorilla beast that seemed to be formed from the black stone. He wielded a similar black long rod. On it were mystical gold engravings. The gorilla wielded his rod and glanced outside, his gaze sweeping past the beasts before he turned and returned into the palace. Stone life form? Luo Feng was shocked. There were many life forms in the universe. Metal, plant, flesh and blood, energy. What was life? Anything with intellect was considered life. And these beasts, the special beings produced in Demon Mountain's environment, couldn't even be considered life forms. Because they had no ability to think at all. There are stone life forms in the palace. However, From the information the virtual universe company provided, they said there were only beasts here. That stone gorilla beast, however, that gaze, it's definitely a proof of intelligence? Luo Feng was shocked. One could easily tell intelligence from a simple gaze. Luo Feng observed patiently within the plaza, not daring to barge in. Within 3 days' time, he had seen 18 beasts attempt to enter. However, at the entrance, that stone gorilla would knock and break them apart. I have a feeling there should be a big secret within the palace. Luo Feng thought. The gold light, The mystical gold engravings he didn't understand. The mysterious stone gorilla guarding the door. And this palace that floated within a nest of countless beasts. Everything all hinted at the palace having a huge secret. Any fool would be able to deduce at least that much. However, how do I enter? Luo Feng looked at the entrance. If I just go, what happens if I get killed just like that? Rumble. The entire abyss world shook violently. A terrifying ripple spread in all directions, hitting the white light that covered the palace Luo Feng was in. What's going on? Luo Feng turned to look outside. Howl. Howl. Ga. Tens of thousands of beasts roared. The powerful explosion caused an entire uproar. Ha, you low-level beings dare mess with me? A voice like a god resounded throughout the space. Senior, even though these undying beasts aren't much threat, if they stick together it's too troublesome. Let's hurry and enter the inheritance palace. Another explosion, another booming voice. All right. Out of the 32 inheritance palaces, only 8 are empty, the rest all have people in them? That's strange, the Great Union's information stated that 9 were empty. Doesn't matter, anyway there's just 2 of us. Whether it's 8 or 9, we are okay. The 2 voices resounded from 2 different places. As the land and skies boomed, the countless beasts roared and howled. The 2 powerful silhouettes rushed towards 2 palaces without white lights from 2 different places. Ice Bear Luo Feng stayed in the plaza. The howls and roars from outside slowly grew weaker, quickly silencing completely. Everything returned to its original calm state. However, Luo Feng was uneasy within. There's actually people. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. Inheritance palace? 8? 9? The 2 voices earlier should be 2 absolute warriors. At least undyings. Great Union? What organization is that? Luo Feng was shocked. The information the Great Union gave was that there were 9 empty? When I came earlier, there were indeed 9 of the 32 that weren't enveloped in white light. Don't tell me, the moment someone enters, the palace will immediately raise a white light? Indeed. Just as he had flown into the plaza earlier, only then did the white light envelope the palace. Is the palace able to recognize the difference between me and the other beasts? Luo Feng looked shocked at the palace ahead. Even undyings and even more powerful beings. If they didn't directly scan Luo Feng, they were unable to tell the difference of a Masha clansman's transformation. However, this peculiar inheritance palace was able to detect the difference and raise the barrier. Luo Feng calmly stood in the plaza. Obviously. He had arrived at the mysterious core of Demon Mountain, Inheritance Palace. And this place, accurately speaking, had 32 inheritance palaces. Then, at this time, including himself, there should be 26 with people in them. Looks like this inheritance palace hasn't been a secret amongst the upper echelons of the universe. They actually send undyings here to accept the inheritance. Luo Feng thought, however, to accept it, it seems like not anyone can simply enter. After all, even my teacher Hu Yenbo hadn't heard of its existence. Indeed. These sort of universe secret areas, to just come across once, undyings had to pay a hefty price, much more than even Primal Chaos City. I must be lucky to have been able to get here. Luo Feng looked at the palace before him. How do I enter? Luo Feng pondered for a while before swiftly making a decision. Who? A human Luo Feng appeared before the ice bear. My Masha clansman will carry the core and remain outside while my earth body will enter. His eyes gleamed. In a flash he rushed towards the entrance. Howl. When the beasts in the plaza saw the human Luo Feng, they immediately roared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 576, Forbidden Inheritance. Chapter 576, Forbidden Inheritance. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The beasts had extremely low intelligence, something that only the special environment of Demon Mountain could create. They only existed to kill the intruders. Hence, when they saw a human suddenly appear in the plaza, they naturally went into a frenzy. Howl. On. The beasts became blurred images and rushed towards Luo Feng, wanting to tear him to shreds. And the human Luo Feng that appeared beside the ice bear had rushed straight towards the entrance the moment he appeared. His domain lord level 9 cloud contact vine covered foot stomped the ground, and with a bang, the ground around the plaza shook, and he became a shooting star that rushed towards the entrance. So, as he rushed, a large group of angry beasts howled and chased behind him. Rumble. The black long rod suddenly appeared, just that one. At the entrance, the tall and sturdy stone gorilla wielded the thick black long rod like a baseball player. He created whirlwinds as he waved it. Pang! 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 Powerful ice beasts were immediately shattered, as large amounts of ice shards scattered far into the distance and knocked right out of the white light. Howl. A.O. Dot. The beasts all stared fiercely at Luo Feng, madly rushing towards him. However, the stone gorilla stood at the entrance, his aura strong and firm. No matter how many came, it didn't matter. These beasts are really stupid. Standing there and gazing at the large amounts of beasts rushing over, Luo Feng exclaimed. The moment they saw me, they all madly rushed over. Even after knowing there's no hope, they still try. Luckily, the light protects the palace, making the trillions of beasts outside unable to enter. At that time, the plaza was left with nothing but broken ice shards, with only one beast remaining, the ice bear. All the other beasts were smashed by the stone gorilla after they madly rushed the entrance. The palace was tall and majestic, almost like a mountain. Luo Feng seemed small within. This is the inheritance palace. Where do I accept it? Luo Feng was dressed in the silver armor outside and cloud contact vine armor within. He carefully treaded within and examined the huge palace. There was a large amount of black fog. In the distance, the black stones occasionally condensed and then melted and dissipated. The stone gorilla looked at Luo Feng, hugging his black long rod, and stopped moving in his corner. How strange. Luo Feng looked at the scenery filled with black fog. Babada, have you discovered the mystery of this place? Unable to detect. My scanning signal has been completely jammed. Babada said. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Babada's scanning device was extremely expensive, even though its area was small, at only 20 kilometers. It was something Hu Yenbo had used in dangerous secret regions. It was usable in many secret regions. However, within this inheritance palace, the signal was jammed. Rumble. A booming sound could be heard. Within the palace, rumbling occurred within the black fog area, after which a mysterious sound could be heard, Ong, Chang, Wu. The combination of the sounds formed a very mysterious noise, making Luo Feng feel incredibly comfortable. This is it. Luo Feng thought. Back when he saw the 32 palaces, he heard this sound. The sound reverberated throughout. The palace changed greatly. A broken piece of black stone suddenly floated before him with peculiar words. The strokes were similar to the engravings earlier. Luo Feng didn't recognize the words at all. This. He was shocked as he looked at the mysterious words on the stone. I've never even seen these words before, yet I can clearly understand what they mean. It's unbelievable. The words continued to appear and disappear. After a while, Luo Feng finally understood all of what it said. Demon Note General? Inheritance? 157,672? His eyes were filled with shock. The mysterious words that appeared on the stone, in summary, said this. Since the birth of this demon note inheritance forbidden land, you are the 157,672nd who has come to receive this, those that have the right to receive the demon note inheritance. Any life form with a soul can receive it. However, since the birth of this place, none have ever completely received the full inheritance, receiving the title of Demon Note General. Demon Note General, be it flesh and blood life form, energy, metal, etc., the main thing is that life must have a soul. Anyone can become a valuable Demon Note General. Demon Note General, unique and unmatched. Since the birth of the universe, it's been set that there would only be one. When the time actually comes that one is able to completely receive the full inheritance, becoming a Demon Note General, this entire forbidden land will crumble. Puny life form. Work hard. Work hard to become a Demon Note General, follow the inheritance steps on the side, slowly climb the path to becoming an absolute warrior in the universe. In the palace. The black mist rumbled about, that mystical sound reverberated throughout the huge palace. Simultaneously, the changes that kept occurring within the palace produced a 3-li-wide black stone staircase at the end of the black mist. Every flight had peculiar engravings, glowing gold. Human Luo Feng stood before the stairs and was silent for a while. Demon Note Official. Any life form, as long as he has a soul, has the right to become a Demon Note Official? Luo Feng looked at the mysterious stairs that formed from the parted black mist, feeling all within. The universe was mysterious. This, Luo Feng had known before. The human race had a total of 1,008 universe countries, every one of them incredibly vast. The leaders of these countries were invincible and eternal beings, and there were even more powerful beings that created the virtual universe. However, humanity was but one of the trillions of races in the universe. However, it was one of the top. There were a few pinnacle races, and also some that may not be considered pinnacle, but were in fact very strong, like the Masha clan. In terms of clan strength, it was probably in the top 10,000. Like the golden horned beast, in terms of strength it ranked one of the top. However, their numbers were simply too little, but that didn't mean they were weak. Trillions of races. Endless universe. Countless secret areas. Demon Note Inheritance? Who left it? Luo Feng looked about, seeing the words of that displayed earlier. The touch of humans here is very obvious. Obviously it was left behind by some great being. From what I know, Demon Mountain had been here long before the Virtual Universe Company had taken control of the Absolute Beginning region. Demon Mountain's history was extremely ancient, just like Blood River World. The universe's secret regions were very mysterious. Some were naturally formed environments, however Absolute Beginnings would leave behind their palaces and training grounds, etc. These beings may have controlled parts of the entire secret region even before the virtual universe had taken over. Only against the might of the virtual universe, they chose to back off. Any resistance would be crushed by the huge power of the virtual universe. However, the absolute beings of the universe, even though they back off before the virtual universe company, it didn't mean they were weak. From what I heard from the two Undyings earlier, the virtual universe would arrange for large amounts of Undyings to be stationed in Demon Mountain. Many thoughts ran in his mind. Even Babata didn't even know anything about the mysteries of Demon Mountain. Obviously, this secret belongs only to the upper echelon of the universe, even more mysterious than Primal Chaos City. Demon Note General? This inheritance forbidden land, the moment one life form completes the inheritance, the entire space would crumble? Demon Note General, there's only one in the universe? Luo Feng nodded. From what it sounded like, there would only be one in the entire universe. he would indeed be an absolute warrior in the universe. There's actually been hundreds of thousands who've come before, yet no one has actually completed. Luo Feng shook his head, not thinking anymore. So, with a step, he reached the mysterious staircase. When his boot landed on the first flight, immediately the surrounding scenery grew hazy. Luo Feng couldn't see the scenery around him anymore, only the never-ending staircase ahead. Simultaneously, mysterious information began to permeate his mind. Accept the inheritance. Train in the inheritance. Every level will bring new information. When you reach the end of the stairs, you'll become a great being of the universe, Demon Note General. The voice rumbled in his mind, the mysterious training methods continuously flooded in. In an instant, Luo Feng was subdued by the techniques. This was a soul technique. One needed a soul to train in terms of its wonders, compared to the soul imprint his teacher Hu Yenbo had left behind for him, it was many times clearer. The two couldn't even be compared. I feel that this nameless inheritance technique is comparable to the 9-universe tablet. The tablet entices people to study it, and this is a completely detailed technique. Just this one technique alone is priceless. Luo Feng was excited. His eyes gleamed strongly. In his mind he had the golden horned beast's inherited memories, and he had seen the treasure trove of the virtual universe company, countless techniques from everywhere. And because his perspectives were wide, he could instantly deduce. This mysterious technique definitely belonged to the highest of inheritance, an inheritance along with the universe laws and paths itself. In an instant, he was completely immersed in the training of the technique. It wasn't just his earth body, the golden horned beast in the internal world too began to train simultaneously. Only the Masha clan remained helpless and silly, because this belonged to a kind of soul special technique, and the Masha clansman was unable to train it. Just who left behind this technique, such a terrifying technique? If I can make progress in it, becoming an eternal and invincible being in the universe definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration. Luo Feng didn't think much more about it, he suppressed his mad glee and completely immersed himself in the training. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 577, Execution. Chapter 577, Execution. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Virtual universe, especially open space. Howl. Completely green dragons snake through the space, ang. The beautiful 7-colored wings could be seen everywhere. Within this huge space, with a glance, one could spot tens of millions of different types of mystical beasts, some beautiful, some violent. Tens of millions of beasts flew about. A completely red majestic group of palaces floated in mid-air, within one of them. Pa! A tall and sturdy man with a single silver horn covered in purple armor fiercely slammed the wine glass in his hand. The translucent glass flew hard onto the floor and burst apart. The man's expression was struggled, his eyes like two eternal burning stars. He raged and roared, "How do they think that I'm a pushover? I've waited so long for the Demon Note Mountain inheritance, for my student Mist Emperor to get a chance, and you are telling me it's gone?" Night. An old white-haired man bowed and said, "It's not that it's gone, but he'll have to wait for the next batch." That next batch? Bullshit. The silver-horned man roared, "Each batch of the Demon Note Mountain inheritance is 10,081 eras apart. And every batch has at most 32 people. I spent so much treasure and invested so much. Finally I got picked and acquired a slot. But you are telling me, there's an anonymous unknown life form that took one of the 32 palaces, and you lack one slot. How is it my business there's one lacking? Why take away my student's chance? Why not take away others?" The silver-horned man was incomparably angry. Night. The white-haired old man bowed. When the ballot was cast, Mist Emperor was the 32nd, right at the back, hence the people above decided. "Get out, get out." The silver-horned man violently waved. The white-haired old man bowed, not daring to speak anymore. He turned and left immediately. The silver-horned man's expression was struggled. For a knight like him, one of the great eternal beings of humanity, there was hardly anything that made him feel cheated, but this time. The great union, those bunch of punks, they took my gifts and favors, and now they all act all righteous, taking away my student's opportunity. The man was filled with hatred, however he was clear that since they made the decision, there was no use in him raging. Just who is it? Who took my student's slot? The man raged. Demon note inheritance. It was tens of millions of times more valuable than the chance to study in the Primal Chaos City, because the Primal Chaos tablets were after all for people to study and comprehend the laws. The demon note inheritance, however, was a solid, incredibly detailed training method. As long as one followed the training, his powers would grow by leaps and bounds. Wait till the next batch? 10,081 eras later? The silver-horned man got angrier the more he thought about it. His disciple Mist Emperor was an emperor undying. To become a knight was extremely difficult. However, through the demon note inheritance, on a certain level of degree, it would greatly increase his chances of becoming a knight. Right now he didn't know who took his student's chance, making him wait over 100 million years. The pinnacle beings in their matters, Luo Feng definitely didn't know. He only knew he had to grab his opportunities and go train. Within the Inheritance Palace, Inheritance Staircase. Luo Feng had been standing on the first level for a day already. He closed his eyes and stood on the black stone stairs, in his mind his spirit energy constantly training the inheritance technique. This nameless powerful technique shall be temporarily called the Supreme Demon Note Manual. This Supreme Demon Note Manual, according to the information that Luo Feng received from the first flight, was mainly split into two parts. One was basics. Two was the Demon Note technique. Of which the basics portion's 99% was mostly making a solid foundation. Once that was done, the Demon Note technique would be easy to train. The basics here referred to spirit energy amplitude. For example, when Luo Feng controlled one flying blade, his strength in attacking with that blade could reach a certain number. And his limit was simultaneously controlling 78 blades, all 78 of them reaching max power. This made his amplitude 78. Back when Luo Feng was on Earth and he was still weak, he could simultaneously control about 10 or so blades at max power. Soul had the spirit energy amplitude. Body had the strength amplitude. The Undying Altar measured the strength amplitude. Normal strength amplitudes could reach 100. That would be perfectly controlling one's every bit of energy. When one reaches 100 in that aspect, that would be the normal limit. Same theory. The spirit energy amplitude, to be able to control 100 flying blades with every one of them reaching max power, that was the normal limit too. However, these are under normal circumstances. Like the golden horned beast and it using its body to attack, its normal strength amplitude could also reach 80 to 90. However, the moment it unleashes its ability strengthen, immediately it would jump several times, making the amplitude go over a 100. Like deities of the world, the body's strength would rise a few times too, reaching a few hundred. And the golden horned beast's right claw, the moment it triggered the blood river energy, its power would greatly increase. The body's strength could be risen multiple times. In theory, 100 was the limit, however that was the normal limit. Through special techniques, treasures, all these could raise that limit. And these additions were incredibly valuable in the universe. Natural ability strengthen affected the body and soul, basically everything. The golden horned beast's soul amplitude was currently 78, however once it used its natural ability, its power would rise a few times over, And this Supreme Demon Note Manual was something like deities of the world from its memories, and even more powerful. Once one had great progress in deities of the world, it would raise one's powers by 27 times. However, Supreme Demon Note Manual was much stronger. This was an extreme inheritance that aimed at breaking all limits. What a mysterious anomaly! Even stronger than deities of the world, this is heavenly. Luo Feng opened his eyes and looked at the many levels of steps ahead of him. With a glance, they reached into space itself, he took a deep breath. With a step, he flew to the second flight. When he landed on the second flight, incredibly detailed technique immediately poured into his mind. Continue training. Day after day. Level after level. In this inheritance staircase that stretched to space, Luo Feng progressed. Actually, when he first began the process, he received information that once it started, it couldn't be stopped. He had to continuously proceed forward. The training itself was actually a torture of one's willpower and consciousness. The moment one was unable to withstand it, then, the inheritance would automatically end. In the vast universe, over 1 trillion years, hundreds of thousands of different life forms had all come to receive the inheritance. However, not a single one of them could finish the entire process. Who knows how long this thing will take? Opportunities like these don't come easy, I cannot miss it. Luo Feng was almost like a starving beggar eating a meal in a long time, madly immersed in his training. The more he trained, the more he felt his consciousness amplitude rise, quickly exceeding 100. This normal limit continued to rise further. It was heavenly. The more he trained, the more he understood that if this technique were to be exchanged for in the treasure trove of the virtual universe, it would be an exorbitant price. The treasure trove may not even have such a technique within. I only have this one chance to train. I'll train as much as I can, maybe I'll make great progress. No matter, if I don't give it a shot, how will I forgive myself? When Luo Feng was within the core of Demon Note Mountain receiving the inheritance, the assassins sent by official Paiyu from the 1000 Star Sect were troubled. 6 months later. Virtual universe, on an island specially for the 9 Star Warriors to stay. On that island, a group of palaces took up an extremely large space. It was the reputable headquarters of the 1000 Star Sect in the virtual universe. In a particular palace, God, 2 sector lords and 2 domain lords bowed respectfully. The shockingly beautiful Paiyu's long hair flowed, an absolute beauty. She sat in the throne, leaning on the back and looking below. You 4 haven't discovered the target? Yes, God. The 4 were nervous. The 4 were from the initial 6 sent, the other 2 had already died within Demon Note Mountain, but useless things. The absolute beauty snorted coldly, I'll give you another half a year of time. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yes. The 4 had cold sweat beating from their foreheads. Time passed and in an instant, they had already spent a year within Demon Note Mountain, and in that year, another domain lord of the group died. Because he was hit by demon notes, he unconsciously became a zombie. The final 3 survivors all left Demon Note Mountain. Congratulations, you 3 have survived for a year within Demon Note Mountain. You have the right to enter our virtual universe company. The troops stationed at Demon Note Mountain from the virtual universe company, the lowest status of the group, swiftly went to receive the 3 survivors. Bai Yan and the other 1000 Star Sect warriors glanced at each other, helpless. They came to Demon Note Mountain only on Paiyu's orders. In truth, the 3 of them had no wishes to join the virtual universe company and become a lackey for others. Bring the 3 of them here. A voice resounded in that staff's ears. Yes, official Paiyu. The staff immediately brought Bai Yan and the others to her shrine. Deep in the shrine, in a hall, Paiyu lay in the throne, her jade green tail meandered about in the throne, her eyes gazing down below at the shifty trio. God. The 3 knelt down. Paiyu waved her hand and immediately forced the space ring off the domain lord's fingers, forcefully breaking the soul imprint and retrieving the E9 grade laser gun. God, the target is only a universe level 9, and we haven't discovered him in a year, and he hasn't come out. It's very likely he was killed by others within. Or he was hit by the demon note and turned into a zombie. The strongest of the lot, Sector Lord Level 9 Bai Yan spoke. Let's hope so. Paiyu nodded, her gaze sweeping past the 3. Their eyes immediately became rigid. After which, putong, 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 they fell on the floor, dead. However, you all know too much, you have to die. Paiyu said coldly, sending people to kill an important genius of the virtual universe company. The moment she was discovered, she, an official level undying, even if she wasn't killed, she would be locked in the space hell. A year. That punk should be 80 to 90% dead. Paiyu muttered softly, after which she smiled charmingly. The space around seemed to burst in colors suddenly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 578, Beginner. Chapter 578, Beginner. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Paiyu was lazing about entirely on the throne, her white jade-like fingers gently tapping on the armrest, her gaze fixed on the three bodies below her. The space slightly warped and a space ripple with the power of origin laws of an undying covered the three bodies. With several cracks, they immediately became dust. That punk, he should be dead, however, he's only the interest. Paiyu muttered softly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside. Teacher! Teacher! Worried shouts came from outside the palace. Come in. Paiyu gently frowned, speaking. The one leading that rushed in was one dressed in purple decorative armor, a handsome youth. His eyes were sunken in, pupils green, on his forehead there was an engraving. This handsome youth's expression was filled with pain and rage. He rushed in and knelt hard on the floor, shouting, Teacher, please save my hometown, Emocha planet. What's going on? Paiyu frowned. Your hometown Emocha planet is a powerful planet with quite a few undyings. Why do you need me to save it? Teacher, some of my clansmen unintentionally offended Mist Emperor's people, who'd expect the powerful Mist Emperor to come out personally and use his space techniques to place my entire planet, the entire planet, forced into his god country. The handsome youth was about to cry. Planet, the entire planet was forced into the god country? Even Paiyu was shocked. God country. That was the sole location of an undying. Sector lords had their internal world, undyings had their god countries. The moment their internal worlds collapsed, the sector lord would definitely die. The moment the god country collapsed, the weaker undyings would die. And some with techniques and treasures may survive, however their powers would be greatly reduced. To a point where they'd have no future. It could be said that the god country was half of the undying's life. The god country had many uses. The reason the undyings were powerful was because the god countries were powerful. In there, the undying's power would greatly rise. Even though one could force an enemy into his god country, having his power rise much greater, it also however gives the enemy the chance to attack his god country. Hence, unless one had 100% guarantee, or was forced into a corner, very few would actually force an enemy into his god country. To force an entire planet in? Your planet, in Mist Emperor's god country, will have a very tragic end. Paiyu sat high in the throne looking down on her disciple. If it were simply destroying, he could easily use one punch to destroy it. However, he actually took the effort to place your planet into his god country. Unless he tortures it enough, he won't be satisfied. Just what did your clansmen do to offend him? Paiyu frowned. A small matter. The handsome youth knelt there and shouted tragically, there's always been some friction before, however the underlings of Mist Emperor would usually handle these small things. Who'd expect him to personally make a move, forcing the entire planet into the god country? Teacher, please save my planet. The handsome youth shouted. I cannot do anything. Paiyu shook her head. Teacher. The handsome youth's eyes were filled with tears. Paiyu looked at her disciple kneeling below, saying softly, I'll try. After which she closed her eyes, sending a thread of her consciousness into the virtual universe network. She looked for a good friend to speak to Mist Emperor. After a while. Leave. Paiyu opened her eyes and said. Teacher? The handsome youth looked up at Paiyu in the throne, his expression filled with hope. It's your clansmen's fault they offended Mist Emperor when he's in the worst mood. Paiyu frowned and ordered, no one can save them. The handsome youth gripped his fist. Leave. Pu ordered coldly. Yes. The handsome youth didn't dare speak another word. He feared offending this cold teacher of his, thus he left respectfully. Only Pu was left in the huge palace. She frowned, muttering to herself, no wonder he's so angry. His powerful teacher actually got a slot in the Demon Note Mountain inheritance for him, and someone else actually took it. This wait will be another 10,081 eras before he gets another chance. If it were me, I'd be angry too. Only thing is, just who was it that took his slot? Within the God Country. An endless ocean, within were fragments of ice. There floated dark green majestic palaces. In the center of them was a 1,000,000 km tall dark green statue, Mist Emperor's statue. In the ocean over 100 million km away from the palaces was a planet with a diameter of over 30,000 kilometers floating. From it flew out many silhouettes that knelt in mid-air, constantly begging. Mist Emperor! Spare us! Mist Emperor! Spare our Mo-Cha planet! Mist Emperor! We have wronged! We have wronged! A few Undyings and Sector Lords were kneeling in mid-air, their voices booming all about. At this time, within their home, Mo-Cha planet, there would occasionally be lightning flashes or flames about, sometimes snow and blizzards or even hail that dropped like countless blades shooting down. It was simply a nightmare. Mist Emperor! With dark green floating long hair, a square face, his eyes even madder than a space beast, he wore an exquisite long robe and stood in mid-air, coldly looking at the torture he was dishing out to Mo-Cha planet. Spare you? Wronged? He laughed suddenly. It's too late. Too late. Too late. Too late. Too late. His voice echoed constantly through the ears of the Mo-Cha warriors. The Undyings and Sector Lords were all in extreme pain, regret and hatred. However, they couldn't do anything. Mist Emperor, as an Emperor-level Undying, was too powerful. The power his God Country held was even more shocking. Just the God Country pressure alone made the Undyings unable to resist. 10,081 eras, over 100 million years. From my birth till now, this entire long period has only been 12,000 eras. To make me wait so long. The more he thought about it, the more he raged. He gripped his fists even tighter, causing the space to tremble so hard it felt like it was about to split apart. Just who was the bastard that took my slot? Who? Mist Emperor raged within, and that planet floating in mid-air had an even more tragic fate ahead. In the vast universe, within the virtual universe company-controlled absolute beginning region, Demon Mountain. Within one of the 32 inheritance palaces of Demon Note Mountain. Luo Feng was focused on receiving the inheritance. How would he know he'd taken Mist Emperor's slot? Even to the Emperor-level Undyings, 10,081 eras was a very long period of time. He had only lived for a total of 12,000 eras. It was akin to a 30-year-old preparing to get married. However, God ordered, don't rush, wait another 30 years, marry when you are 60. Who wouldn't be anxious? Who wouldn't be angry? Within the inheritance palace. Black mist engulfed the area, the many layers of stairs extended upwards. In theory, a space like this with only a few tens of km in length and width wasn't shocking. However, the distance Luo Feng saw far exceeded over 1,000 kilometers. This effect of having a world within a grain of sand didn't really shock Luo Feng. After all, something a Sector Lord was capable of, it wasn't strange the absolute being that left behind the inheritance palace couldn't do. Finished another part. Luo Feng opened his eyes, face filled with glee. He became a beam of light and headed to a higher level. Pa! The moment he stepped on the flight of stairs, the deeper training methods once again poured in. Simultaneously a voice resounded within the space. Luo Feng turned to look. Mysterious words appeared in the space beside, similar to the style of words on the stone tablet before. Even though Luo Feng didn't recognize them, he instantly understood their meaning. Beginner? He was shocked. The summary of the words were: life form that have chosen to receive the inheritance, you've already received 1/10 of the first part of the Demon Note inheritance. The Demon Note general inheritance has a total of 3 parts. to be able to completely finish the first part will earn you the beginner title and receive the beginner reward. The end of the first part is in that distant temple, the beginner reward is right there. Work hard. Rumble. The stairs in which he stood on extended far away, and at this time it was still endless, level after level, finally. Far, far away, at the end of it, in that distant space, there was a temple of which was hard to see clearly with the naked eye. The end of the first part? Beginner reward? Luo Feng looked at the distant temple, thinking, I've only been receiving the inheritance for about a year, about 300 levels of it. And I've only completed 1/10 of the first part. Then this first part, wouldn't it have over 3,000 levels? The first part had over 3,000 levels. A total of 3 parts. If the 2 later parts were the same, there would be over 10k levels. To finish all the stairs and finish the inheritance, how long would that take? Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Saying is one thing. However, in truth, over 1 trillion years since Demon Mountain existed, with hundreds of thousands receiving the inheritance, yet none had ever fully completed it. Thinking so much is useless, I'll first complete the first part and become a beginner, then I'll receive the reward in that temple. Luo Feng was anticipating, this inheritance palace sure is something, the prize definitely wouldn't be bad. Who knows what it is, treasure? Weapon? Armor? He didn't think anymore, continuing to immerse himself in training. 1 year's worth of work, even just a part of the inheritance alone made him feel that his power had risen greatly already. This inheritance was indeed a heavenly technique. If Luo Feng were to give it a price, it would truly be a priceless treasure. More than even the entire time-space scribbles. I really have to thank Mo Luo for that kick. Luo Feng exclaimed within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 579, Panic. Chapter 579, Panic. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. When he had first entered the inheritance palace, the Masha clansman had entered his internal world. The core resided within his earth body. Within Luo Feng's internal core. His soul, which had already condensed into a crystal ball, was engulfed in mist. Floating about this was Luo Feng's spirit energy, countless amounts of energy condensed into engravings, large amount of them were permeating the crystal ball. Almost like venom infecting it, causing the ball to have slight changes as it absorbed the engravings. Even though the changes were little, it was constant and kept changing. Not even for a moment. Luo Feng's earth body and golden horned beast controlled the spirit energy to train their souls. It takes time to be tempered into steel. A piece of metal requires being broken down time and again and molded over and over to become steel. At this time, Luo Feng's soul was going through this process. In training the Supreme Demon Node technique, his soul was constantly changing and evolving, almost like a piece of metal being molded into steel. Such was the process his soul was undergoing. Similar to deities of the world, that too was a change in the body too. Unleashing it would shrink the body, causing the muscle and bone density, scales etc. to raise at an extreme rate. 99% of the basics of the Supreme Demon Node technique was on changing the soul. Unleashing this would make one's soul control amplitude rise greatly, but a normal sector lord's soul, using maximum power on assassination weapons, normally would able to control up to 100 of them. A normal sector lord's body amplitude was at most 100 times. When Luo Feng stood on the 100th level of stairs, his spirit energy amplitude had already reached 100. This, under the normal circumstances, would be a sector lord's perfection. And now that he was over the 360th level, his spirit energy amplitude had already reached over 360. What did this mean? When he first arrived here, his amplitude was only 70 to 80, right now it was over 360. It had jumped 5 times. A simply comparison, when he first began he only had 1 gun. Now he had 5. His spirit energy usage speed was 5 times from before, It's akin to 5 against 1. Luo Feng looked at the stairs that extended forever. Looking at the distant space and the shrine at the end of it, he couldn't help but get excited. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain public region, within a quiet loft of a hotel. A golden-armored Truyen Emperor lay on the sofa, his eyelids drooping. He gave off a powerful angry energy, filling up the entire room. Even the staff were all scared as they stood in the corner not daring to make a sound. They cleared their throats and held their breaths. Cackle, Truyen Emperor. A strange piercing cold laughter resounded within the room. 2 people walked up from the stairs. A skinny skeleton-like human with eyes like 2 balls of flames, his chin with a goat's beard. He donned a golden robe and held 2 golden round balls that he fiddled with. Behind him was a handsome youth, Mo Luo. Mo Luo, even though he was already old, because of his bloodline, he would still look like a youth. You've come, Truyen shot a glance. Cackle, Truyen Emperor, you are looking for my disciple this time. It means you need a favor from me. Before me, don't be ugly. The golden-robed skinny old man cackled, lying in the sofa beside and ordering, Staff, leave us. Yes. The staff all obediently left, leaving only 3 in the room, Truyen, Mo Luo and Mo Luo's teacher. If it weren't for my disciple Luo Feng, I'd be too lazy to meet you. Seeing you disgusts me. Truyen laughed coldly. Cackle, what an honor. The old man mocked. This old man was also a very powerful man within the Virtual Universe Company. He too had passed the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge, close to becoming a knight. His name was Prison Emperor. The 2 had always been rivals, extremely talented. Of which Truyen was direct and straightforward, intrepid in reputation. Prison Emperor was more known for being evil and treacherous. As their characters clashed, Truyen did things openly while Prison Emperor was sinister. The 2 had always disliked each other. Prison Emperor had deemed Truyen as his rival, but Truyen had always despised him. However, even so, in terms of strength, the 2 were close. These 2 were both incredibly close to becoming knights. Amongst the emperors, they were amongst the pinnacle. They were strong in their own ways. Naturally, Truyen was able to use his strength to suppress his enemy, but it would be hard for him to actually kill him. Speak. Truyen glanced at Mo Luo behind Prison Emperor. You said your disciple Mo Luo went to Demon Mountain and even met my disciple Luo Feng. Tell me, when did they meet? Under what circumstance? Anxious? The strange old man looked at Truyen. Humph. Truyen snorted coldly. He was indeed anxious. This was because the Virtual Universe Company had informed him earlier that Luo Feng had been in Demon Note Mountain for over a year, but he hasn't answered or given any notice, and the impossible level missions were extremely dangerous. The moment they were hit by the powerful demon notes, they would unconsciously become zombies. Under normal circumstance, these geniuses would occasionally enter the Virtual Universe network. However, over this year, Luo Feng hadn't entered once. This made the Virtual Universe Company suspect. Was he dead? Naturally, they informed his teacher who was closest to him, Truyen Emperor. Truyen knew that Luo Feng had gone to Demon Mountain. After receiving that notice from the company, he immediately sent a mail and call request to contact Luo Feng. However, there hadn't been a response. It was almost like Luo Feng was dead. Under such circumstances, there were 2 answers. 1. Luo Feng was dead. Naturally, he couldn't answer. 2. He was immersed in training and shut off all communication to not be distracted by anything. Anxious? The golden-robed old man mocked. Looks like your disciple has yet to reply to you. Actually, not having a response doesn't mean he's dead. He might be locked in training or something. Prison Emperor slapped his head. I must be old and senile. Your disciple is in Demon Note Mountain. In that place, there's demon notes everywhere. There's no place to stop and train at all, much less immerse himself in training. Since he cannot train, then, he should be dead. Truyen's expression grew heavy, his eyes shot golden light, roaring, Prison Emperor, I wish to speak to only your disciple and you are forcing your way in. I'm showing you respect by speaking to you. Don't push it. Cackle, you must be anxious. The old man waved his hand. My good disciple, tell him. Yes. Mo Luo bowed respectfully. True Yan Emperor. Mo Luo bowed. True Yan looked at the respectful Mo Luo. He couldn't help but glance at Prison Emperor. Such a good disciple, he'll be a wreck under you. Oof. The golden-robed old man couldn't bear to smile. Speak. True Yan looked at Mo Luo. When did you see Luo Feng? True Yan Emperor. Mo Luo said respectfully. 1 year ago. 1 year ago? True Yan frowned. The notice the Virtual Universe Company gave was also about a year ago, that Luo Feng hadn't entered the virtual universe since. 1 year. With True Yan's long lifespan, 1 year was simply too short. However, in such an environment such as Demon Note Mountain, 1 year was indeed too long. I'm currently still in Demon Note Mountain. Mo Luo said respectfully. However, I haven't seen Luo Feng since. Ah? True Yan's frown grew deeper. Humph, True Yan, you may not know, your disciple actually tried to sabotage my disciple before in Demon Note Mountain. Prison Emperor said. Sabotage? True Yan stared hard at Mo Luo. My disciple Luo Feng tried to sabotage you? Mo Luo was somewhat nervous. Don't be afraid. Prison Emperor sat on the sofa, lifting a wine glass and casually waving his hand. Your teacher is here, that ape man cannot touch you, say the entire story. Speak honestly. True Yan stared at Mo Luo. Mo Luo took a deep breath, speaking, True Yan Emperor Elder, it was like this. I was in Demon Note Mountain earlier than Luo Feng, and there I discovered the patterns to the demon notes, hence I stayed for long periods in a place close to where the beasts were, even though I was close to the beasts, and the demon notes were constantly changing, it was a spot where I could easily predict. One day, I heard a beast howl and I knew someone had encountered a beast. Mo Luo took a deep breath, obviously he was nervous. I had encountered this many times, this time I carefully sneaked over to observe. However, the person I saw was actually using a cloud contact vine. I immediately guessed that this person definitely wasn't an aboriginal. A universe level 9 aboriginal definitely wouldn't have a domain lord level 9 assisting plant lifeform. Mo Luo said, hence, I helped, with the two of us combined, we defeated the beast and we fled from the scene. When he saw me, he immediately recognized me. And he changed to his original form. It was actually Luo Feng. To meet our own people in Demon Note Mountain, I was very happy. I chatted with him for a while as we fled as the beast would regenerate and chase after us. However, I didn't expect. Mo Luo was shivering. True Yan frowned. While my guard was down, while we were fleeing together, he suddenly attacked me, at close distance. I couldn't defend in time, I was instantly heavily injured. And I fought hard to protect myself after. Mo Luo shook his head. Actually, in that instant I was attacked, I understood. He was probably thinking of me as an opponent in the qualification battles. Getting rid of me would mean he would have a greater chance of entering the primal region. Cackle, True Yan, you've heard it. The golden-robed old man laughed coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 580, Luo Feng's Limit. Chapter 580, Luo Feng's Limit. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. True Yan looked at the obedient Mo Luo standing before him. He actually had a good feeling about this primal region genius. However, the story he told earlier made True Yan frown. He ordered, what you said is true. True Yan Emperor Elder. Mo Luo bowed. Under my teacher's questioning, only then did I reveal this story. Other than you two, I haven't told anybody else. Humph. True Yan snorted coldly. Go, all of you. Cackle, angry, True Yen, you are raging, cackle. The golden-robed skinny old man laughed arrogantly. Mo Luo remained bowed. True Yen squinted, gold-like glowing. Cackle, let's go. The skinny old man laughed and vanished. Mo Luo too vanished, leaving only True Yen in the room. His expression was cold, speaking softly. If I hadn't known my disciple for so many years, I would really have suspected. However, Luo Feng, that punk, is definitely, amongst my disciples, the one with the strongest beliefs. He does things the most straightforward and cleanly, the one with the most principles. After being with his disciple for so long, he really respected this student. Heart like a mirror, seeing through everything. Heart like a blade, slicing through illusions. Anyone who's able to reach such a stage would do things with the most principles. Such a person would have the pride of a warrior. Even if he wanted to get into the primal region, he would do it with his own strength. He definitely wouldn't try and secretly kill or backstab another to attain victory. Student, I believe you are still alive. There must have been something special that's happened in Demon Note Mountain that's held you up. True Yen said softly. In his mind a thought flashed through his head. Of the 32 inheritance palaces in Demon Note Mountain, he had just come to know that there was one that had an unknown life form. If that unknown life form was his student, then that was the best outcome. I really know how to ponder. He shook his head. My student was able to reach Fantasy Ocean's 10th island before failing. If that Mo Luo could survive till now, he definitely can too. Time passed. Day by day, year after year. Luo Feng was completely immersed in the inheritance training. Step by step, his soul evolved constantly. A few special techniques could only be unleashed after evolving the soul. Just like his teacher Hu Yenbo's soul imprint, it required altering the soul. Only when the soul had special qualities would he be able to unleash those special techniques. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. In an underground ice cave below Demon Mountain, a massacre had just ended. Mo Luo gently flicked off the blood from his fingertips, looking at the body below. You are only an aboriginal, dying by my absolute genius hands is your honor. If it weren't for the 10k black tags reward, I wouldn't bother to attack you. Mo Luo swiftly took the space belt and scanned it with his spirit energy. 31 black tags? He immediately revealed a look of mad glee. My luck is really good. He gripped his fists excitedly. I lacked only 30 tags and this aboriginal had 31. The automaton weapon I specially bought for this Demon Mountain was indeed a worthy investment. Even though I can only use it once. However, I successfully killed 2 sector lords and made my black tags acquirement much easier. 10,000 black tags, it's finally enough. Mo Luo's eyes gleamed. It's been 3.5 years since I entered Demon Mountain. I could have left half a year ago, only because of the black tags did I stay till now, thinking of ways and means to set traps etc. Mo Luo smiled. His smile was proud and satisfied. He was very satisfied with all that he had done throughout his entire Demon Mountain mission. Whether it was checking out the structure and environment of Demon Mountain, ensuring he stayed in the safest regions, or backstabbing Luo Feng, or assassinating the sector lords, everything was perfect. No one can stop me. Mo Luo muttered softly, my teacher is stupid, treacherous, and evil? If you let others know you are treacherous, then that wouldn't be treacherous anymore, that's simply stupid. After which, he turned and swiftly began his route back. The way back was easy, because during his time in Demon Note Mountain, whether it was the Aboriginals or the Virtual Universe Company Majesties, they would swiftly record down their paths. With a warrior's memory and calculating abilities, following the paths they had taken before, intersections etc., they can all swiftly form an incomparably clear map in their minds. With this map, they can find a safe and close way to return swiftly. When Mo Luo flew out of a particular cave, there were staff there immediately awaiting to welcome him. Your Majesty Mo Luo. Your Majesty Mo Luo, this way. The staff accompanied Mo Luo and quickly a white-robed youth came to welcome him. It was the I Chang that had welcomed Luo Feng. Your Majesty Mo Luo. The white-robed youth smiled and led the way. You've spent over 3 years in Demon Note Mountain. Yichang respects you. Mo Luo smiled and nodded. Thanks for leading the way. I've already collected over 10,000 black tags. 10,000 black tags? The white-robed youth was greatly shocked. My God! Collecting 10,000 tags was simply too difficult, because even those that spent on getting E-grade lasers would find it hard to achieve. As the E-grade lasers usually had preparation time, and in that instant, that was enough for a Sector Lord warrior to kill them easily. Sector Lord and Universe Level 9, the difference was too much. Hence collecting the 10,000 tags was a lot harder than surviving for 3 years. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The white-robed youth immediately felt like this Mo Luo before him had a huge future before him. Immediately he was incredibly passionate and respectful. It's been very long since we've had anyone collect 10,000 black tags. I heard, the prize is shocking. Shocking prize? What treasures? Mo Luo was interested. I don't have the authority to know. The white-robed youth said softly. However, I've heard it is shocking. Hurry and lead the way. Mo Luo was anxious after hearing it. Yes. When Mo Luo left Demon Mountain to acquire the treasure, Luo Feng was in the greatest treasure of Demon Mountain itself, receiving the Demon Note Inheritance. Inheritance Staircase. The many levels of stairs extended into space, all the way to that tiny little shrine. What do I do? I'm reaching my limit? Luo Feng stood on the 1129th level of stars, looking back at the little blur of steps behind, and looking back up at the distant stairs ahead. He couldn't help but frown. According to the Supreme Demon Note Technique information, I can probably at most accept another 1 to 200 levels, and that would be my limit. Luo Feng was helpless. When he first began, he came to know of many things. The inheritance belonged to one of the more mysterious inheritance in the universe, one of the pinnacle that had harsh requirements on the soul, right, incredibly harsh, so harsh that over 1 trillion years, with batch after batch of life forms receiving, yet none had completed it. To reach such a stage, 99% of them were undying, but the many undyings couldn't even succeed. Just how hard was this? The Demon Note Inheritance had harsh requirements on the soul. And the absorption of Blood River crystals had harsh requirements on the body. In Blood River world, it was hard to find anyone able to absorb 10 crystals. And the Golden Horned Beast actually absorbed over 90. This was because of the special properties of its cells in the body. The Demon Note Inheritance was looking for an absolute genius with a soul capable of completely absorbing it. If such a genius was able to complete it, he would become a unique and all-powerful Demon Note General. The inheritance had high requirements. And the soul of Undyings had all gone through the evolution of breakthrough from Sector Lord to Undying. Hence almost every Undying had souls stronger than Luo Feng's, much stronger. Many Undyings were stuck at the end of the first set. Some of them were stuck at the second. Very few actually made it to the third. There wasn't a life form that had completed the third yet. And Luo Feng? With a soul of only domain level 9, not even experiencing the greatest evolution of soul, from Sector Lord to Undying. Hence, his soul was simply too much weaker than the Undyings. Luckily he had gone through the Primal Chaos City's true spirit absorption, hence his consciousness and spirit energy control was very strong, thus he was able to make it to level 1129. However, the moment his soul felt fatigued, it would mean his absorption limit was almost at 90%, this was the information provided. I've already felt it, I'm reaching my limit. My limit should be between about 1,200 to 1,300. Luo Feng thought, and this first level should still have about over 3,000 levels. His limit could only withstand 1/3 of the first part. There was no way. This inheritance was intended for Undyings, his soul was only domain level 9 and he rushed in, if he could take more that would be absurd. what do I do? Luo Feng looked up and ahead. In the distant depths of space, that tiny shrine was the end of the first part. Reaching there would make him a beginner, allowing him to acquire the beginner reward. This demon mountain that had been here for who knows how long, and the treasures left behind by that being definitely wouldn't be inferior. However, one had to finish the first part to acquire it. I'm still over 2.000 levels away from the shrine. And my limit can only take 1 to 200 more levels. Luo Feng pondered as he trained. To do so only slowed his training down slightly. I can't accept this. Such an encounter. The virtual universe has so many undyings stationed here, and this place has trillions of beasts gathered. This inheritance is so heavenly. I definitely cannot ever get such an chance again. He quickly calculated in his mind, seeing if there was a way to accept more of the inheritance. Accepting the inheritance to levels 1200 to 1300, reaching his limit and leaving, this was something he couldn't accept. However, how could he change the limits of his soul? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 581, Loophole. Chapter 581, Loophole. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The soul, as a flesh and blood life form's core, for it to suddenly evolve, it was something the current Luo Feng was unable to do. Slowly, he gritted his teeth and continued to receive the demon note inheritance. One step, one level at a time. Only with constant work every day could he improve. In the blink of an eye, several months passed again. On the 1236th level, Luo Feng, who was in full armor, knelt on the floor, gasping softly. The pain and fatigue from the soul was making him about to crumble. I'm almost saturated. Luo Feng's eyes had a sense of being undefeated. He felt the sharp pain in his soul, almost like someone attacking his soul. That incomparable fatigue made him feel like he was about to fall asleep anytime. According to the information about the inheritance, this represented that Luo Feng's soul was already almost full from receiving the inheritance. Even if he forced his way through, he could at most progress another 1 or 2 levels. Is this the end? He looked up and ahead. The many levels of stairs continued on into the distant space. Pa! His body shuddered simultaneously as he stepped on the 1237th level of stone stairs, feeling the inheritance pour into his memory. He still didn't stop, taking another step trying to get to the 1238th level. The moment he landed on it. Wang, Shang. The strange demon note pierced straight into his consciousness. Break! Luo Feng's incomparably solid willpower roared within. However, that gentle and non-offensive like demon note actually permeated into his willpower and consciousness. Get out! He condensed his willpower, wanting to expel all of the demon notes out against his powerful willpower and consciousness. The demon note didn't even seem to fight back. Gradually, Luo Feng had a memory of when he was young, listening to his mother sing him to sleep. Trouble! No! No! Luo Feng knew he was falling in. Barging forward without accepting the inheritance had resulted in the strongest of demon notes attacking him. Sleep! Sleep! No! Sleep! Luo Feng felt his consciousness sink more, slowly, sinking. It was a bottomless abyss. Luo Feng stood on the 1238th level, his eyes shut, his face revealed a simple smile. After which, he behaved like a robot, flying back and landing on the 1237th level. Meng, Jian. The demon notes changed. Luo Feng's consciousness rose from the bottomless abyss, almost like returning to reality from the darkness. He opened his eyes quickly. He awoke. Phew, phew. He gasped for breath, sweat beading from his forehead profusely, his face pale. That was too dangerous, against that demon note earlier. I had no way to withstand it. Luo Feng, who had always confident in his willpower and consciousness strength, felt like he just received a new lease of life. One had to know that those that came to the Demon Note Inheritance Palace were all mostly undyings. Just how strong were their defenses? If the Demon Notes could affect these beings, how could it not affect Luo Feng? Luckily, I guessed earlier that the Demon Note Shrine was specially built for the inheritance. It shouldn't have any threat to the inheritors. Luo Feng felt his mind constantly receiving the 1237th level of information, lifting his head once again to look at the endless space in that shrine. He couldn't accept it. He just couldn't accept it. The cloud contact vine can at most extend 3,000 kilometers. I don't know if it can reach. He thought. Even though he felt like the design of the palace wouldn't have such a loophole, he couldn't resist not giving it a shot. He immediately extended his right arm and from the sleeves shot out a thin vine. Chi. It extended and quickly grew longer and thicker, heading towards the shrine. When the cloud contact vine had just reached universe level, with 72 vines, every one of them had already reached 300 kilometers long. The Domain Lord level vine now could reach up to 3,000 km. Its structure could be said, if placed in the center of China, it could cover the entire territory. There's actually no resistance. No resistance at all? He couldn't believe it, watching the vine extend towards the distant space. Shrine. The vine pierced into the shrine. Chi. His expression changed. The shrine which he could see was simply like air. The vines that grew there couldn't even touch anything. What's going on? Luo Feng controlled the vine to sweep about. Shie. The air swiveled about. However, no matter how the vine swept, even against the stairs that led there, it couldn't touch anything at all. This. Luo Feng was shocked, after which he sent another vine from his right arm towards the stairs he was on. Shie. The vine passed right through the stairs, almost like there was nothing there. How can this be? He frowned. Luo Feng, I think I understand it. Take out a robot, try again. Obata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. He nodded and the 1000s of km cloud contact vine shrank back. Simultaneously he retrieved a robot from his space ring. This robot was completely gold. It was a robot guard he had gotten from the Virtual Universe Company. These guards were similar to the liquid silver guards, but more durable. These robots were provided by the company. It floated in mid-air and bowed respectfully at Luo Feng. Master. Step on the stairs. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. The guard immediately landed and stepped. Who? Similarly, it was like he stepped on air. D. The guard's red crystal eyes immediately had large amounts of words flashing through them, as though it was swiftly calculating things, after which he turned towards Luo Feng and said, Master, these stairs cannot be stepped on. However, Master, you are standing on them. There's no logical explanation in my information database. Luo Feng nodded. With a wave, he kept the robot back into the space ring. Just as I guessed, it shouldn't be wrong. Babata's voice sounded. What's going on? Luo Feng asked, even though he roughly began to understand too. Luo Feng, this mysterious inheritance palace, all the treasures etc., only the inheritors can receive them. Babata said, just like the inheritance your teacher left behind, like when I accept the disciples. The bank accounts he left behind, only the disciples that pass through the inspection can retrieve them. One theory. To be able to build such a terrifying inheritance palace, existing for 1 trillion years, with even undying beasts. The Virtual Universe Company even sends so many absolute undyings to be stationed here. Obviously. Babata said confidently, that being belongs to the most pinnacle of eternal beings, far exceeding your teacher. Luo Feng nodded. Right. That being that left this behind, his abilities were far beyond his imagination. After all the demon notes he left behind, could easily overcome undyings. If he came out personally, how absurd would that be? Hence, this great being, the palace he built, the treasures can only be retrieved by the inheritors. Babata said, whether you use a supporting plant life form or machine, ships etc. As long as it's not the inheritor themselves, they wouldn't even be able to touch the stairs, shrine etc., almost like they are all in a different space altogether. Luo Feng nodded. They couldn't even touch it. The use of space far exceeded Luo Feng's imagination. You are an inheritor, only you can touch the stairs and shrine. Babata said, every inheritor must have to be able to receive the inheritance. However, the life forms with souls, obviously cannot withstand the demon notes he left behind. They can only take one step at a time. If they can withstand it? Luo Feng smiled. If they can, that would mean that inheritor is also a great being. It would make sense they can retrieve the treasures. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. Looking up at the distant shrine in space, while receiving the inheritance, he pondered. The design is indeed perfect. Inheritance palace, only a life form can receive the inheritance and they must have souls. He exclaimed, and the life form with a soul will definitely be affected by the demon notes. This way, they really have to follow the great being's plan of taking one step at a time, until they reach the shrine. However, there are life forms that defy logic in the universe. Luo Feng stared at the shrine in space. So, in mid-air, another black-clothed Luo Feng appeared. His life energy was identical to his earth body. It was Masha Luo Feng. My Masha body can completely clone its energy to my earth human body. He stood there. Masha Luo Feng too began to descend and land on the stairs. Pa! He landed on the stairs. Standing on the solid stone stairs. Very good. Masha Luo Feng smiled, immediately taking a step to the next level. Wang, Shang. That terrifying demon note pierced into Masha Luo Feng. However, demon note, accurately speaking, was a form of soul hypnotism. It was a terrifying super hypnotism. Those that were affected would lose their sense of reason and become zombies. However, the Masha Luo Feng didn't carry the core. The core remained with the earth human body. The Masha Luo Feng without a core was simply like a real Masha clansman. It wasn't affected at all by soul attacks. As long as any attacks were linked to the soul, it had no effect whatsoever on it. Right, just like this. Masha Luo Feng smiled and walked on the stairs, heading to the next level. The demon notes piled on. However, the seemingly celebratory Luo Feng was celebrating as he proceeded upwards. Another step after another. More steps. The great being that left behind the inheritance would probably never have guessed that a life form with a soul and another soulless life form could actually be the same person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 582, The Treasure of the Shrine. Chapter 582, The Treasure of the Shrine. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The demon notes sounded, if one couldn't see the effects of the demon notes, just listening to them alone, they were wonderful. On the stairs in space, the many levels extended upwards. Masha Luo Feng became a beam of light passing through the many levels, quickly reaching the 3333th level. This was the final level of the first part. And before him was a 1000m tall shrine with the outer wall filled with peculiar statues. There stood two huge gold doors. The door was open. Shrine. Luo Feng looked at the huge gold door that exuded shocking pressure. Before this door that was at least a few hundred meters tall, he was like a small ant. I'm here. Luo Feng flew straight in. Mist covered the entire shrine. There floated a stone tablet amidst the mist. On it mysterious words appeared. After a while, the meaning of the words were: You are the 61201th inheritor who's come here. You have the right to obtain the title beginner, receiving the beginner reward. the moment the words finished. Luo Feng looked all about, wanting to find the treasure, however suddenly. To be able to get here, one is to finish all 3,333 levels of inheritance stairs, the second is like you, forcefully withstanding the demon note until you reach here. A complex mysterious voice resounded within the shrine. The language is something he had never heard before, yet Luo Feng understood everything it said. He was shocked when he heard the words. Demon Mountain had existed for over 1 trillion years, that great being should have long left the place. To be able to withstand the demon note, you must at least be a universe knight. Simply being a universe knight means you already are an absolute being in the universe, yet you till I the little treasures I leave behind. Ha, since you've personally come, take the little treasures I've left. After the voice finished, 2 energy balls floated there. 1 golden energy ball. 1 gray ball. Masha Luo Feng stood in the shrine, looking up at the distant floating energy balls, laughing within. That being must have left behind a warning in the shrine. He must have discovered I didn't receive the 3,333 levels of inheritance and barged my way here. He must have thought I withstood it all, but however, still truly powerful. According to what he said, those able to withstand it must at least be a universe knight. Luo Feng exclaimed within. Knights, they were split into space or time knights. In the universe they were definitely absolute beings, to be able to build a universe country, dominate over trillions of galaxies and countless lives. Even amongst the pinnacle of races, humans, the universe country leaders were huge figures. Amongst the weaker races in the universe, a knight would most probably be the ultimate power. From the looks of it, the one who left behind the inheritance should be stronger than a knight. His gaze fell on the 2 energy balls. In the mist, 1 ball of gold and another of gray floated. Rumble. Rumble, dot. The gray energy ball exploded open and within it floated a gray stone board. It was about 3 m long, half a meter wide, and on it were incomparably complex naturally formed engravings. The center complex engravings actually formed a bird-like creature. The gold energy ball exploded open and revealed a crystal-like gold fruit. From the first glance, it was similar to the cantaloupe melon Luo Feng ate on Earth. However, even though this floating fruit was gold, it was translucent. One could faintly see the insides of it, and it was surrounded by gold energy. A stone board. A fruit. These were the treasures the inheritance palace left behind. Luo Fulu board. Babata was shocked. The punk that left this behind sure is generous. The first part, and he actually leaves behind the treasure Luo Fulu board. What's that? Luo Feng asked. This board is similar to your dark cloud shuttle. Babata said, it is a flying weapon to be stood on. Flying spirit weapon? Luo Feng was curious. The spirit weapons in the universe, to Luo Feng, were considered cheap. The level 5 weapons may be expensive to the sector lords, but they didn't matter much to Luo Feng. This naturally formed board before Luo Feng, however, was something he had never seen or heard of. Is this board very expensive? Luo Feng asked. What a joke! Babata said, Luo Feng, those level 1 to 5 spirit weapons are for beings under undyings to use. Undyings can't be bothered to use such weapons. Even one of the 9 god weapons, the Nanshan armament, unless it's an average undying, otherwise any others with strength would switch for something better. Luo Feng nodded, this he knew. The origins for the weapons used by undyings come from many places. And the Luo Fulu board is considered an exceptional flying spirit weapon even amongst the undying weapons. Only few official levels have it. Most of them are emperor level at least. Babata said. It is a naturally formed stone board from the universe, its power is shocking. Luo Feng was stunned. Only few official level have it. Then my teacher? Luo Feng asked. Which? Babata asked, if it's true yen, then he'll definitely be able to acquire it. My master was weaker. The flying spirit weapon he used was much weaker. After all, the price of the Luo Fulu board is 1 to 2 million mixed elements, and even so, very few people sell it. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Calm, he had to keep calm. 1 to 2 million mixed elements? Sick, really sick. He felt that he was very poor already. 1 million mixed elements, just what was that? Back then, when Luo Feng joined the auction, the little starfield Dina starfield was sold for only 1,000 mixed elements. Of course, that was still a small starfield. And the Black Dragon Mountain starfield was a big one. Its galaxies were 20 times that of the Dina starfield. As the galaxies were gathered together and easy to govern, its price could be at least 10 times, however, even so, its price was still only 300,000 to 1 million mixed elements. Usually, with 500,000 mixed elements, one could already buy the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. 1 million was the absolute maximum. Just this stone board is comparable to the Black Dragon Mountain starfield? Luo Feng took a deep breath. If you brought this stone board to that undying in the sacred land Black Dragon, that undying will definitely be more than willing to exchange you for it. Babata said, no matter what, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is only one undying's entire wealth. Luo Feng nodded. He had to look at this problem from a different angle. It was different than on Earth. There were many countries that were personal wealths. Like the Ganwu universe country was that leader's entire wealth. If it were said that there were treasures able to raise the Ganwu universe country leader's power to that of the primal chaos city leader level, the Ganwu universe country leader would definitely be more than willing to give away his country in exchange for the treasure. What's that fruit? Luo Feng asked. That I don't know. I've followed your teacher for over 60 million years. I've seen and heard a lot. This gold fruit, I've never seen before. I only know another special gold fruit. Babata said, but it's obviously different from that one. Within the shrine, Luo Feng looked up at the two floating treasures, even after talking so much with Babata, that had only been an instant. Suddenly, more words appeared on the stone tablet floating in the mist. Beginner reward. The first is the Luo Fulu board, flying weapon for a spirit reader. With it, survival chances in the dangerous universe greatly rises. The second is the gold soul fruit, a mysterious fruit that forms only once every 3,000 eras. It has a special quality that can change the soul, making it able to accept more inheritance. This first and second part will both have soul-changing treasures. Yet, still none have been able to fully accept it completely. Luo Feng realized. He immediately extended his arm and grabbed the two treasures, swiftly keeping both treasures in his space ring. Gold soul fruit, so it can change the soul. Luo Feng nodded. Seems right. If I were a being that leaves behind an inheritance, I will leave some treasures to try and aid the later generations in completing it. Luo Feng thought, it's a pity, even with the being's help, the hundreds of thousands of life forms that have been here, even the undyings haven't been able to succeed. Masha Luo Feng swiftly left the shrine after acquiring the two treasures and flew down. So, he flew from high above in the shrine down to the 1237th level, standing beside the earth body, passing him the space ring and vanishing into the internal world. Luo Feng stood there, looking at the shrine, smiling. Ha ha! I got really lucky this time. He smiled. The universe is incredibly vast and mysterious, with many miracles, but only through acquiring them would it be a success. This is considered a success. With a wave, a translucent gold fruit appeared. Gold energy visible to the naked eye surrounded it. The gold soul fruit, a fruit formed once every 3,000 eras. According to the information from the shrine, it can change my soul, making it better suited to accept the inheritance. Luo Feng didn't hesitate and took a bite. As he broke through the skin of the fruit, the meat from within flowed like energy and permeated into his body. Chi chi chi. Even the skin outside became like an energy flow, permeating his body. Luo Feng could only feel a cold rush through his body, and that energy later swiftly entered his core, permeating through the condensed crystal soul. The dark gold energy continued to flow in. His soul swiftly began to undergo changes. the blood color of his soul before now had hints of gold. How comfortable. The piercing pain from before is completely gone, there isn't a hint of fatigue, and my attention has risen 100 times. Luo Feng could clearly feel the evolution of his soul, even the drag from before is all gone. His eyes gleamed brighter. Ha ha ha. I can accept more of the inheritance now. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Luo Feng, with regards to the Luo Fu Lu board's training, let me warn you. Babata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 583, Qualification Battles Begin. Chapter 583, Qualification Battles Begin. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The soul kept evolving. Luo Feng spoke to Babata simultaneously. The training of the Luo Fu Lu board, what's there to warn about? Using that board in normal spirit weapons are definitely different. Babata said, the Luo Fu Lu board already has a thread of its own life. The training would be pretty close to that of the cloud contact vine. Slit my wrist? Luo Feng laughed. Anyway, you have to let it suck your blood first. Babata said, even though it has a hint of life, it's not considered a life form. The cloud contact vine, however, is a life form. The training of the vine is easier, the Luo Fu Lu board is a little more troublesome. First it'll have to suck your blood. After which you'll have to bring it about and use spirit energy on it for long periods of time to appease it. It's like water seeping in and molding stone. It requires a long period of time for your spirit energy imprint to seep in. The moment it succeeds, the board will meld with your skin and take form. Babata said. Luo Feng was surprised. Change? Is it the same as wearing a genetic armor? Even though it can take the shape of armor, the board doesn't have the auto-defensive ability. Its armor form will at most be similar to your outermost armor right now, only taking the brunt of impact. Babata said, its proficiency is in flying, how fast it can fly will depend on you. Of course it's definitely a lot better than the Dark Cloud shuttle. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately brought out the peculiar stone board and slit his wrist, fresh blood staining the stone board swiftly drank the blood, especially in the center where the engravings formed the bird picture, it seemed to move a little. After feeding it once, he used it as a cushion and sat cross-legged on it, sending spirit energy into it gradually and simultaneously accepting the inheritance. The gold soul fruit was incredible. The fruit had the ability to affect undyings, much less Luo Feng. The lower the basics, the more obvious the effects. After eating that one gold soul fruit, Luo Feng felt an incredibly obvious change in his soul. The color of his soul became a mix of blood red and gold. I've been accepting the inheritance for over 3 years, my survival mission in Demon Mountain is completed. If I don't leave now, my teacher will be worried. Luo Feng ordered, Babata, open connections to the virtual universe network. Understood. Babata answered. Just like when a person was focusing on something important and didn't want to be disturbed. When Luo Feng was receiving the inheritance, he didn't want any calls to come through. After all, if he didn't close communications, his family and friends would all call once every few days. Connect to the virtual universe. He sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network, arriving at Yuxiang Mountain. Absolute beginning district, Luo Feng's villa. Shua. He appeared out of thin air. The guards and staff were all shocked from his arrival, after which they all regained their senses and bowed respectfully, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The leader sector Lord Ao Duo, who was lying in the distant chair and sipping wine, immediately swiftly stood up, his face full of glee and surprise as he rushed over. Your Majesty, there hasn't been any news from you the past few years, we've been all very worried. Luo Feng laughed. The news of you accepting the impossible level mission has long spread. Within Yuxiang Mountain, there's been a rumor that you died at Demon Mountain. The bald old man Ao Duo said. Died? Luo Feng frowned. Who spread this rumor? No idea. Ao Duo shook his head. Luo Feng looked in the southeast direction. There stood the primal region. He muttered, Mo Luo, I don't think you were the one who spread this rumor, right? However, don't worry. I'll surprise you very quickly. After which, Luo Feng swiftly walked into his villa and entered his study. Sitting before his desk, he opened his laptop and swiftly sent a mail to his friends, family and teacher, letting them know he was fine. At that moment, many calls came. Luo Feng, you are too vicious, you've disappeared for over 3 years. And in the impossible level mission, you really scared all of us, we really thought you died there in Demon Mountain. The Manka Prince Wukka shouted excitedly, immediately come over. We haven't seen you in years. I knew you definitely wouldn't have died. On the screen, Rome Jun smiled at Luo Feng. Father. Grandfather. This is my great-grandson. Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at his huge family on the screen. He couldn't help but recall that reason behind the human race becoming one of the pinnacle races was due to its numbers. He had left Earth for about 200 years, and in these 200 years, his family had grown so much. The initial few, his parents, brother's family and his family. Now, the entire Luo family had become a huge family. If a 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1 million years had passed, the family members would range up to the millions and more. That would indeed be normal. You, get back now. On the screen Su Xian was happy and yet angry. Luo Feng nodded. However, just as Luo Feng was about to leave immediately for his wife, his teacher Tru Yen Emperor personally came to the Absolute Beginning region. Absolute Beginning region, Luo Feng's living room. Tru Yen sat in the sofa staring at Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood obediently. No news in 3 years. Tru Yen's gaze was like lightning, sweeping past Luo Feng, and in that Demon Note Mountain, speak, why did you close all communications in Demon Note Mountain? Teacher, Luo Feng bowed respectfully, this was my mistake. To Tru Yen, he was extremely respectful, unlike Hu Yen Bo of which he never truly met. He had been with his teacher Tru Yen for too long, over long periods of contact. He was very clear on his teacher's character, straightforward and strong, the way he treated his disciples like his own children. Extremely protective. One can pretend easily for 10 to hundreds of years, however for 1 trillion years, that definitely wasn't pretending anymore. Tru Yen's character was publicly known in Primal Chaos City. Over 100 years of interaction with him, Luo Feng was able to feel his concern towards himself. He immediately bowed respectfully. Your student has had a miraculous encounter this time. Encounter? Tru Yen's eyes gleamed. Inheritance Palace? Even though Luo Feng was shocked, he didn't hesitate, right? There was no other way to explain, because in Demon Note Mountain, it was either training or dead, otherwise there was no reason to shut off communications. And training in Demon Note Mountain, unless it was the safe Inheritance Palace, there wasn't any other place to really train. Really? Tru Yen fiercely stood up. He looked at his student in disbelief. How can that be? How did you enter? Coincidence. Luo Feng smiled helplessly, pretending to look innocent. Tru Yen couldn't suppress a smile, staring at Luo Feng. However, you shouldn't have the ability to enter that at all. Speak, how many palaces are there? 32, Luo Feng said. Ha 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 ha. Tru Yen couldn't help but laugh loudly. I didn't expect the punk Mist Emperor to actually lose his slot to my student, unlucky. What? Luo Feng was curious. Tru Yen smiled and looked at his disciple, explaining, the Demon Note inheritance was long discovered, and there are many with the ability to enter. However, the slots are limited. Your entering of the palace naturally took up 1 slot. And this slot was Mist Emperor's. His slot? Luo Feng realized. He really didn't know that the slots were all preset early on. The ignorant are not guilty. you entered through the impossible level mission. Even if the news is public later on, no one can find a fault with you. Tru Yen laughed. What's more, Mr. Emperor and his teacher aren't people from the virtual universe company. Hence there's no need to fear. What's more, if I keep the secret and you remain silent, they wouldn't necessarily find out it was you. Luo Feng nodded. Right. As long as he remained silent, even if people suspected, they would never believe that a universe level 9 was able to enter the inheritance palace. After all, even after he admitted, his teacher didn't fully believe him. There's also one more thing. Tru Yen looked at Luo Feng. The little genius Mo Luo from the primal region told me some news about you. Mo Luo, ... A glint flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He snorted, that punk is incredibly vicious. He may seem righteous on the outside, in truth, if I wasn't lucky this time, I would really have been killed by him. So he actually backstabbed you. Tru Yen nodded. He said before that it was you who did so. What? I backstabbed him? Luo Feng felt rage and unfairness. He couldn't help but curse. This Mo Luo, shameless. Ha! The qualification battles, do you have confidence if you meet him? Tru Yen said. Of course. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Tru Yen nodded. You encounter this time is indeed a miracle. Only a pity your soul is still weak. You can only take so much of the inheritance. However, even so, that inheritance technique should be enough for you for 1 trillion years already. Luo Feng nodded. After training, he knew the value of the technique. Raising his spirit energy amplitude from 70 to 80 until over 1,200, that was over 10 times. What treasure or weapon could have that kind of terrifying effect? After which Tru Yen left. After knowing his student was safe, he relaxed. Luo Feng felt gratitude as he watched his teacher vanish, as his teacher didn't pry into the details, asking just how he entered the palace. As for the golden horned beast identity, Luo Feng really didn't dare reveal it. Even his own parents and brother he didn't say. How could he? Saying that he wasn't exactly a human but a golden horned beast? He had always regarded himself as human. It's time to meet the wife. Luo Feng immediately teleported to Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay. A thread of his consciousness was in the virtual universe appeasing his family and friends. In reality, he was still in Demon Note Mountain's core, Inheritance Palace. In space, Luo Feng stood on the Inheritance stairs, progressing through each level. The gold soul fruits effects were indeed strong. It made his soul go through a huge evolution. Even if I trained there for over 5 years, he still wouldn't feel any sense of fatigue. And at this time, the once-every-century virtual universe company universe-level qualification battles were about to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 584, Qualification Battles. Chapter 584, Qualification Battles. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Floating in the depths of the absolute beginning region, the majestic Demon Mountain had the one particular inheritance palace that had levels of stairs that extended into space, up to the 333th level. On the 1916th level, Luo Feng, who was dressed in silver armor, was like a statue sitting with his eyes closed on the stairs. His soul, however, was constantly evolving, countless engravings permeating his soul. Suddenly the statue stood up and his eyes opened, a glint in his eyes. Today is the day of the qualification battles. I'll have to slow down on the inheritance. He looked down at his feet. Beside them was an ancient peculiar stone board, the Luo Fu Lu board. Meld. With a thought, the board swiftly shrank and melded with his feet. His 2 years of training had finally successfully left his spirit imprint on the board. The board could change its size accordingly. It could take any form and meld with his skin or muscles, even his bones, etc. Luo Feng sent out 90% of his consciousness and swiftly entered the virtual universe. He left 10% to continue receiving the inheritance. The speed of his training would decrease greatly. it normally took a day for one level before, right now it would probably take 10 days for one level. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. In the virtual universe absolute beginning region, the universe levels, domain lords and sector lord guards including the staff all bowed respectfully. Luo Feng nodded and flew into the sky heading towards Wuka's villa. Wuka's villa had become Luo Feng's, Zhang Yimou, Qian Shui, Rong Jun, Lancelot, Ao Pat Tela, Ai Chen, and Wuka's gathering spot. Gazing from above, he saw that there were already 7 people gathered there. Luo Feng! Hurry over! The tables and chairs in the villa were already filled and the people there all looked up and shouted, obviously spotting Luo Feng. I'm here! He smiled. So? He rushed over and instantly closed 10 kilometers and landed on the grass, walking towards the table and sitting in an empty seat. Luo Feng, today is the beginning of the qualification battles. We'll probably be gathered in a while, and yet you still took your time to get over. Look, everybody else is here. Only you, the slowest. Are we not good enough for you? Wuka lifted a 1m long piece of barbecued meat and ate. While speaking, Luo Feng didn't know what kind of meat that was. Eat finish before speaking. Luo Feng sat and lifted the wine before him, opening the cork and drinking, immediately feeling refreshed. Beside, the Dream Clan beauty Ai Chen too lifted her glass and smiled. The one with the least pressure among us is probably Luo Feng. The rest of us all have a chance of being kicked into the sky and land region. Only Luo Feng definitely won't be kicked out. Right. That group of seniors have all passed the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level. Our hopes aren't too good. The group of geniuses from all different races all chatted. You all. Luo Feng put down his wine and forced a smile. Hence the latest person here is because he's the most relaxed. Rong Jun chimed in and said. You too? Luo Feng shook his head. The competition within the absolute beginning region, he was 100% sure he wouldn't be eliminated. However, different strengths meant they had different targets. Wuka, Zhang Yimou and Qian Shui with the others were worried about being kicked into the sky and land region. Luo Feng's aim, however, was to make it into the primal region, and making it there was extremely hard. Even with his current strength, he didn't have too much guarantee. Luo Feng. Wuka looked at him. Luo Feng. Zhang Yimou looked over too. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Rong Jun, Lancelot, the rest all put down their food and drinks and looked over, 7 of them looking at him. Luo Feng was stunned. Madman. Wuka emphasized, you should know the situation of us newbies, as we just joined the virtual universe company. Hence the difference between our strengths and the seniors is pretty huge, even compared to the seniors of the sky and land region's top fighters amongst the 300 seniors, we are still much weaker. Among us 8, Rong Jun may be able to fight to stay in the absolute beginning region, however, no matter how he fights, he would still be amongst the bottom here. The rest of us don't even have a hint of hope. The group was silent. Right. No hope at all. The seniors of the absolute beginning region and sky and land region had about 10 of them that all passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Their level in origin law comprehension, battle experience was the pinnacle amongst the seniors. The newbies were all set to be eliminated. Without a trace of hope. They couldn't bear with this helplessness. Among the 8 of us, Luo Feng. Rong Jun said solemnly, he stared at him, only you can rush to the top. The 8 of them. 6 didn't have a hint of hope, Rong Jun too only had some chance to remain, but he'd have to give it his all. Luo Feng looked at the group of geniuses, they were all proud, however they all didn't have a glimmer of hope, only unwillingly accepting the outcome. However suppressed and angry they were within, they could only send their hopes with their fellow newbie Luo Feng. Relax. Luo Feng nodded. After about half an hour, a rumbling sound could be heard within the region. The absolute beginning universe level qualification battles are about to begin, all gather. 30 seniors and 8 newbies all looked up. The sound resounded from the skies itself. Visible to the naked eye, a purple armored silhouette stood there. Immediately the 38 universe level members all rushed into the skies and all flew before that man. Look, that's Luo Fu, the strongest amongst the 30 seniors. Chemist Luo Feng. The group of geniuses in mid-air all observed their opponents, because they would all soon clash. Luo Feng too was observing 5 people. The 5 strongest of the absolute beginning seniors, from weakest, Sajin Fire Dragon, Ge, and Ainan, and the 2 strongest chemist Luo Feng and Wolfman Luo Fu. Sajin waved his tail, his eyes burning as he stared at Luo Feng. Filled with fighting spirit, he communicated, Luo Feng, I lost last time but this time I will win. He lost in terms of willpower before, he couldn't withstand Luo Feng's consciousness pressure. The moment he could withstand it, then his black hole evolution could truly be unleashed. Luo Feng of back then would definitely not been able to fight back. After all, Sajin had passed the 7th level of the heavenly bridge much earlier. I won last time, I'll win again. Luo Feng looked back and replied. Ge. Luo Feng looked at the other man. Ge was a battle-crazy person. Even though he was the latest to pass the 7th level amongst the 5, he was more like Rong Jun. His battle talents were extremely high, similar comprehension levels, but the strength he could unleash was incredibly powerful. He had messy yellow hair and he squinted his eyes as he stood in mid-air. There were a set of little ears behind the 2 normal ones. He seemed dejected, but he still gave off the aura of a wild beast. The other geniuses of the region all stood further away from him, obviously not daring to get close. Ge glanced at Luo Feng and a glint flashed through his droopy eyes, after which he returned to his original dejected state. Am I Nan? Luo Feng glanced at the silver-armored youth. That youth was smiling. He was the easiest to get close to amongst the 5. When Luo Feng looked over, he too smiled back. Luo Feng. Chemist Luo Feng. He was the most peculiar of the 5. He was completely draped in a black robe and one could only barely see his eyes. Luo Fu. Luo Feng looked at the strongest of the 5. Luo Fu. Dressed in gray armor with yellow fur on his face, his brown eyes gleamed with green light, his fangs poked through the corners of his mouth. He made Luo Feng feel as though he was almost like a wolf. The wolfman seemed to notice Luo Feng looking over and he turned, suddenly smiling. Rumble. Almost like a huge beast staring over, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel his hairs stand. Ha ha. Luo Fu chuckled lightly, interesting punk. The wolfman's words immediately made the rest of the seniors look over. Everyone including chemist Luo Feng all looked. While looking, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Luo Feng too stared back at the wolfman. Even though he had met the primal region's Mo Luo before, his subconscious still felt. The absolute beginning region's strongest Luo Fu was more terrifying than the primal region's Mo Luo. This group of absolute geniuses came from many races of humans, 38 representing 38 different races. Their dressings were different too. Some were in green, others in flame robes, others giving off chilly vibes. They were all noble, but 6 of them were strongest. The 5 of the seniors and the strongest newbie Luo Feng. 6. All passed the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level. The qualification battles are very simple. You 38 will battle the other 37 each 1v1. The winner will get 1 point. The loser in draws will get 0. The top 3 will be picked according to the scores and they will have the right to challenge the slots in the primal region. The purple armored skinny man said with a hoarse voice, even his lips were purple. The primal region has a total of 5 people, they will have their own qualification battle. Their bottom 3 will fight our absolute beginning strongest 3. A total of 6 will vie for that 1 slot of the primal region. Silence. Luo Feng, Luo Fu, Sajin, chemist Luo Feng, and Ainan, Ge, the SAX's eyes gleamed. 3 of our absolute beginning against 3 of their primal region members, only 1 victor. Luo Feng's gaze swept past the 5 of them, along with 3 from the primal region. I must defeat all of them. Only through that will I become a primal region member. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 585, White Dwarf Star. Chapter 585, White Dwarf Star. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. There was one messy yellow-haired decadent-looking man with 4 ears and droopy eyes. He gazed at the other 5. Sajin, and Ainan and Luo Feng aren't too much of a threat. My true opponents are Yu Feng and Luo Fu. In the previous qualification battles, my move wasn't perfect, hence I didn't unleash it. This time, I will shock everybody and rush into the primal region. Gu was filled with ambition, and his improvement speed was indeed shocking. Defeating the other 4 will be simple, only that wolf. Yu Feng, who was draped in a black robe, looked at Luo Fu. The medicine I specially made for him this time. As long as it works, I have a guarantee of making it into the primal region. Wolfman Luo Fu floated silently in space. I'm currently in an impossible mission. I have to keep alert with part of my consciousness. The other part to participate here. Under normal circumstances, I can only use about 70% of my power. 70% is enough. The group all had their own thoughts. And the purple uniformed skinny man who represented the Virtual Universe Company continued. The Absolute Beginnings last 18 will battle with the top 10 of the Sky and Land region. These 28 will battle for the 8 slots in the Absolute Beginning region. The losers will be kicked into the Sky and Land region. Luo Feng was shocked within. The chances of getting kicked out was simply too high. However, it was right. The primal region normally has 3 slots for universe level. The Absolute Beginning should have 30 universe levels. Any excess would naturally be kicked out. As long as they weren't strong enough, they would be kicked. Rong Jun may be in trouble this time. He looked at Rong Jun beside. Rong Jun, however, was smiling, filled with confidence. The qualification battles are just about to begin. The skinny man looked at the group of youths. The battles will take place in special locations. At that time, the virtual universe system will automatically send you over. Also, you can watch other battles through the screens. Get ready! He vanished right after he finished. The group of geniuses in mid-air then opened their screens. At this time, almost 38 of them simultaneously heard a ringing in their ears. So. They all were teleported out of Yuxiang Mountain. Qualification battles. It's begun. Luo Feng, the Absolute Beginning qualification battles. Your first match is about to begin. Your opponent is Mashka. The sound he had in his ears had this content. Simultaneously, an arm bracelet screen appeared on his wrist. On it the battle details displayed. So, Luo Feng was already transported to the location where he would face the senior Mashka. 38 people, 19 battles began simultaneously. Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Every Primal Region member's villa was 1,000 kilometers in area, larger than any territory on Earth. Mo Luo was dressed in long pants, standing in his vast grass field and practicing his attacks. Your Majesty is too crazy. He trains non-stop. Most of his training time is spent on his fist work. The Beast Fist's wonders don't pale in comparison to some Undying's techniques. The group of sector lord guards all discussed in hushed voices from a distance. Large amount of staff too were filled with respect and shock. They worshipped this Mo Luo. Mo Luo knew how to win people's hearts. At least amongst the over 10k personnel in his villa, they all respected and worshipped him. Howl. He roared almost like a wild dog, instantly becoming a beam of light and rushing 10 kilometers ahead, 2 claws tearing fiercely ahead, causing huge tears in the grass that stretched over 100 kilometers, almost like 2 canyons. Received mail. The Absolute Beginning qualification battles have begun. A voice resounded. Only then did Mo Luo stop. It ain't living if it ain't crazy enough. Mo Luo took a deep breath. From his beggar life when he was young, death warrior training in the factions, and his competition among the elites of the Virtual Universe Company, he had fought non-stop, finally becoming a core member of the company, and even after he still had to fight to rise and stay. From the last phase region to sky and land region, from there to the absolute beginning and finally to the primal region. This way, he rose from an orphan beggar to the top, becoming a pinnacle genius of the universe. Even an undying is only my guard. Mo Luo gazed at the distant sector lord guards and the leading undying. He smiled and nodded. Inside, however, he roared, "Why, it's because I fight for it. Using any means, as long as I win, that is the best way for success. The way for an absolute warrior to survive. It ain't living if it ain't crazy enough." Mo Luo lifted his finger and tapped gently. Chie. A screen floated there. "Watch Luo Feng's battle." Mo Luo ordered. Primal region, absolute beginning region, sky and land region, last phase region, the battles all took place at different times. As the lesser the number of people, the less time and other preparation it took. Hence the last phase region with the most number of members, just the members alone was about 10,000. The sky and land had over 300. Absolute beginning had over 30. Primal region only had 5. Hence, naturally the last phase had the most details to prepare and was the earliest to begin. And the primal region with only 5 members would be the last. The broadcast of the battles were open to any core member. Naturally the undyings with high authority could all watch too. I don't believe that Luo Feng is still alive. Mo Luo stared at the screen. I personally kicked him down into that terrifying abyss. According to the data I've collected, anyone who falls into the abyss won't be able to survive. Mo Luo was a senior, hence his interaction with others made his knowledge and experience of the impossible missions more than the newbies. Also, he was a primal region member with high authority. He could search for more information online. Luo Feng simply relied on only searching. His information definitely couldn't compare to Mo Luo's. He's definitely dead. There's actually a rumor in the absolute beginning region that he's alive. Mo Luo's eyes were cold, as Luo Feng had sent out that mail to his friends and gone to visit Wuka and the others. However, as he was still receiving the inheritance, his time was critical, hence he only showed himself for a brief moment before returning to the palace. And only Wuka, Rongjun, and the others had seen him. The other seniors, those that attended the classes, hadn't seen him since then, hence the news of him being alive wasn't confirmed publicly. Of course. The gathering for the battles earlier was considered Luo Feng's first public appearance. However, this gathering, Mo Luo didn't personally witness. If he's alive, then I'll be able to watch the broadcast. If he's dead, there wouldn't be his battle at all. Naturally, I won't be able to see it. Mo Luo stared at the screen. Rumors are just rumors. I kicked him into the abyss personally. I can definitely confirm his death, but... A prompt appeared on the screen. D. Luo Feng's battle with Mashka is currently going on, connecting to broadcast. The information in the prompt was very clear. Mo Luo was stunned. He stared at the prompt for a while before frowning, saying softly, "He's not dead? He's actually not dead? How can he be alive after falling into that abyss?" Rumble. Luo Feng felt the space around him warp, and later he landed in a desolate surface of a planet. The ground was a dark red, searing temperatures caused his vision to slightly warp, also the extreme gravity made him slightly tremble. The terrifying magnetic field made him uncomfortable. What place is this? Luo Feng was shocked. He looked down at the screen on his wrist. On it the detailed information was already translated into Earth language. Battle, absolute beginning death qualification battles, universe level. Opponents, Luo Feng, 0 wins 0 loss, against Mashka, 0 wins 0 loss. Location, white dwarf star, diameter 3,200 kilometers, surface gravity 361,000,000 G, temperature 21,000 degrees Celsius. White dwarf star. Luo Feng smiled. No wonder the gravity is so shocking. White dwarf star was a forbidden region to the weaker humans. Universe level 9. It normally took countless planets to produce one universe level. One universe level 9 warrior had a punch that could destroy a large continent of Earth. If he attacked the Pacific Ocean, he could create a tsunami that could engulf the entire planet. Flying speed in space could reach up to 1,500 kilometers per second. A universe level 9 was already enough to rule a galaxy. Some low-level civilization's strongest was probably at most only a universe level 9. 300 million times the gravity of Earth, over 20k degrees in temperature, white dwarf star's terrifying magnetic field was indeed nothing much to a universe level 9. Of course. If it were neutron star, a universe level 9 would instantly crumble. However, white dwarf star was something they could easily withstand. Rumble. 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 The land shook. Luo Feng looked over. Their silhouette was running fast, every step shaking the ground, causing the solid surface to crack with every stomp. In an instant he stopped before Luo Feng. He stared at him filled with fighting spirit. This person was about 2M, skinny, bald, without a single hair on his body. Dressed in silver armor with a black belt, black boots, and a wrist screen, he carried a strange-shaped blade on his back, a proper universe soldier get-up. The universe soldiers that went to battles outside the starfields would dress this way. He stared hard at Luo Feng without blinking, as if he was looking at a huge enemy. His voice was shrill as it resounded, "You are Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 11, Chapter 586, That Claw. Chapter 586, That Claw. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Mashka had purple eyes, a high nose bridge, no eyebrows, his lips were very thin and his gaze was like a venomous snake, cold. Mashka. Luo Feng raised both hands above his chest. Other than his head, the rest of his body was covered in armor. Stop wasting time. Crazy. Mashka was riled by Luo Feng's words until his face was flushed red. In a flash, he brandished his blade and with a clang, he was ready. Newbie, I'll let you know that even the normal seniors aren't something you can look down on. Mashka roared, and with a fierce stomp, the incredibly solid ground was smashed into pieces. His mini-galaxy within his body fiercely exploded, causing him to rush over in a terrifying speed even on this white dwarf star that had 300 million times the gravity of Earth. A streamlined spirit weapon appeared below Luo Feng's feet, Dark Cloud Shuttle. Standing on it and floating in mid-air, he gazed at the raging Mashka rushing over. Humph. The instant Mashka drew close to Luo Feng, he instantly stomped hard on the ground, using the force to fly up and rush towards him, his right arm wielding the blade. Die! Mashka's purple eyes gleamed. As he got close, he swung his blade. Rumble! In the instant he waved his blade, it was almost like a volcano erupting, tearing forward with terrifying destroying intent towards Luo Feng. And as it slashed, the surrounding temperature soared to a shocking level. The flash of the blade slashed past Luo Feng's body, the slash followed forward onto the ground ahead. The slash immediately left a great canyon in the ground. Countless tons of the surface ground was slashed into rubble, flying in all directions. The strong gravity pulled everything back down. Dark red liquid even poured out of the canyons, burning and hot. Mashka, who was floating in mid-air after slashing, looked. His expression changed. Your blade work is not bad, however it's a pity your speed is too slow. A voice resounded. Mashka turned quickly. In the distance, Luo Feng stood on his dark cloud shuttle and looked calmly at Mashka. Controlling a spirit weapon was greatly linked to one's spirit energy strength. Similarly, in terms of law comprehension, a universe level and a domain lord level, their speed using the spirit weapon definitely had a huge difference. Even though Luo Feng only used 90% of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe, his spirit energy amplitude was after all over 1,900, much more than the 70 to 80 from before the Inheritance Palace. It had risen over 20 times. Even at 90%, it was still over 20 times. This made his usage of the Dark Cloud Shuttle, under extreme circumstances, much better than before. Your blade work is not bad, seeing that move of yours has made this worth it. Luo Feng stood on the Dark Cloud Shuttle and said. Simultaneously the dark golden long rod on his back shot out countless gold lights. They swiftly gathered and finally formed an ancient long blade. It floated in midair, causing the space about to shake. Nanshan Armaments 5th level, Space Slicer. Use the 6th level. On the distant ground, Moshka roared with rage, Luo Feng, are you shaming me? The group of seniors all knew Luo Feng could already use the 6th level, Blade World. The 5th is enough. Luo Feng said in mid-air. Xiao. The dark golden blade instantly tore through the 100 m in distance. As it flew, the surrounding space all came under its pressure, so powerful one could visibly see the warp in space. It instantly reached before Moshka, under the pressure of the space roared while struggling, Luo Feng. Use the 6th level. Simultaneously he used all his strength to wave his volcano-like blade. The dark golden blade was simply too fast, and with the space being pressured, it made the strength of Moshka's blade diminish further. Xie. The dark golden blade was incredibly piercing straight through Moshka's armor through his body. Explode. Luo Feng muttered softly in the distance. The dark golden blade that pierced into Moshka's body automatically dispersed within, becoming countless little golden blades that decimated his body. With a rumble, countless blades shot out of his body, and the genetic armor that was Moshka's energy had a great loss in defensive ability. Xie. Countless gold lights shot out from his body, fresh blood spurted out too. With the terrifying gravity of White Dwarf Star, it all quickly landed on the ground. A Universe Level 9 warrior's blood, through many times of evolution, had undergone a shocking change. Even with the powerful gravity here, it still couldn't make the blood droplets crumble. Moshka's body fell heavily on the ground. Similar Space Slicer, different people unleashing it will have different power. Luo Feng landed beside Moshka's body and looked at the shredded body, his eyes clam. He said quietly, the current me is much stronger than before, this Space Slicer is much stronger than before too. He looked at his wrist screen, on it his name had the words 1 win 0 loss, points 1. As time passed, many battles went on. The internal qualification battles of the virtual universe was actually a distribution of resources for the company. Everybody wished to make it into the primal region, because the resources a primal region was given was very shocking. Just the universe level, these members had undying teachers, that taught according to how they wanted. If they wished, they could change their teachers anytime. The teachers were normally official level 2. And they could take more missions too. Luo Feng was very clear, every training mission had a secret hidden within them. Like Blood River World's Beast God Secret or Demon Mountain's Inheritance Palace. During the Domain Lord level, Primal Region members would get even higher authority and status. Extremely high position meant shocking authority. It allowed them to have great power from the Virtual Universe Company, with many benefits. During Sector Lord level, the benefits get even more shocking. The cost the Virtual Universe Company puts into nurturing every Sector Lord was comparable even to an Emperor level undying. Universe level, Domain Lord, Sector Lord. The further back, the more the resources the Virtual Universe Company would pour into the genius. A Sector Lord's lifespan was very long, with tens of millions of years. Within 10 million years they could organize 10,000 star-level genius-level competitions and 1,000 universe-level genius-level competition. And many Sector Lords only get stronger later, like the Light Sector Lord Luo. A few other strong Sector Lords probably only bloomed when they reached Domain Lord or Sector Lord level. Long lifespan. With 1,008 universe countries in the universe and the Virtual Universe Company absorbing from all of them, why are there only a total of 100 Sector Lords in the Primal region? Expensive. Even the Virtual Universe Company couldn't madly go nurture everybody. Hence, 1 was for glory and honor. 2 was because as one traveled further down the road, everybody would wish to enter the primal region. The benefits in the primal region would constantly increase. Luo Feng sat in his study within the absolute beginning villa. A screen floated before him. On it broadcasted the chemist Yu Feng's battle, universe level. The status and resources of the primal region members in universe level is already plenty. Domain Lord level primal region members would become governors of territories. I heard that when these members go out as governors, they have shocking amounts of authority. That means wealth, opportunities, power. Sector Lord primal region members' benefits are even more shocking. Luo Feng muttered to himself. The greater the resources, the higher the difficulty. A sector lord entering the primal region was hundreds to thousands of times harder than in universe level. Hence, I have to lead from the beginning. With a head start, I'll lead all the way. Luo Feng looked at the screen, the battle of Yu Feng. He couldn't help but frown. This Yu Feng is actually a spirit reader, chemist. Those opponents have no resistance against him at all. On the screen, the fighter wielded 2 axes. He wanted to wave them to battle, but he lost control of his muscles as they twitched. If a fighter was unleashing his move and his muscles twitched, naturally there was no way to fully unleash it. Shie. His head was cut off. The chemist belongs to a very specialized path, and a very hard setup to actually make progress in. Luo Feng searched on information about chemists, looking at Yu Feng's every battle. Ha! Luo roared, his expression struggled. He immediately flew through the skies, his right hand lifted high like a claw, fiercely slashing down. Tearing through. A visible huge golden claw immediately appeared in the land and skies, a claw formed from pure energy and origin laws. The entire space seemed to be torn apart. Sajin, one of the top 5 seniors, roared, and even though he fought hard against it, he was torn apart completely, almost like a laser blade cutting right through. Rumble. The golden claw seemed to land heading towards the developed city. It was instantly torn right through, leaving behind a huge canyon. The entire continent seemed to have been sliced, leaving behind deep canyons. Looking at this battle, Luo Feng's expression was heavy. This was the first battle between 2 of the top 6, including Luo Feng. He had seen Luo Fu's battles before. He had won instantly without showing his true strength. And this time, he actually used one of his moves. Yet it was so powerful and intrepid. A claw that tore through space. Tearing through Sajin, through the continent. This one claw, in terms of law comprehension, it exceeds my gold and space comprehension. His expression was heavy. Even compared to my golden horned beast's tearing skyclaw, it may be much weaker. But its law comprehension has already exceeded mine, and the usage was perfect. The energy was condensed, it tore through the continent without creating a huge explosion. Powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 587, 3 People. Chapter 587, 3 People. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain 9-Star Bay. In a quiet wooden pavilion, the black-haired man Hong was dressed completely in black. He was there with the white-robed bald thunder god. The 2 sat in the chair drinking some of the rare teas of Ping Hai Company and chatting. Big brother, I haven't seen you in a long time. I haven't seen third brother too. Thunder god exclaimed. What difference does it make? As long as we keep each other in our hearts, what does the distance matter? Hong gently sniffed the tea in his hands. Good tea. In terms of enjoyment, the virtual universe pales in comparison to reality. Thunder God looked speechless at Hong. Big brother? Haha. Hong put down his cup and smiled at Thunder God. Under my teacher's instructions, I've been training these few years, hence I don't want to be distracted by the virtual universe. Ah, the letter you sent to me earlier said that third brother is in the qualification battles within the absolute beginning region? It's already ended. Just ended today actually. Thunder God looked at Hong, hence third brother should have time today, I've already arranged for both of you to come. The three brothers should have a good meeting. Among the three brothers. Even though Thunder God was exploring the universe too, it was mostly within the Milky Way, he stayed on Earth. Hong however followed his teacher Luo, the time sector lord who didn't have much of his lifespan left, wandering the universe. As for Luo Feng, he was being nurtured as the pinnacle of geniuses within the virtual universe company. And did? Hong's eyes gleamed, he smiled. My teacher said that those able to be accepted into the virtual universe company's absolute beginning region are all pinnacle geniuses, and third brother hasn't been in there for too long, he would be disadvantaged. How's the results? There are 38 in the absolute beginning battles, the top 3 will have the right to challenge the primal region. Thunder God revealed a smile, third brother made it to the top 3. Ah? Hong nodded. How's the result? Hong asked. According to my conversation with him earlier, it should be 36 wins, 1 loss and 0 draws, he ranked second. Thunder God said. Second? Hong revealed a smile, he complimented, very impressive indeed, you should know, I'm now a part of the huge Axe Dojo. Thunder God nodded. Hong's teacher, the time sector lord was one with the huge Axe Dojo domain lord medal. Hence Luo was accepted much earlier into the dojo, of course, now he didn't have much of his lifespan left. Hence his position in the dojo wasn't too high. However, to get them to nurture his disciple well wasn't a problem. Hong was being nurtured by the huge Axe Dojo. Of course, as it hadn't been long, he still hasn't been absorbed into the core. Virtual Universe Company is another one of the 5 great leviathans of humanity along with my huge Axe Dojo. Hong smiled, and every genius battle, only the top 1,000 of the trillions of geniuses from the 1,008 universe countries would get accepted into the core. Hence getting into the core is extremely hard. Even right now I don't have the ability to get into the core of the huge Axe Dojo. Big brother, you can definitely get in. Thunder God said. Hong didn't care and smiled, there's level differences even within the core. The absolute beginning region third brother is in is considered the innermost core of the virtual universe company. To be able to get in there, those are all the pinnacle of geniuses of humanity. Honestly speaking, our gap with third brother is getting bigger and bigger. Thunder God twitched his lips. Hong however smiled, even though they were both considered geniuses, the current stage Luo Feng was on was where the pinnacle of geniuses stood on. Why are you twitching? Hong looked at Thunder God, as long as we remain grounded and keep improving. Even if we are currently lagging behind, there will come a day we too will stand at the pinnacle. Big brother, you can chase up to third brother, I have confidence in you. However, for myself, depends on luck. Thunder God laughed. Third brother is here. Hong looked at the distant entrance of the courtyard. At the exquisite entrance of the courtyard, dressed in simple wear, sporting short black hair, Luo Feng walked over and smiled. With a flash, he arrived at the pavilion 100 m away from the entrance and sat at the only empty seat, smiling as he shouted, Big and second brother, it's been a while. I heard big brother you've joined the huge Axe Dojo? My teacher gave me a referral. Hong nodded, he has some connections within the dojo, it made it easier for me. The huge Axe Dojo is not bad. Luo Feng complimented. The huge Axe Dojo, according to what Luo Feng knew, belonged to one of the 2 stronger leviathans of the 5, next to the Virtual Universe Company. The other Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank were somewhat weaker in power. From the looks of it, your mood is not bad. Hong smiled at Luo Feng. He made it into the top 3. Thunder God teased. Luo Feng could only smile helplessly. Right, he made it into the top 3. Through the Inheritance Palace in Demon Mountain, his power had grown at an absurd rate, he had full guarantee of the absolute beginning region battles. The battles also went exactly as he had expected. He won the December 1st matches. It was simple and easy, he didn't have to use much of his strength to win. However, the seniors had all discussed that since he had passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge early on, winning them was normal, but he would be in trouble the moment he met the 5 strongest. In his 13th match, Luo Feng finally met one of them. The first was Wolfman Luo Fu. The strongest Luo Fu. Luo Fu. Luo Feng muttered within. Luo Fu was the first of the 5 strongest Luo Feng encountered in the battles. This match had attracted a lot of attention. And Luo Feng was extremely prudent and cautious. The location of that battle was in the air above an ocean. The two said a couple of words before clashing immediately. Once they began, it was vicious. Luo Feng first used his consciousness pressure and relied on the Nanshan armament, using his strongest move. Using power to pressure him. Under the consciousness pressure, Luo Fu was indeed affected a little, however it made him go into a frenzy. The frenzied Luo Fu was extremely fast, especially his instantaneous acceleration. Even Luo Feng, on his dark cloud shuttle, had difficulty keeping up. In just 3 moves. The first claw blocked Luo Feng's blade world attack. The second injured Luo Feng. The third killed him immediately. Clean and simple. No resistance. Stunned. The loss made Luo Feng completely stunned, as he had defeated Sa Jin before, and acquired the demon note inheritance after. This made him extremely confident in himself, but who would have thought the strongest of the 5, Luo Fu, could end the battle so fast? He lost too badly. As he felt bad about his loss, the group of seniors were all cheering away. They thought that Luo Feng's strength was just that weak. Even though he defeated Sa Jin back then, they thought that Sa Jin was probably just overconfident before. Now that he met Luo Fu, wasn't everything revealed? The seniors all thought that Luo Feng would first lose to Luo Fu and subsequently to the other 4. 16th match, Luo Feng against Sa Jin. The moment the Nanshan armament was unleashed, with his power to control the Nanshan armament, he completely suppressed Sa Jin. This match made his confidence grow by quite a bit. It wasn't that his difference from the top 5 was that huge, it was only that Luo Fu was absurd. And this match stunned all of the seniors too. Sa Jin lost really badly, he was disadvantaged from start to end. 20th match, Luo Feng against Ni Nan. Ni Nan was a very sinister person. It was a pity his speed couldn't match up to Luo Feng's. When a fighter's instantaneous acceleration cannot catch up to a spirit reader, he would only become a target. He lost without a chance at all. 28th match, Luo Feng against Chemist Yu Feng. Luo Feng was very worried about this match, because according to the footage he had seen, Yu Feng's ability was simply too sick, and the peculiar drugs he used was undeniably powerful and hard to defend against. Being extremely cautious, the moment the battle began, Luo Feng created a huge distance from him and unleashed his blade world, using the world energy to pressure the opponent and kill him. However, unknowingly he was still attacked by a special drug on his soul. Luckily his willpower was incredibly solid, he withstood it without any reaction, thinking of ways to kill his opponent. Winning through the dangers. When he won, Luo Feng received a mail from Yu Feng. Newbie, I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my cast number 6 drug. However, next time you won't be so lucky. This victory completely stunned the group of universe-level seniors in the absolute beginning region. Wolfman Luo Fu, Chemist Yu Feng, these two were the strongest amongst the seniors. For Luo Feng to be able to defeat Yu Feng, it proved his strength. 35th match, Luo Feng against Gu. GE's ultimate move. Luo Feng had seen it much earlier in his GE's match against Luo Fu, hence he was prepared. He didn't give Gu the chance to get close at all, using the Nanshan armament to kill him. A total of 37 matches. Luo Feng won 36 and lost 1, 0 draws. Luo Fu had 37 wins, but Chemist Yu Feng had 35 wins, 2 losses, 0 draws. According to the points, Luo Feng and the other two were naturally the highest. As such, the chance to challenge the primal region was given to the 3 of them. The three of would now have the right to enter the primal region battles. Ku Luo Fu. Luo Feng recalled the many battles from 3 days ago. Finally, that battle made him shudder. His strength far overpowers the rest of the 5 strongest. My Nanshan armament already used that much power, and he blocked it easily. Ha, still thinking about the battle before? Thunder God laughed under the pavilion. Only an addict will get high achievements. Hong smiled. Only then did Luo Feng awake from the memories. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 588, Primal Region. Chapter 588, Primal Region. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. My bad. Luo Feng shook his head. I haven't been able to forget my battle with Ku Luo Fu earlier. Lost badly? Hong asked. Do you still need to ask? Thunder God teased. Luo Feng lifted his teacup, sipping gently. The tea leaves used were specially produced by the Ping Hai Company within the virtual universe. The fragrant taste swirled within his mouth. He exclaimed after the sip, indeed, I lost really badly. It made me feel like there's no hope in making it into the primal region. But before the battles began, Luo Feng was filled with ambition to make it into the primal region. He had acquired a part of the demon node inheritance. His spirit energy amplitude had jumped by leaps and bounds. He had a definite confidence in making it into the primal region. However, after the battle with Ku Luo Fu, it was like he was drenched in cold water from above. Difference. The difference was huge. Losing is fine. Hong smiled. The only problem is whether you have the confidence. Big brother? Luo Feng looked at Hong. When I was young in training at the assassin camp. Hong's eyes gleamed with memories. In terms of physical ability, we Chinese compared to the whites and blacks had a huge difference. Even though I was lagging behind, I kept progressing, until I became the most terrifying assassin. And those who initially had greater talents and were stronger, I exceeded them. Luo Feng quietly listened. Hence. Hong smiled at Luo Feng. Third brother, talent is important but it isn't absolute. You have great talent and you train fast. No problem, you'll train for 10,000 years and become undying. Me? I'll just train for 100,000 years, 1 million years to become undying. Wouldn't that work too? Who knows, those with greater talents may even fall first. Luo Feng realized. Right. His teacher had once mentioned that absolute genius who could kill an official level undying at his sector lord level, didn't he fall too? He didn't even become undying. Hence, shocking improvement during a certain period isn't that important. The most important thing is stability and longevity. Hong looked at Luo Feng. The most important thing about training is not comparing yourself to others, but only with yourself. As long as you keep improving, keep exceeding yourself, then you'll ultimately get stronger and stronger. One day, you'll realize, you won't be able to find another opponent in the entire world. You'll become number one. Luo Feng listened quietly. He was filled with great respect towards his big brother Hong. In terms of strength he was much stronger, however in mental state, his big brother was comparable to the saints of the Chinese history. Ha, big brother, was this how you became number one back then? Thunder God smiled at Luo Feng. Right. Hong's eyes were calm, he nodded and smiled. Back then I only had my loyal pike, with that I worked and trained. Exceeding myself one step at a time, I didn't even realize that during the Great Nirvana I had already become the number one person on earth. Luo Feng, do you understand what I mean? Understood, I cannot rush. I have to remain grounded and chase my own limits. Luo Feng said. Hong nodded satisfied. After chatting with them for about over 3 hours, the three brothers finally separated. Big brother went on to continue his training, second brother was busy with his own matters, Luo Feng returned back to continue his inheritance training. He realized one thing. Every time he gathered with them, he would gain some form of realization, seeing the road ahead somewhat clearer. Mental state. In terms of mental states, second brother is stronger than I am, and big brother is already in a different place altogether. Luo Feng felt that even though his big brother hadn't fully excelled yet, a day would come where he would definitely be able to shine in the vast universe. This feeling was completely from his instinct. Even though he spoke calmly, one could feel his complete self-confidence within his bones. On the second day after the absolute beginning battles had ended, the primal region battles began. As there were only 5 universe levels in the primal region, all their battles would end in a day. And obviously, the battles of the primal region had drawn the attention of many of the other geniuses from the other regions. Countless numbers of them watched their battles. Absolute beginning region, Manka Prince Wuka's villa. Luo Feng, Rongjun and Wuka had gathered in the living room, drinking wine and watching the screen, the many battles of the primal region geniuses. Ah, my villa. I'll have to leave here soon, to the sky and land region. Wuka sat in his sofa and exclaimed loudly. He glanced at Luo Feng and Rongjun. You two punks, our absolute beginning heroes should be together. One of you have made it into the top 3 and the other will stay here. Luo Feng and Rongjun laughed. The qualification battles, Luo Feng ranked 2nd and Rongjun ranked 19. Rongjun managed to scrape off and rank in the top 20, that way he didn't need to compete in the sky and land region. It could be said that it was set in stone that he would remain in the absolute beginning region. Wuka, however, was in the bottom 6 without a surprise. The other 6 newbies, Wuka, Elpatela, Lancelot, Ai-Chun, Zhang Yemo and Xian Shui were the 6 from the back. For Wuka to be the 6th from the last was already not bad. However, they were about to battle the top 10 of the sky and land region. Other than the 6 of them, the others had all passed the Heavenly Bridge 6th level. They were set to go into the sky and land region. Humph. Every batch of newbies go through the same time, they would be disadvantaged and sent back one region. We are newbies after all. Wuka stared at Luo Feng and Rongjun. You two wait for me, I'll quickly return to the absolute beginning. Alright, we'll wait. Rongjun laughed. Work hard, Prince Wuka. Luo Feng teased. After they finished the match being broadcasted on the screen, that of Fei Tuo and Long Yun had already ended. Long Yun sure is pitiful. Wuka exclaimed. Right. Rongjun nodded. He really isn't on the same level as the other members of the primal region. Luo Feng nodded too. There were a total of 5 in the primal region, 3 seniors and 2 newbies. The 2 were of course from the genius battle, Bolin and Long Yun. After Bolin was spurred by Luo Feng, he finally realized that we wasn't an invincible genius, that wasting his talents on overdoing it was a stupid thing to do, hence he changed to having space as his main law. 2 years ago, he had already passed the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level. The 3 seniors were Fei Tuo, Samayan and Mo Luo, of which Fei Tuo was the only Virtual Universe Company universe level member to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Samayan and Mo Luo had passed the 7th, of course, they had passed it long ago. Long Yun is pitiful, he loses to everyone he meets. If it were me, I'd long have given up. What's the point? Wuka shook his head. They are not even close. Of the 5, 1 had passed the 8th level, the other 3 had passed the 7th, only Long Yun had just passed the 5th. Don't look down on him. Luo Feng looked at Long Yun's body in the screen. Those that know they will lose and still fight, they aren't normal people. Rongjun nodded. Look! Mo Luo against Bolin. Wuka shouted. Luo Feng and Rongjun gathered their attention and stared at the screen. Of the 2 newbies in the primal region, only Bolin had some resistance ability. However, when he met the strongest of the seniors, Fei Tuo, he lost really badly. Both he and Mo Luo had passed the 7th level. Rongjun emphasized, and both are close combat fighters. This battle, maybe Bolin has some hope. Luo Feng nodded. Right, there was some hope. Only some. The battle began. Bolin's blade work was incredibly incisive, and his movement was absurd. Mo Luo however stood his ground, using his beast fist to block Bolan's many attacks. The scene of them clashing caused the mountains and forests about to be destroyed completely. Bolan's every blade caused great canyons on the surface of the planet, and Mo Luo's every punch and kick caused great damage to the land. In an instant they exchanged over 10 times. Mo Luo grabbed the chance and sacrificed one leg, closing in and killing Bolan. Roar! Mo Luo's eyes gleamed with wildness, his right arm became like a winding snake and extended, grabbing Bolan's neck. Ka-cha! In an instant he broke his neck, his fingers piercing through Bolan's head. Bolan, dead. Silence. Luo Feng, Rongjun and Wuka who were watching were silent for a while. Bolan's strength wasn't weak at all, however he was still killed by the seniors of the primal region. What terrifying close combat! Wuka said softly. Wuka was a close combat fighter too, however, the difference between him and Mo Luo was huge. Terrifying. Rongjun too frowned. Luo Feng held his breath and watched. In his mind he recalled the instant where Mo Luo grabbed Bolan and killed him, replaying it over and over. The more he thought about it, the more his expression grew heavier. That Mo Luo's beast fist is truly remarkable, like a fox, python, wild wolf, tiger. Intrepid. Cunning. Sinister. It was completely natural. This beast fist is something he created, and others are simply learning from others. Luo Feng thought within, using one's own created technique, would be easier to unleash greater strength. Mo Luo is very strong. However, why do I feel that Luo Fu is still stronger? Luo Feng frowned, and Luo Fu was only from the absolute beginning region, peculiar. Mo Luo's strength, Luo Feng was cautious. Luo Fu's strength however made him feel despair. No hope. Wuka shouted out in the sofa. Bolan lost to Mo Luo, he would probably lose to the fighter's bane hypnotist Samayan, then he'd be set to become the primal region's bottom 3 with Long Yun. The virtual universe company's rules were: the bottom 3 of the primal region, along with the top 3 of the absolute beginning region, will fight for the one primal region slot. Now from the looks of it, Long Yun and Bolan, they would be in the bottom 3. That Fei Tua, as the only one to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, an obviously exceptional being, would get first place without a problem. Primal region's bottom 3, one would be Bolan, another Long Yun. Who would be the last? Wuka frowned. It'll definitely be either Mo Luo or Samayan. Rongjun said, Luo Feng, who do you think it'll be? Luo Feng frowned. Who? Mo Luo. It had to be him. As long as he was in the bottom 3, then Luo Feng would get the chance to fight him. I definitely have to personally defeat him, and step on him, definitely. Luo Feng had long had this grudge he had to settle. The qualification battles was the chance he got to vent it out on. Even if it were in reality, Luo Feng wouldn't be lenient. Since Mo Luo's kickback then, he had decided. The two, one of them had to die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 589, The Dust Has Settled. Chapter 589, The Dust Has Settled. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng, Rongjun and Wuka sat in the sofa and watched the screen. On it the battles of the primal region was going on. Half of the battles are already over. It'll soon be Mo Luo against Samayan. Wuka lifted his wine and crossed his legs. Whoever loses of the two will have to battle to stay after. Luo Feng stared at the screen. It definitely had to be Mo Luo who lost. Within Mo Luo's huge primal region villa, in the vast grass field, he sat there cross-legged. He enjoyed quietly pondering about the earlier battles. I didn't expect that Bolan to be so strong. He had just passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge not long ago, but he actually injured me heavily before I could kill him. He didn't expect any of the two newbies to give him any trouble. just like the absolute beginning's seniors saw Jin and Ainan and the others who had just passed the 7th level. Mo Luo could easily kill them all. However, he had to sacrifice one leg to kill Bolin. What did that represent? It meant that their strengths were close. His strength, even amongst the absolute beginning region, would only be a little weaker than Luo Fu. Mo Luo exclaimed, a newbie that just passed the 7th level 2 years ago, that's strong. He didn't know. Bolin's talent in the space law was terrifying. It was only because he was prideful and chose to study the universe tablet with both time and space simultaneously, hence he wasted so much time. Now that he had his focus on space laws, his improvement was shocking. Bolin is already defeated, he's no longer a threat, I now have to defeat Samayan. He frowned. The 3 seniors of the primal region. Fei Tuo was the absolute number 1, he had long passed the 8th level, obviously exceptional. Mo Luo and Samayan were close in strengths. In the previous battles I defeated Samayan. And in the battles after, he defeated Luo Fu. Mo Luo pondered, he is a hypnotist, strong against Luo Fu. However, both Luo Fu and I are fighters. And his improvement in these past couple of hundred of years has been shocking. It was very dangerous the past qualification battles, however last time, he was only close to me in strength. However now, from the footage of him against Luo Feng, his strength has already exceeded mine. Mo Luo frowned, troubled. Wolfman Luo Fu. His rise in strength was mostly in the recent 200 years, even though he was strong before, he was only comparable with chemist Yu Feng. Now however, he had completely taken the lead, a sort of different level altogether. Even Luo Feng was completely subdued by him, that Mo Luo knew from watching the footage that Luo Fu had already exceeded him. The moment I'm defeated by Samayan, with 6 people fighting for the primal region slot, and with Luo Fu in the 6, I won't have any hope. Mo Luo shook his head, no matter, I must stay in the primal region. How? How? His expression was complex, even though he was shocked by Luo Feng's power, it was obvious he was currently more worried about Luo Fu. Only one way. Defeat Samayan. That way, I'll remain in the top 2. Mo Luo took a deep breath, once I'm in the top 2, I won't have to contest with the others. I'll let Samayan go fight it out with Luo Fu. Against Samayan, I have to win, I have to win. He thought. In a moment. The virtual universe system's voice ringed in his ears, Mo Luo, the primal region universe level battles, your 3rd match is about to begin, your opponent is Samayan. Simultaneously, the screen on his wrist immediately displayed information and he was transported into the arena. The cold winds howled, snowflakes as big as goose feathers flew about, the ice was incredibly thick. 2 silhouettes appeared above the ice. Mo Luo. A roar resounded. Samayan. Mo Luo smiled, in the distance a black-robed purple-haired youth standing on a flying spirit weapon flew into the sky, on his forehead was a complex purple engraving, his purple eyes had a peculiar demonic energy. This purple-haired youth was Samayan, a hypnotist. The hypnotist Jiao Laishi from the Genius competition was also a hypnotist, however compared to Samayan, he was much weaker. Mo Luo. Samayan's eyes were cold, he stood on his flying weapon and gazed down, you should be clear that this battle, whoever loses will have to contest to stay. And that Luo Fu is obviously much stronger than 1,000 years ago. Even though I'm his bane, I don't have much of a chance. As for you, I'm sorry but you'll definitely have to lose here. Mo Luo's expression immediately grew heavy. Pressure. All the absolute geniuses of the primal region all had pressure, the moment they were careless, they would be knocked out of their place. Just like Luo Fu's explosion in strength, it made their 2 positions at risk. If I meet Luo Fu, I would probably lose, however I don't have to fight him at all. Because, you'll definitely lose here. Mo Luo roared and fiercely stomped the ground. The thick ice layer was immediately shattered and countless ice shards dropped into the ocean, many more dispersing in all directions. He flashed like lightning and rushed before Samayan, his fists like a flaming shooting star. Rumble. One fist was like a shooting star punching towards Samayan, the surrounding space warped around it. Ha, you are too slow. 10 kilometers away, Samayan laughed on his flying weapon. Can't you see that was my illusion? Mo Luo fiercely retracted his fist and landed on the ice, gazing at the distant Samayan. I was lenient just now, however, no more. Samayan laughed and a formless spirit energy pierced straight into Mo Luo's soul. The hypnotism had already seeped in. This battle was being watched by over tens of thousands of geniuses in the core of the virtual universe company, of which included Luo Feng, Rongjun, and Wuka. On the screen, the three stared hard. Powerful, madman, savage, who do you think will win? Wuka said casually. Rongjun too was smiling, only Luo Feng was glued to the scene, his consciousness like an AI swiftly calculating the outcome of the battle. How would he deal with each move? Without a doubt, he wished for Mo Luo to lose. However, from the battle scene, even though Samayan's hypnotism was terrifying, when Mo Luo battled, it was indeed like a wild beast attacking. Even though he was affected by the hypnotism, he quickly broke through it and once again chased Samayan. Samayan did his best to create distance and unleash his hypnotism. The moment he succeeded, he immediately used his arc blade along with his spirit weapon to attack. Rumble. The skies and land immediately became an endless sea of flames, and within were many Samayans. With a glance, over 1 trillion of them stood about. Mo Luo. Mo Luo. Mo Luo. Mo Luo. Mo Luo. 1 trillion Samayans simultaneously spoke, and Mo Luo, who was in the center, frowned as he gazed about. He calmly analyzed it, thinking of which of the trillion was the real Samayan. This is the newest hypnotism, named the Flame World Illusion. Die. Mo Luo actually closed his eyes and didn't look, focused as he waited. Over here. Mo Luo flashed like lightning, his legs like blades flashing forward to kill. Pu Chi. Mo Luo opened his eyes. He saw Samayan with a gaping wound in his chest, fresh blood spurting out. He could even see his internal organs. Humph. Mo Luo smiled, however his smile quickly disappeared. His head was split in two and his body fell. Mo Luo, dead. The truth is fantasy, and the fantasy is real. The distant heavily injured Samayan stood on his flying weapon, his face pale as he smiled at the body. You think closing your eyes is enough? Primal region, Mo Luo's villa. I actually lost. Mo Luo sat in his study and gripped his fist hard, his nails pierced into his palm, his eyes still unable to accept his defeat. I still succumbed to his move. I thought that I had already broken through the illusion to his real body. I didn't expect he used his real body to take the damage and place another environment to attack. Truth in the fantasy, fantasy in the truth. Mo Luo shook his head. Indeed, that Samayan's fire and space law melding had reached an unbelievable level. This is troublesome. He frowned. I have to contest for the slot now. Me, Bolan, Longyun, Kaluofu, Yufeng, Luo Feng, the 6 vying for one primal region slot. The other 5 will fail and re-enter the absolute beginning region. Kaluofu, I have no guarantee at all. I didn't expect Luo Feng to make it to the top 3 too. I can't be bothered with him. My greatest opponent is still Kaluofu. Mo Luo didn't think anymore. He swiftly found Kaluofu's previous battle footages and seriously studied them. Absolute beginning region, Wuka's villa. Luo Feng and the others sat on the sofa watching the footage of Mo Luo and Samayan's battle. Hypnotist mixing real attacks perfectly, truth in the fantasy, fantasy in the truth. Rongjun complimented. I heard the highest level of a hypnotist is to make the person think of the illusion has reality, living his entire life within. Luo Feng nodded, his eyes gleaming with glee. Very good. The dust had settled. The people for the contest for the primal region slot from the primal region were Bolin, Long Yun, and finally, Mo Luo. Heaven has given me the chance, Mo Luo. I'll first step on you here and settle you in reality in the future. Luo Feng squinted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 590, Contest. Chapter 590, Contest. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Yuxiang Mountain's public region had a spacious ancient pathway. The entire pathway was made of black stone. Luo Feng walked along it alone casually. After a while. Bayan Villa. Luo Feng looked up at the several km in area luxurious restaurant. Outside its huge hall were beautiful and handsome staff welcoming people. Right here. Luo Feng walked in. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please follow me. A sector lord lady with a furry tail smiled and led the way. Luo Feng followed this lady and stood on the escalator, swiftly reaching the highest level. Only then did it stop. The highest level of the restaurant had a man-made river. Surrounding it were ancient trees. There was an exquisite dark gold dining table there. Around it were 7 chairs. Sitting in the chairs allowed one to fully gaze at the surroundings. Fish in the high level, swim, dine. Within this Yuxiang Mountain countless geniuses gathered. It was indeed an extravagant place. Hence, those able to book this highest level were at least primal region members or powerful undyings, the upper echelon. Your Majesty Luo Feng, I'll leave first. The sector lord lady bowed and left. Luo Feng looked at the riverside. Surrounding the dark golden table were 7 chairs, only one was filled. This intrepid man with yellow fur was dressed casually, his mouth revealed fangs. Wolfman Ku Luo Fu. Ku Luo Fu. Luo Feng smiled and walked over. The man turned to look at Luo Feng, revealing a rare smile. He lightly toasted with his cup and didn't speak again. Luo Feng entered and sat down. He grabbed a glass and poured himself a drink from the side rack which had many flavors of wine. He sat patiently in the chair on the side. In the distance the door once again opened and the furry-tailed sector lord lady smiled and brought a youth in. He was strong and sturdy. He looked like a mountain, with a bull-horned helmet. His eyes seemed deep and profound. The moment he entered his gaze landed on Luo Feng. Long Yun. Luo Feng sat and toasted him. Luo Feng. Long Yun's eyes gleamed as he squinted. Back then from the same batch of geniuses, he was one of the top geniuses and entered the primal region. However, after joining the virtual universe company, within the past couple of hundreds of years, he was left far behind by Luo Feng. He was very clear, this contest battle, he was the one with the least hope. Long Yun had arrived. Very quickly, Yu Feng arrived too, then followed by Bolin and finally Mo Luo. Everybody's earlier than me. Mo Luo was dressed in a simple golden armor. He smiled as he entered, simultaneously waving, Luo Fu. It's been a while. Yu Feng. Luo Fu and Yu Feng slightly nodded. Bolin, Long Yun. He smiled as he shouted, sitting in a chair. Finally his gaze landed on Luo Feng. He smiled as he said, Luo Feng, of the newbies, the one I most respect is you. Your improvement is shocking. Being able to meet you makes me really happy, but... Ah, really? Luo Feng sat coldly, muttering. Immediately, Luo Fu, Bolin, and the rest all turned to look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng reacted to his passionate greeting coldly. This made them feel Luo Feng was colder than before. Hua! Another door of the level opened fiercely and a silver white-robed bald man walked over. The land and skies about him seemed much brighter. He smiled as he walked over and said, everybody's here. Shua! Luo Fu, Luo Feng, and the rest of the 6 all stood up, bowing respectfully, Lord. Since everyone's here, I'll explain everything that needs to be said. The bald man stood beside them, not sitting down. He stood and smiled at the 6, the absolute beginning universe level top 3 Luo Fu, Luo Feng, and Yu Feng, primal region last 3, Mo Luo, Bolin and Long Yun. You 6 will have a contest for the final slot. The rules are simple, everyone will fight once against the other 5, the winner will get 1 point, otherwise you'll get 0 points. The final tally will determine the winner. The first warrior will get the only Primal Region slot and become a Primal Region member. As for the other 5, you'll enter the absolute beginning region. The bald man smiled at the group. Everybody understand? Understood. The 6 replied respectfully. Very good. The bald man nodded. Now I'll begin to arrange the order of your battles. Following which he pointed in mid-air ahead and a screen automatically appeared. There floated Luo Feng and the rest of their names, after which they moved about. In an instant, the battle proceedings appeared. These are your battles, the bald man said. Everyone will have to fight 5 battles, a total of 15 matches. Look closely at your own battles. Luo Feng quickly looked at the screen. 3 matches occurred simultaneously at any time, obviously that was the greatest efficiency, and his own order was Luo Feng against Bolin first match. Luo Feng against Mo Luo second match. Luo Feng against Long Yan third match. Luo Feng against Yu Feng fourth match. Luo Feng against Ku Luo Fu fifth match. Have you all seen it clearly? The bald man looked at the 6. The 6 nodded. Official matters have been settled, everybody can enjoy this lunch and get to know each other. The bald man smiled and sat. Tomorrow the battles begin. Everything will be settled in a day. The 6 sat down. Very quickly, all the delicacies prepared earlier were sent in, wine and food etc., all luxurious foods. Everybody ate and chatted, of which Mo Luo was the most passionate. Long Yan too occasionally smiled and talked. As for Bolin, Ku Luo Fu, Yu Feng, and Luo Feng, they hardly spoke. Theoretically, Luo Feng wasn't an unfriendly person, however after seeing Mo Luo, he had lost all mood to socialize. Mo Luo however didn't seem to mind, he was a lively person, it was mostly him talking, it made the entire atmosphere of the table liven up. Even the bald undying upper echelon from the Virtual Universe Company would occasionally smile and talk. Come, Luo Feng, let me toast you. Mo Luo smiled and lifted his wineglass, looking anxiously at Luo Feng. Silence. The group had long felt Luo Feng was especially cold today, they all looked at him. The table after all had the undying there, everybody had to show respect and not make it rigid. My apologies, I don't wish to drink. Luo Feng muttered as he held his glass. Mo Luo who was standing there and frowning seemed disturbed. We've both shared a tough time together, won't you show me some face with this toast? He frowned. Once we drink this, shall we forget all our grudges before? Forget it? Luo Feng looked up at Mo Luo before returning to eat his meal, not caring about him at all. Even though his grudge with Mo Luo was huge, however he couldn't kill anyone in the virtual universe, and the Undying was sitting there with them, he couldn't be bothered at all. Not even one drink? Mo Luo said solemnly. The rest around the table felt something wasn't right. Luo Feng continued to ignore him. Pa! Mo Luo fiercely slammed the glass on the table, his expression ugly, pointing at Luo Feng and roaring, Luo Feng, I see you for how evil you are. In Demon Note Mountain, your backstab almost made me lose my life, I hated you to the bone. However, since we are all members of the Virtual Universe Company, I don't wish to hold grudges, I showed you respect by toasting you, to forget our grudges. I didn't expect you. Backstab? Beside, Bolin, Ku Luo Fu and the rest were shocked. Luo Feng looked up fiercely, his expression ashen, staring hard at Mo Luo. Mo Luo seemed to be enraged as he smiled coldly at Luo Feng. Within however he was satisfied, from the footage of the battles earlier, this Luo Feng is indeed very strong. Stronger than Yu Feng. He might be some threat to me, I'll take this chance to enrage and drive him crazy. When the time comes for us to face, I'll only have to use a few words to make him explode from rage within. Once he's in that state, he'll only be able to use 70 to 80% of his strength, I'll win that much easier. As long as I can beat him, then I won't have to worry about any others, just Ku Luo Fu. Mo Luo Feng had completely calculated Luo Feng's mental condition. As there was absolutely no way to take revenge in the virtual universe, and Luo Feng didn't have any proof, recording? It may have been taken. However, with the advanced technology, with games being able to 100% simulate reality, what footage couldn't be faked? Those couldn't be used as proof at all. Get angry. Rage. Rage until you explode. However, in the virtual universe network, you cannot do anything to me. When we battle tomorrow and your emotions get the best of you, you'll definitely lose. Mo Luo was confident within. Bang! Luo Feng, who sat there initially with his expression enraged and silent, jumped up and violently punched him. With only a few meters in between, Mo Luo couldn't react to Luo Feng's punch that smashed his face. His nose immediately broke, his teeth smashed and falling to the floor. There was an dent in his face. Bang! Pa! 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 Mo Luo's 4 limbs were instantly broken. Luo Feng's move was instant and fast, just like when Mo Luo backstabbed him, at extreme close distance. Rumble! Mo Luo smashed into an ancient tree behind. With a rumble, the tree tore apart and Mo Luo landed on the ground. His limbs completely broken with his muscles torn apart, he had no way of resisting at all. Luo Feng then sat on his body and his 2 fists became blurs as he madly pummeled his face in. Bang! 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 Each punch connected. The sound was shocking. Luo Feng punched his face as he cursed, "You shameless, sinister little person, I've never ever seen someone as evil as you. What's wrong with my punches? How do you like them? If I don't punch you, this bad feeling won't go away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 11, Chapter 591, Luo Feng against Bolin. Chapter 591, Luo Feng against Bolin. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Back when Mo Luo backstabbed him in Demon Note Mountain and he even twisted the story after, Luo Feng didn't have any proof, he didn't have any way to vent his anger within. Every heavy punch was filled with his rage. This made him a lot more carefree. This punk actually. Mo Luo, who was instantly heavily damaged and was getting punched in the face, he couldn't even defend as his limbs were all broken. He struggled for a few seconds before realizing there was no way to resist, just laying there and letting Luo Feng punch him. Luo Feng! Mo Luo roared within. Simultaneously he swiftly left the virtual universe network and immediately his body vanished. Bang! Luo Feng's punch hit the air and landed on the stone below, splitting it apart. Only then did he stand up. Beside the dining table, Wolfman Kaluofu, Yufeng, Bolin, and Longyun were all shocked from the scene. Even the undying bald man slightly frowned. My bad. Luo Feng stood up, turning and revealing a happy and bright smile to the group. I was too crude earlier. This punk. The bald man shook his head. Luo Feng had indeed made a move earlier, however the virtual universe company were very lax with these group of geniuses. Once the path was chosen, everything was allowed to be chosen solely by their wills. As for the battling within the virtual universe network, that hardly meant anything to them. As no matter how you fought within the virtual universe, no one could die. Hence the virtual universe company didn't even care or manage such things. The only thing was, subconsciously, these groups of geniuses were after all peerless talents, hence they usually cared about their appearances. Even more so when an upper echelon from the virtual universe company, an undying actually comes, he represented the upper echelon of the company, naturally people wouldn't do such things. However, Luo Feng still went ahead with it. So what if I beat him up? I'm crude, so what? Luo Feng thought. The bald man beside the table shook his head and got up, looking at Luo Feng. Indeed a disciple of True Yen Emperor, exactly like your teacher, explosive and fiery. However, you control yourself sometimes. I'll take my leave. After he finished, he left. Only Luo Fu, Yufeng, Bolin, Longyun and Luo Feng were left at the table. Vicious. Bolin said. You actually made a move. Longyun said as he looked at Luo Feng. From that attack earlier, he could see that Luo Feng had a wild mad streak deep within his bones. If I don't beat him, it would be unbearable. After doing so, it felt great. Luo Feng laughed loudly as he walked to his seat and sat down, lifting his wine and downing it in a gulp. I feel much better now. That Mo Luo's shamelessness, if I didn't vent it out, I couldn't take it. Shameless? Longyun frowned. Bolin and Yufeng had curiosity in their eyes. From the information they had gathered and their short interaction with him, Mo Luo should be a nice guy. That Mo Luo is very scheming. Beside, Wolfman Luo Fu suddenly said. The rest all looked at him. I've suffered a little from it. Wolfman Luo Fu looked at Luo Feng. However, from the looks of it, Luo Feng must have lost more. I almost lost my little life. Luo Feng teased. Mo Luo quickly returned to the virtual universe primal region, within his own villa. This Luo Feng actually made a move. He dared to make a move? Before the upper echelon undying, he dared to make a move? Mo Luo was aching to fight. Attacking someone in the virtual universe couldn't kill anybody. However, Luo Feng was simply too vicious and devious with his attack. He actually instantly broke his 4 limbs. Thus he had no way to fight back. Luo Feng even sat on him and violently smashed his face in. Rage. There were no injuries on his body, however the shame was a lot more unbearable than the damage. Shame, humiliation. This Luo Feng. Mo Luo gritted his teeth, wanting revenge. There was no way at all. This attack was completely one-sided, and he was helpless. After the gathering ended, Bolin, Luo Fu, Yufeng and Longyun could be said to have watched a good show. Mo Luo held the rage within. Luo Feng, however, was carefree and happy. Second day. Contest battles were officially beginning. Luo Feng's first opponent was Bolin. That Longyun is indeed not a threat at all. I'll settle him in an instant. Mo Luo sat in his dark quiet study, opening a screen and swiftly selecting Luo Feng and Bolin's match to watch. Mo Luo was previously heavily injured by Bolin before he killed him, hence he didn't dare belittle Bolin. To Luo Feng, he naturally knew how strong he was. As Luo Feng had defeated the 4 warriors that had passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge, hence he had the right to participate in this contest battles. His strength was definitely strong. Mo Luo recognized the importance of Luo Feng in Bolin's fight. Who's stronger? He stared at the screen. Let's hope Bolin teaches Luo Feng a good lesson. The scene on the screen was the air above an ocean. Luo Feng and Bolin's fight was very exciting. One used the blade world while the other had space as the main and time as the support. His attacks were terrifying and unpredictable. The flow of time constantly changed as the two battled non-stop without a clear advantage in either. This Luo Feng can actually match up to Bolin? Mo Luo frowned. Not good. Luo Feng is about to win. The vast skies above the ocean had completely become a blade world. The skies and land warped. Countless amounts of blade energy revolved about. Luo Feng stood on his dark cloud shuttle in mid-air. Before him, 2 powerful threads of blade energy had condensed. In the distance, the white-robed and blood-red blade-wielding Bolin was obviously fatigued. There were many heavy wounds on his body, from his chest down to his legs. Fresh blood stained the white robe. Luo Feng, you are much stronger than back then. Bolin stared at Luo Feng. You are very strong too. Luo Feng looked at Bolin. However, let's end this battle now. Bring it. Bolin stared at him. Actually, when Luo Feng had heavily injured Bolin earlier in the fight, the end of the battle was already set. Xiao. 2 threads of blade energy tore through the skies, infused with gold origin laws and space origin laws, plus it was 2 threads of condensed blade world energy. It attacked swiftly from 2 sides at Bolin. And the heavily injured Bolin swiftly dodged. He was however affected by his injuries, barely blocking one thread of blade energy, the other pierced right through his forehead. Rumble. The blade world dispersed and countless gold lights swiftly returned to the dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back. Bolin's body fell from the skies, landing in the endless ocean. Luo Feng looked at the body fall from mid-air, shocked within. Actually, he had treated Bolin with respect. He didn't instantly take out all his strength and wipe him out, but only used part of it to enjoy a good fight with him. However, even so, he was shocked at Bolin's improvement speed. Before, when he unleashed about 300 times of his spirit energy, along with the Nanshan Armaments Blade World, only then could he unleash 2 threads of blade energy to kill Bolin. I passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge much earlier than Bolin. However, if I didn't receive the Demon Note inheritance, if I didn't have my soul pressure advantage, then I wouldn't even be his match. Luo Feng was shocked within. Bolin's strength was actually so much stronger than Sajin, Gu and Nan. He was probably comparable to Chemist Yu Feng. Bolin's improvement was too shocking. He had only passed the 7th level 2 years ago. His strength was already close to the primal region's Mo Luo. This forced Luo Feng to have to amplify his spirit energy to 300 times before he could win. Of course, if Luo Feng had used his soul pressure and amplified his spirit energy to above 1800, the battle would have ended instantly. Teacher was right. He thought, Bolin's talent in space laws are incredible. The moment he focuses on it, his improvement speed would be shocking. And combined with his partial comprehension of time laws, the two melded together, they are indeed a troublesome and dangerous combo. The Universe Primal Chaos Tablet, it was the hardest one of all and also the strongest. So, Luo Feng was teleported out. His first battle, Luo Feng against Bolin, victory. Results, 1 win, 0 draw, 0 loss. Within the quiet study, Mo Luo had finished watching the footage of the battle between Luo Feng and Bolin. He couldn't help but nod. This Luo Feng is indeed strong, comparable to Bolin. He revealed a smile. However, I have a guarantee of defeating Bolin. Even though it may be troublesome against Luo Feng, I'll still win without a problem. The second match is about to begin. My opponent is Luo Feng. Mo Luo's eyes gleamed with wildness. Luo Feng, I'll make you taste despair with this match. Absolute beginning, Luo Feng's villainous study. He was watching the 2 other battles that had occurred. Mo Luo against Long Yun, instant victory. Ku Luo Fu against Yu Feng, it was slightly troublesome, but Ku Luo Fu still won. Wolfman Ku Luo Fu was simply too strong. Luo Feng instantly let go of his feelings of relaxation, his own strength. He was very clear. As he had received the Demon Note inheritance, his spirit energy amplitude had been raised over 20 times. It made him leave Sajin, Gu, and Nan, and the others far behind. Chemist Yu Feng, as a chemist, was simply too peculiar. It was a little troublesome, but he still won. Only Wolfman Ku Luo Fu, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win. Even though my spirit energy amplitude is strong, my comprehension isn't enough. I still cannot reach the Nanshan Armaments Bald World's 2nd level, omnipotence. He thought, right now I can only be considered at the pinnacle of the 1st level. Nanshan Armaments 6th level Blade World could be split into 3 levels. 1st level, gathering 1 thread of blade energy, condensing more of the blade energy allowed one to form 2 threads, 3 threads. The distance used could be increased and slowly one could gather more threads further. The 2nd level, one could swiftly condense the blade energy anywhere. For example, condensing it suddenly behind the opponent's head, instantly killing him. The 3rd level was even more absurd. It could condense the entire blade world into 1 blade, that 1 blade infused with all the world energy, instantly killing the opponent. Currently, Luo Feng was only at the pinnacle of the 1st level. This was relying strongly on his spirit energy amplitude. In terms of law comprehension, just these few years of work had a limit on his improvement. Luo Feng, your 2nd primal region contest battle is about to begin, opponent Mo Luo. The virtual universe system's voice rang in Luo Feng's ears. Shwa! He was already teleported. Luo Feng's second battle began. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 592, Luo Feng vs. Mo Luo. Chapter 592, Luo Feng vs. Mo Luo. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng felt the land and skies warp before stepping on the ground. He looked around. This was a desolate world. With a glance, if it weren't ditches in the ground, it was many tall and short dark red mountains. He looked up in the distance. There he saw the vast space, even a close-by planet. Planet environment, it feels like the air is incredibly thin here, probably a place where life cannot be supported. The planet's gravity was only 2/3 of Earth's gravity. Luo Feng immediately deduced. On the desolate planet, Luo Feng was dressed in a dark red armor, carrying a dark golden long rod on his back and standing on the dark cloud shuttle. He instantly flew into the sky. Over there. Luo Feng could clearly feel a huge energy in the distance. He immediately stepped on the dark cloud shuttle, swiftly passing the many mountains and chasing down his target. After a few seconds, the flying Luo Feng spotted a gold silhouette below, standing on the peak of a mountain. It's him. Luo Feng swiftly slowed down and floated above in mid-air. Luo Feng. Mo Luo, who was completely covered in gold armor, his eyes filled with flames and rage. Today I'll let you know that the Primal Region members are stronger than the Absolute Beginning members, and much stronger. Anyone who dares challenge the position of the Primal Region members will be decisively put down. Mo Luo, who had entered his battle mode, was no longer his usual meek self. What he was a madness, like a wild beast. Ah, really? Luo Feng smiled coldly at the distant gold silhouette. A shameless punk like you sure have grandeur about you. You are the shameless one. Mo Luo roared. Luo Feng's expression grew heavy. After everything, Mo Luo still shamelessly kept up his shameless act. Make your move, otherwise you won't even have the chance to do anything. Luo Feng looked coldly at the distant Mo Luo. Arrogant. Mo Luo looked up at Luo Feng in mid-air on his dark cloud shuttle. He roared as he rushed into space. Instantly, his stomp caused the stone mountain to shake, after which it began to crumble, countless stone fragments rolling and flying in all directions. Mo Luo instantly reached Luo Feng. Yeah. Rumble. A punch that was almost like a burning meteorite. Even the space surrounding it had ripples. He aimed it straight at Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood on his dark cloud shuttle and coldly looked at everything. As Mo Luo's powerful punch was reaching him, Luo Feng's initial cold eyes instantly gleamed. A terrifying consciousness pressure attacked Mo Luo. That pressure, comparable to an early stage sector lord, made even Sa Jin back then completely stunned. Rumble. Mo Luo's face instantly went pale. The wonders in his origin law-infused punch was affected. What? His consciousness pressure is that terrifying? Just what miraculous encounters has he had, to have such terrifying consciousness? Consciousness strength represents the strength of his soul, and the soul is the core of the life. If his soul is that strong, wouldn't walking the path of a spirit reader make him even stronger? Impossible. Mo Luo fiercely roared, his expression struggled, his eyes bloodshot. He looked up and stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, die. He rushed into the sky, both his hands forming claws, one slight ahead of the other. In an instant the entire space was affected, after which, as his claws warped before his chest, immediately chi. The law energies about were all affected. Rumble. A four-clawed ferocious beast image that was over 30 m long appeared outside his body. The beast was skinny. From a glance it was similar to a ravenous wolf. Only peculiar thing was that it had two black horns on its forehead. Both his claws was where the fangs were on this fierce beast. Howl. Mo Luo's expression was struggled. He rushed into the sky and straight at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who was high in the sky, gazed down below at Mo Luo, who was rushing over. He revealed a cold smile and ordered softly, "Blade World." The dark golden long rod on his back immediately shot out countless little golden lights. They in turn shot out countless golden threads that interconnected, everyone ever so fine and thin. The land and skies changed abruptly, into a vast blade world. Blade world. Howl. Mo Luo's energy soared as he rushed at Luo Feng. Die. Luo Feng said coldly. Immediately, he gathered threads of dark gold blade energy before him. When the first was condensed, it swiftly shot at Mo Luo. After which the second condensed thread of blade energy followed behind. Simultaneously, the third was already in process of gathering. Child's play. Mo Luo roared. He moved his right claw, making the beast image look like it fiercely opened its big mouth wide. Rumble. The right claw slashed at the first blade energy. The entire beast image slightly shook. The blade energy, however, was dispersed. Ha, I'll definitely win. Mo Luo's eyes were filled with madness. While he was normally meek and calm, during a true battle, he was a living beast, without any humanity. Mo Luo's expression changed. Rumble. The second thread of blade energy pierced at him. He once again blocked it. Rumble. The third thread of blade energy. The fourth thread of blade energy. The fifth thread. Almost like continuous bullets, wave after wave. Mo Luo used his technique and fought with his life to defend against the fourth thread. The wood, fire, and space laws that his technique used to form the beast image had completely been dispersed. When that was gone, he naturally couldn't block anymore. Xie. The fifth thread of blade energy pierced right through Mo Luo's palm and after that straight through his chest, revealing a bloody cavity. Simultaneously, the force of the attack knocked him fiercely downwards. Xie. The many threads of blade energy rushed and pierced right through his body one after another, causing him to fall further. No! Mo Luo's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth filled with fresh blood. Xie. Another thread of blade energy pierced right through his face, immediately destroying his consciousness. Rumble. Mo Luo's body that was already filled with holes and injuries was finally knocked back down onto the surface of that stone planet. With a huge rumble, a huge ring-shaped ditch with a diameter of about 10 kilometers was formed. There in the center was where his body landed. The blade world automatically dispersed. Countless gold lights returned to the dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back. Luo Feng slowly descended. He gazed at the huge ring-shaped ditch and the tattered and torn body of Mo Luo in the center. You are only a little stronger than Bolin. If I simply used 3 or 4 threads of blade energy together, I would have killed you instantly. However, I didn't do so. I used them one at a time and you were still guaranteed death. Second battle, Luo Feng against Mo Luo. Luo Feng won. Results: 2 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses. So, Luo Feng was teleported out. During the absolute beginning matches earlier, Luo Feng had noticed that he was already too much stronger than Sa Jin, Gu, and Nai Nan. He wasn't weaker than them before the demon note inheritance. Now that his spirit energy amplitude had risen over 20 times, it was simply decimation. The chemist Yu Feng was hard to deal with mainly because he had mysterious drugs. Chemists were very special. A strong warrior may not necessarily be more durable than a weak person. It only meant that in terms of possibility, those able to withstand the chemists were usually stronger. Other than chemist Yu Feng being hard to deal with, he had no way of dealing with Wolfman Luo Fu. Bolin, he used only a portion of his power and settled it. To display his respect, he didn't overpower him too much. That would be bullying. Mo Luo? He bullied him all the way. Within the quiet study, Mo Luo was curled up like a cat. He grabbed his head as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually lost without any ability to defend, killed by the wave after wave of blade energy." He can already simultaneously unleash 4 to 5 threads of blade energy. How can his improvement be that huge? Back during his fight with Sa Jin, he could only condense 1 thread of blade energy. And he only recently passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. It's only been 6 years since he passed the 7th level. 6 years. Mo Luo's expression was filled with pain. He closed his eyes and muttered, his improvement in 6 years is so huge. That Bolin only passed the 7th level 2 years ago, but I've checked his information before. I've seen his footage from the Genius competition. Very obviously back then he could already unleash over 10,000 images in movement. Just in terms of space laws, he was already terrifying back then. The only thing was he tried to focus on both space and time. Hence he lagged behind and his improvement was slow. Right now he's focusing on space as his main. The reserves and training from the recent 200 years have come to fruit, hence he very quickly passed the 7th level. He quickly comprehended and turned all these 200 years of training into strength. His shocking improvement, I understand. But Luo Feng, what's going on with him? In the vast universe, everything has a reason. He cannot be absurdly strong for no reason at all. Mo Luo closed his eyes in pain as he curled there, muttering non-stop. Luo Feng was still very weak during the Genius battles, but he kept improving. Every bit of his training he had already turned into strength. He shouldn't have had such a sudden jump in improvement. Why? Why? Curled up in his study, Mo Luo fiercely opened his eyes and used all his limbs to slam the ground, his eyes bloodshot, expression struggled. Ha ha! I've lost. I've lost. Losing this round means I've lost the entire contest battles. I've been kicked into the absolute beginning region. I've been kicked out. Mo Luo fell on the floor helplessly, almost lying flat in the study. He talked while his eyes filled with tears, almost like a madman. The contest battle had 6 participants, and only 1 slot. Only the strongest would acquire the slot. Hence, the moment one lost a match, there was no more hope. After a while, Mo Luo stood back up, almost like a wolf licking its wounds, and fully recovered. His eyes were filled with endless ambition. I've only temporarily been kicked into the absolute beginning region. There's still the next qualification battles. If I can't make it in the universe level, there's still the domain lord level. I, Mo Luo, will definitely become the strongest. No one can obstruct my path, no one. Mo Luo roared softly. At this time, Mo Luo didn't even know that the reason behind Luo Feng's great rise in strength was because of his kick back then. His kick was intended to rid himself of a threat, however it resulted in him making Luo Feng becoming his greatest obstacle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 593, Threat. Chapter 593, Threat. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The Virtual Universe Company's universe-level core members' qualification battles happen every 100 years. The battles that draw the most attention were without doubt the contest battles for the Primal Region slot. Firstly, there was only 1 slot every time, allowing 1 member to enter. Secondly, the title Primal Region member was something that every core genius fought hard for and wished they had. Beautiful victory. The Ganwu Universe country's Luo Feng won again. His record is already 3 wins, 0 draws and 0 losses, but within a restaurant of Yuxiang Mountain's public region, many geniuses had screens opened up before them. On it displayed Luo Feng's match against Long Yun. They all discussed loudly. To these geniuses that faced their contest battles in the last phase in Sky and Land regions, the Primal Region slot contest battles were definitely the pinnacle of matches. Of course they all anticipated them and wished to see who actually made the breakthrough. Before this match had even begun, about 100% of the core members had already determined Luo Feng would win without a doubt, and the result was just as they had expected. Luo Feng very cleanly won the battle easily. Luo Feng didn't even need to unleash the Blade World to defeat Long Yun, just the Totem Pillar would have been enough. Long Yun is simply too much weaker than him. This batches 6 people in the contest battles, the weakest is Long Yun. Luo Feng had indeed expected too much from Long Yun earlier. What do you know, Long Yun and Luo Feng are from the same batch of genius competition. They were comrades then and maybe even good friends normally. Even if he was 100% set to win, giving the opponent respect is also a form of grace. Sitting around the dining table, a silver-skinned youth with a few hundred pigtails said. Others within the restaurant all suddenly made a noise. This contest battle, up till now, within the 6, only 2 have not had a loss. Luo Feng and Luo Fu, they both haven't lost. The one entering the primal region this time should be from the 2 of them. Everybody guess, who will be the one to get that primal region slot? The restaurant grew even rowdier as the geniuses from the many universe countries all discussed fervently. Obviously most of them favored the wolfman Luo Fu. Sitting right in the center of the restaurant, a shockingly fat red-eyed man with a huge mouth laughed loudly. Luo Feng? He'll definitely lose to Luo Fu. What's more, he may not even get past Yu Feng. Luo Feng's 4th match was against the chemist Yu Feng. Chemist Yu Feng? The restaurant instantly got silent. It wasn't that Yu Feng's power was huge, but the chemist power was something that made the geniuses shudder within. 3 battles, 3 wins. At this point, Bolin, Long Yun, Mo Luo, and Yu Feng all had losses. Only he and Luo Fu were still winning. I have to beat Yu Feng. After I defeat Yu Feng, I'll have 4 consecutive wins. Luo Feng thought. Then I'll fight it out and give my everything against Luo Fu. If I lose, I'll stay in the absolute beginning region. If I win, I'll enter the primal region. Yu Feng? Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at the screen on his laptop. On it displayed large amounts of information on chemists. Actually, there were many special routes and paths within the vast universe for humanity. The known fighter and spirit reader was simply the most basic and most common of all. There were specialists that controlled puppets, a puppeteer, beast tamers that used strong beasts to battle, chemists that studied the many peculiar materials in the universe. These were all special professions that allowed the weak to battle the strong. For example, if one tamed an extra powerful beast, naturally his power would be strong too. However, the development pathways for such specialists were a lot more narrow and tougher to reach the top. Many warriors that had poor comprehension of the laws would rather try these specialization. However, these may not be the right path. The percentage of failures exceeded over 99.99999%. It could be said that rising up from these specialization paths was simply too hard. The chemists, named the universe researchers. They would study the many peculiar and strange materials in the universe, their many special properties, and dissect them, later using their own methods to go through their many and infinite details, finally creating drugs that suited their style of attack. These drugs were all forms and styles, be it powder, a grain of sand, a flower, a tree, or even a blade. Anyway, the chemists' drugs were extremely peculiar and unpredictable. As for strength, they varied. Due to their life evolution, the universe-level warriors could fight even on white dwarf stars, ignoring cosmic rays, the strong magnetic field, the extreme high temperatures, and the destruction from the high gravity. It could be said that their life force was extremely tenacious. Hence, to actually harm a warrior of that level with drugs was a very hard thing to do. However, there's ultimately people who succeed. There may be some universe-level chemist who managed to create a drug that was a threat even to undyings. There were such cases in the history of the universe. Of course, these were rare and hard to find. Even if one knew the way to create the drugs, simply following the steps was still very hard to succeed. The process for making the drugs was simply too complex. Even to the point where the creator of the drugs may not be able to replicate their own results a second time. A chemist, in summary, a research-type warrior that studies and creates drugs, just like several natural occurrences like some mists in the universe's secret regions that can even put an undying to sleep, these mists were like natural drugs. As long as one studied in the storage and release techniques, it could be used in battle. However, the danger of containing and controlling it was harder. The chemist's strength lies in his drugs. Luo Feng frowned. I beat him before. But that doesn't mean I will definitely win again. I have to be alert. Luo Feng, your 4th contest battles for the primal region slot is about to begin. Your opponent is Yu Feng. The virtual universe system's voice rang in his ears. A powerful energy immediately engulfed Luo Feng. So, he was transported to the arena. In an extra huge laboratory that took up over 30,000 square meters, automaton laboratory, living laboratory, energy region, nurture region, many different regions, with all sorts of apparatus about, millions of pieces of equipment, Luo Feng's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. His spirit energy was controlling and mixing the drug. Luo Feng's consciousness pressure is shocking, hence the best way to deal with a spirit reader normally, which is to use a drug that invades his soul, that would have poor results with him. Then, I'll affect his soul through his body. I've already failed 1,892 times. I have to succeed this time. Luo Feng retrieved his drug's most basic ingredient, the fish crystal liquid, and swiftly mixed it. Actually, since his loss to Luo Feng earlier in the qualification battles, he swiftly understood the mistake from that battle. According to his deduction, with the fish crystal liquid, he should be able to produce a stronger drug than before. The previous battle, he used fish crystal number 18 and successfully defeated Bolin. Right now he was studying fish liquid 19. Only 0.0001 seconds. If I miss the timing, it will disperse. Luo Feng didn't even hesitate, continuing like lightning, or slow like a breeze as he mixed the drugs. It required genetic energy and spirit energy to mix. These were also the reasons why the drugs from a chemist weren't something normal people dared to mess with. If they didn't know the technique and used the drugs, they may affect themselves. Shie. Suddenly a shade of pink appeared in the air ahead. The pink slowly returned to colorless, almost like there was nothing. Simultaneously, a black round ball on the table changed in an instant into a pink ball. I've finally succeeded. Luo Feng extended his hand and grabbed that pink ball. In reality, I've actually long succeeded in making this fish crystal 19. However, the rules in the virtual universe system are troublesome. He shook his head. A fighter and spirit reader could retrieve whatever weapons and armor they needed easily, however a chemist had no way to request for drugs like that. They could only request the ingredients and materials, and each of the materials had to be below one mixed element. Whatever drugs he wanted to use, it had to be something he could create within the virtual universe, otherwise he wouldn't be allowed to use it. This was to guard against cheating. Luo Feng, your fourth contest battle for the primal region slot is about to begin. Your opponent is Luo Feng. The virtual universe system's voice rang in his ears. Only then did Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had just finished this drug 19 a moment before the battle was about to begin. His luck was indeed good. So, he was transported away. The winds howled like demon cries, sand flew about in the skies, the land and skies were vast and blurry. Luo Feng stood in the sky, dressed in dark red armor. The extreme wind and sand in the skies blew hard at his hair. Newbie. A black silhouette appeared in mid-air in the distance. He too stood on a flying weapon. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and looked at the black-robed Luo Feng. He could only see his incredibly calm eyes. Any chemist was either extremely calm or extremely passionate, otherwise they wouldn't be able to deal with the many failures while researching their drugs. You won the last time. Back then I sent you a mail, saying you wouldn't be so lucky the next time. Luo Feng's voice was agitated. Indeed, at the last moment before this battle I finally finished my drug 19, it's my luck and your downfall. Cut the crap. Luo Feng's eyes were excited. Chemist? His experience with chemists were few. Luo Feng did have a sense of respect to those of the profession. To be able to be a chemist and lead, they were all incredible people. Let's fight. Luo Feng howled. Rumble. Immediately countless gold lights shot in all directions. Immediately the sand and the skies all vanished, becoming an endless blade world. The white vast blade world had countless blade energy that were like fish revolving within, and Luo Feng was the god of this blade world. The only ruler. Condense. In an instant 5 threads of blade energy had condensed before Luo Feng, every one of them taking the shape of a blade. Ha ha ha. The black-robed Luo Feng laughed loudly. Simultaneously countless black threads shot out in all directions from his body. He used his spirit energy to control the countless threads to form a net that aimed to wrap about Luo Feng. Go! Just as Luo Feng was about to send his blade energy to attack, he suddenly felt piercing pain throughout his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 594, Shock. Chapter 594, Shock. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Even though the pain was still within Luo Feng's threshold, that sort of piercing pain swiftly permeated into his head. Even his brain felt the effects of it, waves and waves of radioactive piercing pain, almost like countless ants biting within his brain. Even a universe-level genius whose willpower wasn't strong enough wouldn't be able to withstand it. These were all secondary, the most important thing was consciousness. One's consciousness was deep within the brain. A universe-level soul too was within that consciousness. A body simulated within the virtual universe was naturally a typical normal body, hence in the network, Luo Feng's weak point was his consciousness. The pain had spread throughout his brain and permeated into his consciousness, causing it to shudder within. Even though Drug 19's attack on the body is weaker, it is stronger against the brain and its mental effect reaches an absolute level. Naturally it can affect the consciousness, and once that's done, a spirit reader will definitely fall. Flying in the distance on his weapon, Yu Feng's eyes gleamed. He pointed straight at Luo Feng. Go and die. Immediately countless threads were like sharp blades rushing at Luo Feng. No matter how much of a genius one was, this body was a normal universe level 9 body simulated by the virtual universe company. It would definitely be instantly destroyed. Against the overwhelming number of blades, Luo Feng's eyes went cold. Subdue. His powerful willpower caused his soul to become like a rock. Even if his consciousness was shaken, he used his willpower and consciousness to forcefully control his spirit energy. Almost like a general using his ability to direct his soldiers to steady a ship in turbulent waters. Simultaneously controlling his genetic energy and spirit energy to madly enter his body and destroy the poison. Even if the skies and lands are destroyed, nothing will affect me. Rumble. Luo Feng, on his dark cloud shuttle, left behind an image and swiftly dodged, simultaneously controlling his blade world to attack, affecting the countless black threads, his eyes raging as he shouted, Yu Feng, die. Rumble. 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 5 translucent dark golden blade-shaped condensed blade energies, like 5 golden rainbows, tore through the skies and shot at the black-robed man. While it shot out, the 5 rainbows melded with the universe space laws. Visible ripples could be seen by the naked eye in the surroundings. The blade world formed in the space had formed an incredibly powerful pressuring effect. Blade world, it was that shocking, but how could he get over it so easily? Just how terrifying is his willpower and consciousness? The black-robed Yu Feng's eyes stared, filled with disbelief. The threads of blade energy, like lasers, shot through his body over and over. Fresh blood stained his black robes. His body fell directly from mid-air, his eyes still filled with disbelief. As a chemist, researcher and creator, he was very clear on his drug's effects, even to the point where he tested the drugs on himself. He couldn't even suppress the effects of drug 18, much less drug 19. Luo Feng, however, suppressed it completely. Xie. That torn and tattered body landed in the sand. Luo Feng landed beside. Unless your drugs are able to pierce right through my mental state and make my consciousness rumble, they can never affect me. So, the virtual universe system transported Luo Feng out. Luo Feng's 4th match, against the chemist Yu Feng, victory. Result: 4 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses. In the universe, it was indeed possible for a drug to completely pierce through one's mental state and make one's consciousness crumble immediately. To reach a stage where it can make a universe level 9 warrior's consciousness crumble, the process of creation was extremely difficult, and it must be a contraband drug. If one could produce it on a large scale, then there would be no point in having the universe soldiers in the wars outside the starfields. The universe was after all fair. It gave chemists the ability to create heavenly drugs that were extremely powerful, yet it also made their path extremely difficult. The overpowering drugs were set to be hard to produce in numbers, even to the point where the creator may not be able to use it himself safely. I've lost, that would be my strategy's fault. Yu Feng was dressed in a white robe in his lab, swiftly pondering the reason for the loss. He's a spirit reader, his attack methods use spirit energy, then no matter how much I harm his body, with his willpower, he can still use spirit energy to control the Nanshan armament and attack me. Hence, my initial path of attack was right. I first have to affect his use of the Nanshan armament. One is to immediately use soul-affecting drugs, however my Kasiwo No. 6 drug also failed. 2 is to pierce his mental state and affect his consciousness, affecting his control of the Nanshan armament from deep within. Yu Feng frowned and pondered. My thought process wasn't wrong, hence, there's only one reason. My drugs aren't strong enough. Yu Feng didn't think anymore. He immediately tapped in mid-air ahead of him and an extra huge screen appeared. On it were a blur of words. He then immersed himself back into his drug research. Chemists were lone warriors, they had to endure this loneliness too. Rather, in the vast universe, just the number of life forms alone was countless, much less the types of materials, like plants, just that name alone. Even if one recited for up to 100 million years, he wouldn't be able to recite all the types of plants in the universe. The many types of plants, metal, liquids, gas. Everything that could be discovered in the universe. Whether it was stars, planets, black holes, and even microscopic life forms, everything was within a chemist's field of research. If a chemist was able to produce a black hole through his own methods, then that black hole would be one of his drugs. Naturally, that's an exaggerated example. Before a black hole, even the universe space would crumble, even an undying would sucked in and destroyed. Creating a black hole. The path of the chemist. Till date there hasn't been one who's accomplished it. The universe was incredibly vast, with many generations of chemists one after another. However, they still felt as though there were countless paths for them to proceed on. Maybe there would come a day where some chemist would have some shocking discovery. He won. Luo Feng had defeated the chemist Yu Feng and acquired 4 consecutive wins. Luo Fu too had completed his 4th battle and defeated Long Yun. Hence, the two of them had 4 consecutive wins. The tens of thousands of core members in virtual universe companies Yuxiang Mountain were all paying close attention to the upcoming match. Even the domain lords and sector lord level members were all awaiting this match. Because usually, halfway through the contest battles, they would be able to tell who would get the slot already. This time, however, it was actually up to the final match. This punk from the Ganwu universe country, he just joined the virtual universe company not long ago, only 200 years, and he's actually able to attempt to enter the primal region? However, from the footage, Luo Fu was indeed very strong. After Luo Feng defeated Yu Feng, he sat quietly in his own study. For consecutive wins, it made him have the highest chance to enter the primal region. Wolfman Luo Fu. A majestic battle to settle this. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, almost like a mad golden-horned beast. Luo Feng. A voice suddenly rang in his mind, making him stunned as he swiftly ran downstairs. There in the living room, Truyen Emperor stood in a simple golden long robe. Teacher. Luo Feng quickly bowed respectfully. Truyen Emperor carefully observed Luo Feng. A smile appeared on his face as he nodded. Not bad, you've done very well this time. Your student hasn't entered the primal region, there's still one more battle. Luo Feng revealed helplessness. However, this last battle, he doesn't have any guarantee at all. You've done well enough. Truyen immediately sat in the sofa and gazed at Luo Feng. You've had 4 consecutive wins this time. 1. The win over Bolin has proven you are the most exceptional in the batch of the Genius competition. 2. The win over the Primal Region member Mo Luo has proven your strength is already Primal Region level. 3. The win over Yu Feng has proven that even such an exceptional chemist cannot find your weakness. Luo Feng stood at the side without any sense of pride. Truyen was surprised as he saw the situation. Normally when a teacher teaches a disciple, he worries that his student would get arrogant. But this disciple of his had been perpetually humble. Even when he complimented him, Luo Feng remained the same. But I don't have any guarantee of beating Luo Fu. Luo Feng was still completely immersed on his upcoming fifth match. Beating? Tru Yan laughed out loudly. His laughter rang out throughout the entire living room. Teacher? Luo Feng asked curiously. I've watched your entire qualification battles this time, hence I've seen the battle between you and Luo Fu. Tru Yan Emperor was filled with smiles. I dare say, he definitely has the ability now to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. What? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Past the 8th level? Passing every level of the Heavenly Bridge was incredibly difficult. Within the entire Virtual Universe Company's universe-level core members, only the strongest Fei Tuo of the Primal Region had passed the 8th level. Fei Tuo, the one and only. Wolfman Luo Fu could pass the 8th level too? If others had said this, Luo Feng would have taken it as a joke, but this coming from his own teacher, the Undying being closest to becoming a universe country leader. I've seen the footage of the previous qualification battles of Luo Fu. He wasn't that strong before, his strength exploded within the past couple of hundred of years. Tru Yan sat there and gently sipped his tea. Passing the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, other than Fei Tuo, there's no other universe-level core members that can be his match. Luo Feng went silent. The news his teacher had brought was enough to shock him. Don't be dejected. Tru Yan Emperor laughed. This battle has already attracted the attention of many of the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company. The Wolfman Luo Fu was very exceptional. Your improvement is very shocking too. Hence the two of you both have gained great recognition and attention. Even if you simply lose this round, I believe the next qualification battles you'll be able to make it into the Primal Region. Is it impossible this time? Luo Feng took a deep breath. Right. His own strength was already considered the pinnacle of the 7th level. The Wolfman Luo Fu was still able to completely suppress him. He indeed had the power to pass the 8th level. The final battle of the contest battles. Looks like I have to use that move. Luo Feng thought within, maybe I'll still have 30% chance to win. He had never used that move before, the cheating move of his. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 595, Luo Feng and Luo Fu, the final battle. Chapter 595, Luo Feng and Luo Fu, the final battle. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng and Luo Fu, the final battle. As one only sends his consciousness into the virtual universe network, the geniuses battling in the virtual universe all had the same universe level 9 bodies simulated by the virtual universe network. Everybody had the same structure in physical bodies. Then, any way to increase Luo Feng's strength would have to rely on one's consciousness. How would he get stronger? The Masha clansman was a favored child of space. The golden horned beast's right claw was its strongest trump card. Even his earth body was a blood warrior. However, these were all useless. Because the body Luo Feng used in the virtual universe was simply a normal body, it didn't have the Masha clansman's specialties and no blood river power. And Luo Feng's true cheating method was the natural ability, strengthen. Back then, when the golden horned beast had its head blown off on Earth, it raged and unleashed its natural ability, strengthen. Its offensive powers not only exploded, even its flying speed grew by a lot. Later, after Luo Feng repossessed it, it had once let the golden horned beast unleash its natural ability strengthen while he controlled the hybrid copper essence shard, destroying the group of elites from the New Alan Shan family. Natural ability, it strengthened everything, body, soul, everything. Instantly doubled. Under the effects of strengthening, one's speed, strength and consciousness etc. would all increase one entire time, doubled altogether. Doubling one's consciousness strength would allow Luo Feng's consciousness within the virtual universe network to naturally double. At the time of battle, I'll let the golden horned beast in the real world unleash its strengthening ability. Immediately my soul within the core would strengthen and my consciousness would double. With a stronger consciousness, firstly it'll make my strength higher. Then my control and power of the Nanshan armament would be stronger. Luo Feng thought. Stronger consciousness pressure. Stronger Nanshan armament. It indeed made Luo Feng's strength grow by a lot. However, this move is considered cheating. Luo Feng thought, the battles within the virtual universe all use the same body structures. It's mainly to test one's law comprehension and technique strengths, along with battle experience, etc. And through the golden horned beast's natural ability strengthening, using my stronger consciousness to add to my strength, it is considered cheating. However, my miraculous encounters should be considered a type of strength too, right? Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng may seem like he was cheating, however, as he could use it while his consciousness was in the virtual universe made it so that it wasn't forbidden and naturally not considered cheating. It could only be considered suspect to cheating. Within the living room, Tru Yen Emperor saw that Luo Feng seemed to be deep in thought. He laughed. Don't stress yourself out, losing this match isn't a big deal. Who hasn't encountered setbacks and difficulty? What's more, I'm already very satisfied with your performance this time. And that Luo Fu is indeed much stronger than you. Even if you lose, no one will say anything. Luo Feng nodded. Calm yourself and maintain your pinnacle condition. Tru Yen suddenly stood up, saying, even though you don't have much hope of winning, this battle has attracted the attention of many people. Even the upper echelon beings are noticing this battle. Hence, you have to give your all before you lose, then you won't have any regrets. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng nodded. Calm down and rest. Tru Yen nodded, after which he left the virtual universe network. Seeing his teacher leave, Luo Feng then sat down quietly, staring at the table and muttering, Luo Fu, no matter what, I will use my greatest strength to fight you. I cannot simply hide my power and just hand the primal region slot to you. Who will finally win, we'll see at the final battle. Luo Feng closed his eyes and collected himself. Mental state was indeed a great influence on one's strength. Hence, calming himself and maintaining his pinnacle condition was a very important preparation. Absolute beginning region. That Yu Feng gave me a minor problem. Luo Fu sat in his own wine cellar. It was filled with large amounts of many types of alcohol. He lifted a huge glass cup and took a big sip, his eyes filled with anticipation. No one else was even a threat. That punk Luo Feng, he indeed has amazing potential. If it weren't for 100 years ago when I did the dangerous level mission and discovered that mission world's huge secret, allowing me to gain a miraculous encounter, with my basic foundation strength rising greatly, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. Wolfman Luo Fu thought within. He recalled the great encounter he went through over 100 years ago. He was still very excited. That encounter gave him a true chance to rise up. The current him indeed had the power to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, but he didn't rush over to attempt it. Because he was preparing to do it only after the qualification battles, it wouldn't be late then. As for now, defeating him won't be hard at all. Wolfman Luo Fu's eyes gleamed with a sense of wildness. If I'm able to make it into the primal region this time, then I'll get one more chance to take on another impossible level mission. And more dangerous level missions. I think I'll be able to get the big secrets from those missions. The most awaited battle of the qualification battles, the final battle between Luo Feng and Luo Fu, was about to begin. This battle had attracted the attention of many. Everybody wished to see just who would finally get the primal region slot. Amongst those spectating, there was one very special person. Feng. Suexayan sat in the corner of a noisy bar. Within it floated 4 enormous screens. They were playing the many battles of the qualification battles. The moment the most exciting match of all, Luo Feng against Luo Fu, began, they would all be able to watch it. The bar was filled with discussions, be it complimenting Luo Fu or shocked at Luo Feng's strength. Suexayan was in the corner silently listening to the group of geniuses from the many universe countries all discussing her husband. She couldn't help but feel proud within. I believe you'll definitely win. Suexayan thought within. Silently sitting in the sofa, Luo Feng suddenly heard a familiar sound in his ears. Luo Feng, Your fifth contest battle for the Primal Region slot is about to begin. Your opponent is Luo Fu. This made Luo Feng instantly open his eyes. They gleamed with an unstoppable resolve. So, Luo Feng was transported into the arena. And in reality, within the core of Demon Mountain in the absolute beginning region, on the inheritance steps of the Inheritance Palace. Within his internal world as he sat cross-legged. The golden-horned beast, which was like a huge black mountain range, its huge dark golden eyes gleamed with anticipation. It had already prepared, ready to unleash its natural ability strengthen. The moment the battle began, it would unleash it. Virtual Universe, Contest Battles, Luo Feng vs. Luo Fu. Within the arena, Luo Feng felt the sky and land warp, after which he stood on the ground. He looked around. With a glance, he saw the endless primal forests. The air was somewhat moist. The gravity here is about 12 times that of Earth. The air temperature is about 82 degrees. Luo Feng instantly did the calculations within. The dark red armor on his surface had long formed a perfectly fitting armor, even forming a helmet on his head, the dark golden long rod on his back, the screen on his wrist. On it information appeared. Luo Feng looked around. The primal forest was extremely dense and hard to see through. So, he swiftly rose into the sky and flew a 1000 m up, in the air above the forest. Ah, where is he? Luo Feng frowned, after which he carefully tried to sense him. The virtual universe system would normally transport both exponents pretty close to each other. They would normally feel and sense each other clearly. This time, however, Luo Feng realized he couldn't feel a sense of life or energy within the area. Luo Feng stood in the air above the primal forest and roared, "Luo Fu! Come out! Come out! Come out! Come out!" His voice resounded over and over within the space, strongly creating ripples through kilometers about the forest. Yuxiang Mountain Public Region. Many restaurants and bars, along with many living quarters of the core members, many had opened their screens to spectate the battle. Yu Feng against Mo Luo, battle ongoing, able to watch footage soon. Bolin against Long Yun, battle ongoing, able to watch footage soon. Luo Feng against Luo Fu, battle yet to begin, please wait. This was the information shown on the screen about the 3 matches. The other 2 matches were displayed easily. They even began already. Only the most exciting and most crucial of battles, Luo Feng against Luo Fu, the battle had yet to begin. What's going on? Shouldn't the 3 matches all begin simultaneously? Why hasn't Luo Feng against Luo Fu's battle begun yet? What's going on? The bar was bustling with shouts and noise. Su Xian, who was sitting in the corner too, frowned as she looked at the huge screen. The words displayed on the screen were very clear. Luo Feng against Luo Fu, battle yet to begin, please wait. Yu Feng has lost, Mo Luo has won. Long Yun has lost, Bolin has won. The other 2 battles have ended. However, the screen that was connected to Luo Feng's battle still showed the same prompt as before. Luo Feng against Luo Fu, battle yet to begin, please wait. Has something happened to the screen? I'm looking at me? The group of core members in the bar all stood before the screen in midair, the one connected to Luo Feng's match against Luo Fu. The screen still showed the same prompt, Luo Feng against Luo Fu, battle yet to begin, please wait. Please wait my ass, ... This is the most crucial match. What's going on? The group of core members were all anxious. Su Xian was anxious too, Wuka, Rong Jun and the others were all anxious too as they held their breaths. Even Luo Feng's teacher Tru Yen Emperor, along with the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company, they were all suspicious too. In the arena, in the air above the primal forest, Luo Feng looked about. What's going on? Why hasn't Luo Fu appeared? Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng. The Virtual Universe System's voice rang in his ears again. Since the beginning of the 5th match till now, Luo Fu's consciousness has yet to enter the Virtual Universe network, hence we've been unable to transport him here. The verdict is, Luo Fu has forfeited. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Forfeited? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 596, Declaration. Chapter 596, Declaration. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. There were a total of 5 rounds in the contest battles. Every round had 3 battles that had fixed timings. The Virtual Universe Company would definitely never delay or postpone the matches just because of someone who didn't enter the Virtual Universe network. The match timings are all released much earlier. If one party fails to enter the Virtual Universe network at the time, then they would immediately be deemed as forfeiting. Simultaneously, the other party would automatically achieve victory from that match. Hence, this battle, Luo Feng won without even fighting. Consecutive 5 wins. 5 points, 100%, acquiring first place. How can this be? Luo Feng's expression while he stood in the primal forest was complex. For his last battle he had prepared to fight it out with all he had, even though he didn't have any chance for victor for this battle. Even if he failed, he wanted to have a thrilling battle all in all. Who had expected such an outcome? So, Luo Feng was transported out of the arena, but in that bar in Yuxiang Mountain, the screen on it still displayed. Luo Feng's battle against Luo Fu is yet to begin, please wait. However, it quickly followed up with another prompt. Luo Feng's match against Luo Fu. Since Luo Fu has failed to enter the Virtual Universe network within the set time, he's been deemed as automatically forfeiting. Luo Feng wins this battle. The bar was chaotic. Those that were discussing why their battle had yet to begin saw as the words on the screen suddenly changed. It however made the initially chaotic bar grow silent. Pure silence. The geniuses from the many universe countries gathered in the bar were all completely stunned, almost like back on Earth many years back during the World Cup, when everybody was highly anticipating the finals, the most anticipated match of all. Suddenly one team met with a vehicle accident right before, with many of their players heavily injured and crippled etc., making them have no choice but to forfeit. This was simply fate's joke. What's going on? What joke is this? Is it true? After the silence, the entire bar erupted in chaos. The final battle is the one that will determine the slot of the primal region. Why hasn't that Luo Fu entered the virtual universe? No one doubted the words on the screen, as these were generated by the virtual universe system. After all, this system, within the entire humanity, it was never, ever, wrong. They'd rather believe that trillions of people had made a mistake before even suspecting that the system would make one. Even Su Xian, who was in the corner of the bar paying attention to all this, was stunned. She had thought about Luo Feng winning or losing, however she never expected he'd win like that. Primal Region Contest Battle Slot, Universe Level, has ended. 15 matches all ended. Luo Feng consecutively won 5 matches. He won first place and acquired the Primal Region slot. The others, Mo Luo, Luo Fu, Yu Feng, Long Yun and Bolin were all set to enter the Absolute Beginning region. The outcome of the contest battles naturally spread fast. As for Luo Feng entering the Primal region, it was actually still something the core geniuses could all accept. As even though he won without fighting that last battle, Luo Feng had indeed won all 4 of his previous matches. To be able to defeat Mo Luo and Yu Feng proved that he already had the strength of a Primal Region member. Secondly, Luo Feng's time in the Virtual Universe Company was extremely short, his first qualification battles, and he still provided such a shocking performance against the seniors that had trained for thousands of years. Lastly, his talent, from the perspectives of the groups of geniuses, was probably even more absurd than Luo Fu. All it took was maybe 1 or 2 more qualification battles and Luo Feng's place in the Primal region would be definitely secured. That was a given. Hence, for such an absolute genius like Luo Feng making it into the Primal region, everybody could accept it. However, what everybody couldn't accept the most or was dumbfounded by was, why did Luo Fu not enter the virtual universe in the most critical time? If he wanted to forfeit, there were many geniuses that knew or regarded their own strengths as too weak, forfeiting long before their battles. Luo Fu's situation was rare. Luo Feng's entry into the primal region spread fast. There were many different reactions. Some were incredibly happy, like his teacher Tru Yen Emperor. He laughed carefree, my good disciple made it into the primal region in his first qualification battles, good. Others were gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, like the primal region member Mo Luo, who was now reduced to an absolute beginning member. He grit his teeth in hate. This Luo Feng actually got stupid lucky. That Ku Luo Fu must be an idiot too, not showing up in the critical time. Did he really die? Some were shocked, like the Undying stationed at Demon Note Mountain official Piyu. She frowned. This puck is actually alive? And he made it into the primal region? The 1,000-star sect and their idiots, they are all simply useless, but others worshipped him, like the same batch of geniuses in the last phase in Sky and Land regions. They all said excitedly, who says the newbies are weak? Luo Feng from our batch still made it into the primal region? What are you saying, that it's only due to Ku Luo Fu's forfeiting? Rubbish! Even if Ku Luo Fu defeated Luo Feng this time, he'll quickly be exceeded by Luo Feng in the future. To acquire the primal region slot was simply an incredible cause for celebration. Rongjun, Wuka and his other friends, his own brothers Hong, Thunder God and his family, parents, wife and children, younger brother etc., they all congratulated him. Even the people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and Ganwu Universe Country had sent congratulations and presents to his family. Celebration. It is a good thing, however I'm not excited by this. Luo Feng sat in his study, his emotions mixed. The most critical battle of the contest battles, Ku Luo Fu actually forfeited and didn't show up. This was like a thorn that constantly reminded Luo Feng that this name slot wasn't acquired properly. Of course, the chance to enter the primal region was incredibly valuable. Since he had it now, he wouldn't automatically give it up. Luo Feng wasn't that rigid. Luo Feng, don't trouble yourself. For such miraculous encounters, people go through all means to find ways to get them. Be it gambling, or killing, like that Mo Luo backstabbing you. They do everything they can for victory. That Ku Luo Fu not showing up is his own failure to grab the opportunity. Who can you blame? Babata said, don't think about it, those with poor resources and low opportunities would all use their lives to fight for such chances. Your teacher back then too fought through all this one step at a time. Why are you still thinking about this? I understand. Luo Feng nodded. An encounter that enters my palm, I naturally won't give it up. It's only there's this thorn in my mind. Why didn't Ku Luo Fu show up? 1. He died. 2. He was held up by something. 3. It may be due to some special reasons. There's only these 3 circumstances. Why are you thinking so much about it? The fist-sized Babata on his shoulders said. Luo Feng nodded. However, within he still felt uneasy. Why did Ku Luo Fu not show up at the critical moment? Did he really die? On the second day after the battles ended, Luo Feng had to move out of the absolute beginning region and move to Yuxiang Mountain's primal region. Within his villa in the absolute beginning region, Luo Feng, Wuka, Rongjun, Ai Chen and Xian Shui and the others had gathered, as a form of celebration and sending off of Luo Feng into the primal region. After the many friends left, Luo Feng sat alone in his living room. On that exquisite sofa, he looked about. This place, he had lived here for very, very long. I have to leave. Luo Feng muttered. Luo Feng, there's a letter from the Virtual Universe Company. Babata shouted on his shoulder. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He swiftly tapped and opened a screen in mid-air, swiftly opening the newest mail there. The mail opened. Declaration. During this time's universe-level qualification battles for the primal region slot, the final battle was forfeited by Ku Luo Fu. During the entire proceedings of the competition, he was engaged in an impossible level mission. The impossible level missions have a death rate of up to 90%, they are extremely dangerous. From the fact that he's failed to log into the virtual universe since then, it's very likely that he may have fallen in that impossible mission. We once again strongly advise. The training missions are very important to every universe level member, but you must pick those that you are capable of. Exceeding one's limit might cost your life. There are many absolute geniuses who've fallen in the history of the impossible level missions. About half of the deaths for the universe level primal region members are all from the impossible missions. Once again, we emphasize the same words. The company has prepared all the resources for everybody. The path, however, is chosen by yourself. What? Luo Feng was shocked at the mail. This Luo Fu was actually in an impossible level mission during the entire qualification battles? Impossible level mission. It was extremely dangerous, even now, and the only one he's been in, Demon Note Mountain. The only reason why he could safely survive was due to his willpower that far exceeded the other geniuses. Along with his Masha clansman body, they had an interlinked dependency. If it weren't for the Masha clansman, Luo Feng would have long lost his life. And it was usually very hard to find a safe spot in the impossible level missions. Like Luo Feng, he relied on the Masha body and got lucky, reaching the inheritance palace and core of Demon Mountain. Only then could he safely send a large part of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe network. If it weren't for my trump cards, which are suitable for Demon Note Mountain, I would most probably have died in the impossible level mission. Luo Feng thought that Luo Fu, even though he was taking part in the qualification battles, he probably had to maintain a high level of alertness with a large part of his consciousness outside. Just like what the company had said, he could very likely have fallen. Whether he was dead or alive, it was very hard to determine even by the virtual universe company in a short amount of time. As the world in which the impossible level mission was on was usually very dangerous, for the virtual universe company to be able to confirm his situation was very hard to do in a short amount of time. Just like how Luo Feng disappeared for a few years, the company had no way to confirm. Luo Feng was shocked by this declaration. Many core members, still unsatisfied by the result of the competition, were all completely shocked after reading this too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 597, Dylan. Chapter 597, Dylan. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Wolfman Luo Fu was participating in the qualification battles while in the impossible mission zone? The primal region, absolute beginning region, and the elites of all four regions were all shocked that Luo Fu actually was so daring, doing such a dangerous thing. The impossible level missions were considered forbidden areas to the universe level members of Yuxiang Mountain. Impossible level, 90% die there. Who would still dare send such a large portion of their consciousness into the virtual universe network? Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The leader, Sector Lord Ao Duo, bowed from the courtyard. He was followed by a group of guards along with the rest of the staff. As they all bowed, Luo Feng walked out of the living room. Looking at the group of guards, he was somewhat sad. As he was about to move to the primal region, naturally he had to separate from this group that was under him. He immediately said, Ao Duo, you and your group have been with me for close to 200 years. Even though we part now and you'll no longer be my guards, we'll still always be friends. Your Majesty! Sector Lord Ao Duo and the rest were moved by those words. The position of a primal region member was extremely high. Much higher than Ao Duo and the others, yet Luo Feng still spoke those simple words. Even if he only said it to appease them, it made their hearts warm anyway. You all seem like you don't want me to leave, huh? You never know, I might get kicked out of the primal region some year. Luo Feng laughed and joked, when that happens, I'll need you all to be my guards again. How can you say that? Since your Majesty could make it into the primal region, you won't get kicked out ever. Ao Duo said. The competition will always be there, there is no absolute. Luo Feng laughed and shook his head. Alright, all of you, our adventure together ends here. After he finished, Luo Feng rushed into the sky. Ao Duo and the over 100 guards along with many more staff members all watched as his silhouette disappeared into the endless skies. They all sighed. Their strength and position was low, they could only be guards and staff. Luo Feng, however, was a true absolute genius favored by the upper echelon members of the Virtual Universe Company. Some normal undyings, to these upper echelon members, do not even compare to these absolute geniuses. After saying goodbye to Lady Fox and leaving Absolute Beginning Region, he arrived shortly after at Primal Region. The main entrance of the Primal Region was much more majestic, using grey ancient stones to make the shocking entrance. Your Majesty Luo Feng. A white-bearded old man in a white robe waved at him. He gave off an aura that brightened up the entire area, making people feel warm and comfortable. He was like a sun. Welcome to the Primal Region and congratulations on becoming a Primal Region member. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. I am Ai Tua, the manager of the Primal Region. The white-robed man's white beard floated gracefully in the wind. Please follow me. Luo Feng followed Ai Tua and flew in mid-air. And the group of sector lords that were originally following behind Ai Tua and bowing began a hushed discussion about the new member Luo Feng. In mid-air, Luo Feng and Ai Tua were flying. While flying, Luo Feng gazed down below and was shocked as he felt a powerful ripple of origin law rippling over from somewhere far away. Your Majesty Luo Feng, Ai Tua saw what happened and smiled. The greatest difference between the Primal Region and the Absolute Beginning Region is that there are more undyings living here. Firstly, every Primal Region member would be given a guard team. Ai Tua said, they will have an undying lead the team. And every Primal Region member can pick their own undying teacher that will stay long-term with them in their villa. Hence, the number of undyings here is much higher than that of any other region. Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. It was indeed so, with an undying in the guard team, and another as his teacher. Every member would at least have 2 undyings sticking close to them. The entire Primal Region has a total of 113 villas. Ai Tua pointed down below at the continuous never-ending row of villas. There are 100 Sector Lord members, 10 Domain Lord members, 3 Universe Level members. Every member is our Virtual Universe Company's most valuable treasures. Luo Feng nodded. Right. A Sector Lord's lifespan reached up to 1,000 eras. In that 1,000 eras, out of the entire 1,008 universe countries, the Virtual Universe Company only absorbs 113 members. This alone showed how high these 113 were in position. It far exceeded the normal undyings. Of course, the difficulty for remaining within the Primal Region was definitely the highest for the Sector Lords. The two tore through the skies. They flew past the many 1,000s of Li villas. Finally, after a while, Ai Tua began to slow down. That Villa 113 is Your Majesty's villa. Ai Tua pointed at the spacious villa. Luo Feng looked down and gazed at it. The villa's walls were like a continuous mountain range, extending on forever, until the end of one's vision. Just in terms of surface area, this villa was larger than any of Earth's country's territories. Of course, within the vast universe, using an entire planet as one's home territory was a common thing. Undyings had their god countries, and these were extremely vast. Hence to the Undyings, using an entire planet as a villa was considered simple living. Ai Tua and Luo Feng landed at the entrance of the villa, and there, lined up in an orderly fashion, were groups of his guards and staff. With one glance, they easily reached up to 10,000 people. At the front of them all stood a bald man dressed in a black exquisite-looking robe. This man had a silver scale and some engravings on his forehead. Your Majesty. The bald man slightly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Over 1,000 of his soldiers behind him all knelt down on one knee and shouted respectfully, their energies united as one. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 10,000 staff members all knelt down, incomparably humble and respectful. These staff were all specially picked and nurtured by the Virtual Universe Company. They were used to service the Virtual Universe Company's true core members. To these staff, being able to work for a Primal Region member was of the utmost honor. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this is the leader of your guards, Dylan. Ai Tua pointed at the bald man and said, Dylan is an undying specializing in soul attack and defense. He is extremely strong. Amongst the many guard team generals, he is considered of the top class. Luo Feng was shocked within. As he was close to his teacher Truyan Emperor, he was very clear on the strength distribution. According to position, general, official, emperor. And under the virtual universe company, official level undyings could easily kill a group of normal undyings, hence in truth, the most normal undying, compared to the official level undying had a great difference in between. This made the difference between a general level undying and a normal undying extremely huge too. The stronger generals are even close to official level. The highest, doesn't that mean he's close to an official? Luo Feng was shocked, and he specializes in soul attack and defense. Such a powerful general, why would he become my guard leader? Your Majesty, my teacher is Bloodthirst Emperor. The bald man bowed slightly. Third senior? Luo Feng was shocked. Truyan's lifespan was incredibly long, at least Luo Feng still wasn't clear on just how long he had lived. But it was definitely much longer than missed emperors. And he was very cautious in accepting disciples. He had to be good in character and temper or he wouldn't be accepted at all. However, the path to undying was extremely tough. Becoming an emperor was even harder. Amongst Truyan's disciples, only his third disciple became an emperor. The Grand Master is very concerned about you, his disciple. A voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. He's worried that when you reach domain lord level and you go out to explore. Hence he arranged for someone he trusted to become the leader of your guards. I sent out my request and the other generals aren't as strong as I am, hence naturally I passed. Luo Feng looked at this bald man, a smile appearing on his face. He was actually the senior in terms of hierarchy of this undying? With this relationship, Luo Feng opened up a lot easier to this bald man. However, Luo Feng decided at the time too, when he got back, he would contact his teacher Truyan Emperor. Mr. Dylan, I'll be in your hands from now on. Luo Feng said. This is my job. Dylan bowed. Ha, Your Majesty Luo Feng, Dylan is the leader of your guards, he is also the manager of your villa. I'll let him tell you about the other matters, I'll take my leave first. If you have any need of my help, please feel free to look for me. Ai Tua smiled. Thank you, Mr. Ai Tua. Luo Feng expressed his gratitude. After which, the white-haired old man became a beam of light and swiftly left. Your Majesty, please follow me. The bald Dylan led the way and brought Luo Feng on a tour of his villa to get used to it. Within the training grounds of the villa, Luo Feng stood there respectfully. A screen floated before him. There stood the golden armored ape-man Truyan Emperor. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. You've met Dylan. Truyan laughed loudly. After hearing those words, Luo Feng knew immediately that Dylan was indeed sent by his teacher. In the future, when you enter the domain lord level, you'll be placed outside with great authority. Truyan said on the screen, the power will affect you in many ways that you cannot imagine, and while you'll have glory on one hand, you'll face dangers on another. Many of them you won't be able to imagine now. Some of these dangers are even more dangerous than what you may find at the impossible level missions. Luo Feng was shocked. And because of my temper, it's made me have many enemies outside. Truyan said, of course those rubbish bugs do not dare come mess with me. But I'm worried they may come mess with you. Enemies? Luo Feng was shocked. Once you are placed outside, you won't be as safe as being here in the core of the virtual universe company. Truyan Emperor said, of course they wouldn't dare openly attack you, because the moment I discover them, they would be dead without a doubt. Truyan's natural strength and brutality didn't make others feel like it was tyranny, rather, more of a natural thing altogether. Teacher, if you have enemies, why don't you go kill them? Luo Feng asked. Ah. Truyan seemed rather embarrassed about it. He said, my student, your teacher's way of doing things usually doesn't beat around the bush. I say whatever I want to and do whatever I want to. Back then I killed many and scolded many. In an instant, I made many enemies too. Just who I've offended and all. Actually, I'm not very sure myself. Anyway, there are many little matters that others might hold grudges to. But Luo Feng couldn't help but be speechless. However, no one dares to openly come attack me. Those that have are all dead. Tru Yen smiled as he said, let's not talk about this. There's one more very important thing. Now that you are in the primal region, you have the right to pick an undying teacher to stick with you for a long time and teach you. This is a rare opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 598, Undying Teacher. Chapter 598, Undying Teacher. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. This I know. Luo Feng nodded. To have one that stayed and taught him, even if one had a teacher, that teacher would rarely follow him around all the time. This was definitely a rare opportunity. Luo Feng naturally knew of this. Everybody knows this. Tru Yen couldn't help but say on the screen, however, there is a trick to picking your teacher. Trick? Luo Feng asked curiously. According to what he knew, wasn't it simply sending out a request saying you'd prefer one proficient in gold and space laws, or spirit weapons etc. as your teacher? And the teachers they gave to the primal region members were at least official level undyings. Even though Emperor level undyings and Universe Country Leader level undyings could be one's teacher too, they had to be willing to do so. The virtual universe company had no way to force them. And these huge figures, like Tru Yen Emperor, had no way to always stay by Luo Feng's side. Hence, the teachers were normally official level undyings. Of course there's a trick. Tru Yen smiled on the screen. I know you wish to find an undying teacher proficient in gold and space, and the fusion of these two laws. Luo Feng nodded. However, there are many undyings like that. The virtual universe company will send one over and you just have to accept him. Tru Yen Emperor smiled. How do you find the most suitable teacher for you? That's where I'll have to make a move. But one could have many teachers. However, their positions might be different. If one truly personally went to look for a teacher, the relationship would be much closer and real. Like Tru Yen Emperor. And those teachers who purely taught the public classes that Luo Feng attended, those were much more distant than others. The teacher that the virtual universe company would arrange to stay in his villa and teach him, they would have a close relationship, but Luo Feng wouldn't have to personally go request him. When you get back, send a request in the mail, add this one line. On the screen Tru Yen smiled, say you highly respect the undying Bubulu, and you really wish for him to be your teacher. Bubulu? Luo Feng understood when he heard, he should be some very powerful person. If I write it, it'll go through? Luo Feng was suspicious. Whether or not the undying comes or not was totally up to that undying himself. This I will settle. Tru Yen laughed loudly on the screen. Thank you, teacher. Luo Feng felt gratitude within. This was a true teacher. In the universe, the relationship between a teacher and his student exceeded even that of blood ties, as the longer one lived, like for trillions of years. Even if their families could live up to 1,000 eras, they would still eventually die one day. When one's family dies, those later generations that came many years later, one either has never even seen them or they died much earlier. How could that relationship compare to that of a student and teacher? Student and teacher, the teacher instructs the disciple. When the student gets stronger, he may even someday become a right arm to the teacher. Just like how Tru Yen seriously instructs his students step by step, it was almost like pampering his disciples altogether. That day, Luo Feng immediately sent out the request. Following what his teacher had instructed, he first keyed in his request and then added the line of respecting the undying Bubulu. In truth, he had never heard of this Bubulu before his teacher mentioned him. Bubulu? According to what his teacher said, even though this Bubulu was an official level undying, in truth his battle abilities could almost reach Emperor level already. Luo Feng thought, an undying that was almost Emperor level, he was considered a huge figure in the universe already. Back then the undying that killed his teacher Hu Yenbo was also a being close to emperor level. Such a being, staying in his villa and teaching him? The third day, Luo Feng received a mail. In it the contents said the undying Bubulu was willing to be his teacher. About 10 days later, Bubulu finally arrived at Luo Feng's villa. At the entrance of his villa, Luo Feng walked side by side with the bald man Dylan, quietly waiting for Bubulu to arrive. "He's come," Dylan said softly. "Ah?" Luo Feng looked carefully. In the distance a gold light instantly tore through the skies, after which he landed right before Luo Feng, revealing his silhouette. This was a 1.6 tall messy-haired dwarf. On his body one could smell alcohol. His gaze was reserved, occasionally revealing a flash of madness. Luo Feng pondered within. Bubulu? This dwarf that wasn't even 1.6 m? Even though he thought so within, he still maintained absolute respect. A teacher and the leader of his guard were completely different. Even though an official level undying was high in position, Luo Feng's primal region position allowed him to talk on even terms with Dylan, without any sense of pressuring him. "You are Luo Feng?" The dwarf glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng greets teacher Bubulu. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Respectful. The dwarf looked at Dylan beside. Dylan too bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Bubulu." But Dylan was indeed very strong and very close to an official, or could be said to almost be an official. Bubulu, however, was almost an emperor. Their strength difference was like sky and land. True Yen really knows how to spoil his disciples. The dwarf took a few big steps and entered the villa. Luo Feng and Dylan followed behind. "I don't know much about teaching disciples." The dwarf took a few strides and said loudly as he walked. However much his voice boomed, it only reached Luo Feng and Dylan. The distant large group of sector lords, domain lords, and universe level guards couldn't hear a single sound. "I'm most proficient in using claws." The dwarf spoke loudly. "Hence I'll use my claw methods and help you comprehend the space and gold origin laws. It'll also help you learn how to fuse them." "Yes." Luo Feng listened intently. "Claws?" The golden horned beast's most proficient trump card was the Tearing Sky Claw. According to its inheritance memories, this move, combined with the ancient pictures he studied, and with the beast god statue that held within the ancient energies from before, claw techniques could be said to be Luo Feng's most powerful and proficient attacks. Even more so than his spirit weapons and blade moves. Of course, using his human body to unleash the claw techniques was much weaker. However, the foundation itself, he was still proficient in claw techniques. "Ah?" The dwarf glanced at Luo Feng, finally revealing a smile. Not bad, quite obedient. I like obedient and smart students." Let's go to your training grounds. I'll first get a grasp of your skills, and see how's your comprehension of the laws, whether you've made a wrong turn in comprehension. Of course you are a student of True Yen Emperor. Even if you've taken a wrong turn, it probably wouldn't be too bad. "Yes." Luo Feng immediately walked towards the training grounds. Within the training grounds, the dwarf Bubulu and Luo Feng stood within. "Simulate a space location." Bubulu ordered. Luo Feng immediately complied, and the entire scenery in the training grounds warped, changing into a vast and endless space. Of course the space within the training grounds was only that big, hence this universe space. Luo Feng could only move within several hundred km in area. The dwarf Bubulu and Luo Feng stood in the space. "Go!" The dwarf Bubulu ordered. "Go unleash all your origin law comprehension, whether it's spirit weapon or close combat, it doesn't matter. Your little bit of comprehension, no matter how you unleash it, I'll be able to see everything clearly." "Yes, teacher." Luo Feng immediately became a blur and unleashed his claw techniques in space. Hoo! His fingers bent, almost like a beast claw, his entire being like a demon, almost like a wild beast displaying its claws. That claws tore through the universe space, so sharp and piercing it produced a glaring golden huge claw, the gold claws howling through the space. The dwarf Bubulu was initially very casual, however as he looked on, his face revealed a look of shock. After a while, Luo Feng became a gold light and landed beside Bubulu. "Awaiting your guidance, teacher," Luo Feng said respectfully. "You know claw techniques too." The dwarf Bubulu looked at Luo Feng, his eyes already filled with more joy than before. To such powerful warriors, to be able to find a suitable disciple was extremely hard. From the information Bubulu had gathered on Luo Feng earlier, he knew Luo Feng was a spirit reader, hence he wasn't too excited. However, True Yen Emperor asked himself. Even though Bubulu was proud, before this emperor-level undying, the pinnacle of beings, an ancient being incredibly close to becoming a universe country leader, he didn't dare be proud at all. What's more, he was requested by True Yen Emperor himself this time, hence after some discussion, he immediately accepted. Even if Luo Feng was a spirit reader, he would teach him too. However, after he discovered Luo Feng was proficient in claw techniques, the dwarf Bubulu was truly excited from within. "In terms of close combat, I've spent some time," Luo Feng said. "No wonder True Yen Emperor favors you. It hasn't even been 200 years and your improvement is that shocking. And you've even trained in close combat?" The dwarf Bubulu laughed. "Your claw techniques are not bad. Much weaker than Luo Fu's," Luo Feng said. "Not the same." Bubulu shook his head. "I've collected information and seen some of your footage. I know about that Luo Fu too. His claw techniques are very powerful. But it's headed towards a dead end." Luo Feng was curious. "Your claw techniques, however, are powerful and limitless." The dwarf Bubulu looked satisfied at Luo Feng. "I don't see anything I need to even fix. Since you know claw techniques, then it'll be much easier to teach. From now on, I'll begin to teach you a claw technique 3000 space. It's a technique I created myself. Through studying this technique, it'll help you comprehend the golden space laws." "Yes," Luo Feng said respectfully. The dwarf Bubulu nodded satisfied. It was initially only because of True Yen Emperor that Bubulu thought he just needed to be somewhat serious about the job. However, after seeing a genius so perfect in his claw techniques, he was moved too. He was prepared to immediately pass down his self-created 3000 space technique. Bubulu didn't seem to know. Luo Feng's claw techniques were from the beast god statue. Of course it was a true path. From that day, Luo Feng sent out 50% of his consciousness to study and train with Bubulu. From learning with him, the golden horned beast within his internal world would then study it and train too. This made Bubulu discover that Luo Feng's comprehension speed was simply too shocking. The other 50% of his consciousness, he used to continue receiving the demon node inheritance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 599, End of the Inheritance. Chapter 599, End of the Inheritance. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Demon Note Mountain. All of the 32 inheritance palaces had people in them receiving the inheritance. The main thing was that back then, Luo Feng had snatched away Mist Emperor's slot. This had shocked many other Undyings supposed to receive their slots. They all strongly requested from the Great Union to enter the palace earlier. 32 inheritance palaces, a total of 31 Undyings and 1 Universe Level 9 youth. Within the palace, the many levels of stairs extended continuously upwards. Deep into space above, there lay the shrine. On level 2316, Luo Feng sat there like a statue on the black stone stairs. Half of his consciousness was in the golden horned beast, combining his teacher Bubulu's 3000 space technique while studying the beast god statue's wonders. Whenever he had any problems he didn't comprehend, he could ask his teacher Bubulu. Level 2316 complete. The statue Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes, filled with glee. Even though the qualification battles were going on before, that didn't really affect my acceptance of the inheritance. Luo Feng was joyful within. Suddenly the silhouette of Luo Fu appeared in his mind. just like himself, Luo Fu was doing an impossible level mission while he took part in the qualification battles. However, Luo Fu wasn't as lucky as himself. 2 years. It's been about 2 years since the qualification battles passed. There still hasn't been any news of Luo Fu. Luo Feng frowned. There's no way to determine if he's actually alive or dead. Whether he was alive or dead was hard to determine. Especially in the impossible level mission's special locations, if Luo Feng were to be killed within Demon Note Mountain, even having his body destroyed and hidden, and robbed after. If that ever happened, how would the virtual universe company ever determine if he was alive or dead? The more special the location, the harder it was to determine the status of a person. It's been about 2 years, Luo Fu hasn't entered the virtual universe network since then. He only lost the battle back then because he didn't show himself. If he's still alive, he should enter the virtual universe network. At least explaining to his friends. Don't tell me, he's really dead? Luo Feng frowned, suddenly thinking about it made his heart skip a beat. Risky. Consecutively taking on missions has given me lots of benefits, it's also made me proud with greater ambition. Luckily, I just realized. A sense of fear flashed in his eyes. From the Blood River World mission, he had gotten a huge benefit. After which, the other dangerous level missions he did, Luo Feng only completed the basic requests, he didn't search the worlds for their hidden secrets. And since he acquired the Demon Note inheritance from the impossible mission, he excitedly deduced back then that the special mission worlds should all have some secrets. Those secrets could very well be miraculous encounters. Once he understood that theory, Luo Feng was somewhat regretting that he didn't properly search those dangerous level mission worlds. However, at this time, while he thought of Luo Fu's incident, it made him awake with a shock. I'd been too blinded. Every mission's request is already extremely dangerous. Like acquiring 3 blood crystals in Blood River World, absorbing them and becoming a blood warrior. To a universe level 9 genius, that is something extremely dangerous and difficult. After all, the moment one is careless, they would meet a domain lord aboriginal and get attacked, and they cannot use any technological weapons, etc. Luo Feng thought, if I go search through the ancient god ruin secrets, search for the beast god statue secrets, one would definitely be killed without a doubt. And Demon Note Mountain, surviving here for 3 years is already an impossible level mission. Within these 3 years, even if one could hide from the demon notes, they might unexpectedly meet a sector lord aboriginal, or a sector lord level beast. Surviving here for 3 years is indeed an impossible level mission. And to actually acquire the Demon Note inheritance, that is a suicide mission. Luo Feng's forehead was filled with beads of cold sweat. The place in which the Demon Note inheritance palace was in, even sector lords would die without a doubt, but even undyings, they too had to be stronger than the average undyings to be able to dodge all the terrifying huge beasts blocking the path. If it weren't for my Masha body, I'd definitely be killed. Luo Feng's forehead was perspiring profusely. My luck this time was good. Next time, however, it may not be so. The other impossible level missions would probably have some huge secrets too. And to actually search for them and acquire the benefits, the danger would probably be no less than Demon Note Mountains. Demon Note Mountain has the wild beasts, and their intellect is extremely low. However, the other impossible level mission secrets, the danger that accompanies them may not be just beasts. If it were some undying guard with intellect, they would immediately kill me then. Luo Feng felt a wave of fear. The secrets hidden within these training mission worlds were like drugs. After tasting them once, it would make them addicted. However, the moment one slips up, it would cost them their lives. I have the Masha clansman and the golden horned beast body. My survival ability is indeed stronger than the other geniuses. The usual requests of the impossible level missions, as long as I'm cautious, I'll be able to complete them. However, if I get overambitious and blindly search for the huge hidden secrets, I might very well lose my little life. Luo Feng thought. Right. According to what teacher said, that Luo Fu's strength only exploded within the past couple of hundred of years. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Don't tell me that he discovered some huge secret encounter during one of his missions? According to Luo Feng's guess, every mission may have some hidden secret. However, he didn't think that he'd be the only one to discover them. It could very likely be that way. Because of the encounter he had a couple of hundred of years ago, he knew the flavor of such an encounter, hence during this time's impossible level mission, he probably consciously observed and searched for the secret. However, because of that it may have invited danger, finally losing his life. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It was likely that it happened this way. He too had guessed that every mission had some secret behind it, hence his ambition grew. Others may have been that way too. These sort of super encounters, the risks that accompany them too are just as super. I was able to dodge the dangers this time because of my Masha body. What about next time? Luo Feng immediately grew more cautious. So, with a stride, he became a blur and landed on the 2317th level of stairs. Immediately, incredibly mysterious techniques began to pour into his memories. He once again began to accept more of the inheritance, causing his soul to change through the training. The training of these techniques was a lot like the soul imprint his teacher Hu Yenbo had created back then. It too caused one's soul to change and evolve, to finally be able to use the technique. This supreme demon note inheritance had gradually changed the foundation of his spirit energy. Luo Feng's soul was a domain lord level 9 soul. It took the form of a condensed crystal ball. And at this time, that crystal ball had gold markings throughout. Countless gold markings filled the soul crystal ball. They were mystical. As he continued to train the techniques, it caused the soul's gold markings to gradually increase. As they grew more and more, it made his spirit energy amplitude get stronger as well. However, there was an end to this demon note inheritance. On the 3211th level. Luo Feng knelt down on the stone stairs, his skin soaked from perspiration, his face pale, his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't help but hold onto his head, his soul incredibly fatigued. It made Luo Feng feel like he would fall asleep the moment he gave in. The piercing pain of the soul made him want to crumble. Persevere. Persevere until this step of the inheritance. I have to accept all of it. Luo Feng roared within, almost like hypnotism as he constantly told himself within, convincing himself. He knelt down on the stairs on the verge of collapse. In theory, the time spent on each step wasn't long, however Luo Feng already felt like every second was even longer than a year. His soul was incredibly fatigued. It made him go into a semi-conscious state, to the point where he had no way to even think anymore. His thinking ability was now probably not even comparable to a normal child of Earth. Thinking speed, incredibly slow, it could stop at any time. The fatigue of the soul decreased his control of his body to its limit. He knelt on the floor, about to fall any time. Finally, the transfer of the 3211th level finally reached an end. I've finally succeeded. Luo Feng relaxed within, after which the fatigue immediately buried his consciousness, and he fell into a state of trance. Rumble. He fell on the stairs, not moving as he completely lost consciousness. After some time, he finally opened his eyes. He fiercely jumped up, surveying his surroundings. He was actually in the plaza of the Inheritance Palace, and the entrance door of the palace was shut. Luo Feng, about 5 hours after you fell asleep, you were sent to this plaza by a formless energy. And the doors of the Inheritance Palace automatically closed. Meaning, the inheritance has ended. Babata's voice resounded within his consciousness. Luo Feng regained his calmness after. It's ended? Luo Feng laughed and looked about. There wasn't a single thing in the plaza. The white light still engulfed the outside of the plaza. This white light prevented any beast from flying in. How long have I been asleep? Luo Feng asked. 31 days. Babata said. It's been long enough. Luo Feng exclaimed. He had been accepting the demon note inheritance for close to 12 years. Within these 12 years his soul had been in constant training and evolution. It had never gotten the chance to rest. Hence the fatigue kept growing and collecting. I've been extremely lucky this time. I originally thought I'd reach my limit at the 1200th level. Luo Feng laughed and exclaimed, I didn't expect to get the gold soul fruit with the Masha clansman, changing a special property within my soul and allowing it to accept more of the inheritance. This allowed me to reach the 3211th level. The first part of the demon node inheritance had a total of 3333 levels. In the trillions of years it has been there, over 100,000 lifeforms have accepted the inheritance. Almost all of them had been undyings. However, many undyings usually only reach the first part's later stages before ending. Luo Feng, relying on the gold soul fruit, actually got a result comparable to an undying. Inheritance end. Luo Feng stood in the plaza. There was only him there. During these 12 years, 5 years ago I tried letting the golden horned beast absorb the 98th blood river crystal and it was a success. Now I feel like I'm much stronger than 5 years ago. Maybe the 99th crystal will succeed too. Luo Feng was filled with excitement. Whatever he wished to do, he just did, immediately attempting to let the golden horned beast absorb the 99th crystal within the internal world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 600, Leaving. Chapter 600, Leaving. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Back then on Blood River World, the Masha clansmen relied on the automaton ship to decimate the Blood River World, wantonly raking in close to 10,000 Blood River crystals. Even though the golden horned beast's body was much bigger than the wild beast Chinyo, it barely managed to absorb up to 97 Blood River crystals. The killing intent from any crystal absorbed after was simply too terrifying. Luo Feng's willpower had no way to withstand it. Hence, back then he had to stop temporarily and quietly wait till a breakthrough occurred in the future. Demon Node Inheritance. During its training it constantly tested my withstanding ability. It's been a huge training factor for my willpower. And this inheritance is used to change one's soul. It's already increased my soul's control by over 10 times. Luo Feng thought, plus these 12 years, my mental state training has never stopped. Mental state training was completely different from training other things. Like origin law comprehension and studying techniques, those require a large amount of focus and energy, etc. Mental state, however, didn't require so much. It was more of placing oneself in the right state of mind. For example, during battle, one had to collect oneself, otherwise losing control of one's emotions during the battle would result in only 70 to 80% of strength. And like Thunder God and Hong, their mental state training has reached an extremely high level. No matter how complex a situation, it wouldn't affect their state at all. Their battle abilities would in fact still shine through it. Others may exceed their usual abilities through special circumstances, and people like Hong, however, were able to unleash 200% of his power at any time. This was with the right mental state, allowing one to release his strength at an extreme level. Of course. In terms of mental state training, Hong had already reached a super level of sainthood in China's history. Even Thunder God, his mental state was only slightly weaker than Hong's. And Luo Feng was weaker than Thunder God by a little. Luckily, Luo Feng had Hong and Thunder God, the two great figures, to teach and guide him, hence his mental state had always been improving. Mental state training didn't have much relation to the amount of time spent. And some warriors training, wanting to reach undying, had to train for at least a few tens of thousands of years, some requiring millions. However, in terms of mental state training, just a short 10 years was enough to reach an extremely high level. After all, the ancient people of China didn't have lifespans over 112 years. Over these 12 years, Luo Feng had improved quite a lot. It was a pity in the three great mental states, he was still only at the pinnacle of the first level. Of course, in terms of willpower alone he was already incredibly strong. Luo Feng stood in the quiet plaza. Within his internal world, the enormous mountain range like golden horned beast, its huge golden eyes bigger than two pawns stared at the right scaled claw. The blood river crystal lay within. Number 99. The right claw clenched and a sharp claw slashed through the palm. Immediately the scales tore apart and that little tiny blood river crystal was controlled by the beast's spirit energy into the wound. From the touch, a formless energy immediately poured into the golden horned beast's body. Howl. It raised its head and let out a pain howl. This was a clash of killing intent and willpower. An endless amount of killing intent engulfed it, almost like countless war vehicles howling and forcing its way through. Luo Feng's willpower was condensed and sharp like a blade, defending against the many attacks. This pure clash of willpower, even if one had lots of strength and power, it wouldn't help this situation at all. I definitely must win. I definitely can win. This killing intent cannot defeat me, it cannot get through. Luo Feng's willpower roared. Time and again, persevering. Suddenly, the originally incredibly fierce killing intent backed away like a river, swiftly retracting. Simultaneously, the blood river crystal lying in the golden horned beast's right claw began to flow with blood river energy. The energy continuously entered the right claw, once again changing the beast's terrifying right claw. The pain once again attacked. One could only imagine the amount of pain the 99th crystal brought with it. It caused the golden horned beast to madly clash against the land, tearing through the mountain ranges. However painful, it could only bear with it. Finally, the pain subsided. The 99th crystal had completely fused with its right claw. Howl. The golden horned beast raised its head and howled happily, its howl reverberating throughout the endless internal world. It slightly raised its right claw, triggering the powerful blood river crystal within it, and immediately the claw began to undergo a change. Its bones, scales and muscles etc., up to the finest of its cells began to evolve from within. It immediately formed the dark gold claw, and on it were many little complex blood red engravings. The engravings covered the entire right claw. They joined to form a picture, one of a beast howling. What a peculiar picture! Before, when he successfully absorbed the 98th crystal, the right claw's blood-red engraving picture that appeared didn't at all look like this beast howling. However, when the 99th went through, it added up to 100 other engravings that combined and made the originally scattered engravings much more complete than before. The engravings formed a complete beast, a lot like the beast of the beast god statue. The only difference was, it doesn't have the single horn like the beast god statue. And because it's missing the horn, it looks like this blood-red engraving picture is yet to be complete. I think when I successfully absorb the 100th, it'll be complete. I'll try and see if I can successfully absorb the 100th blood river crystal. The golden horned beast once again retrieved another crystal, trying once again to absorb it. Within the plaza. Luo Feng stood in the plaza. The stone ground beside was covered in fresh blood. It was blood that the earth body spit out in pain while absorbing the 99th blood river crystal earlier. Absorbing the 100th crystal was a failure. Luo Feng rubbed the sweat off his forehead. The final absorption of the 100th crystal was indeed very difficult. I think it'll take a few more years after my willpower rises more before it'll succeed. Absorbing the 99th crystal was a success. The 100th was a failure. Luo Feng, however, was still very excited. Because according to the red engraving showing on its right claw, it was that of a beast howling, and that beast was almost completely similar to the beast god statue, only it was missing a horn. Blood River Crystal, it's indeed linked to the legendary beast god of Blood River World. Luo Feng thought, whether it's a blood warrior, black warrior, or the blood river energy the golden horned beast triggers, they are all linked to the beast god. And I think, after I successfully absorb the 100th crystal, the horn will appear. And after the entire picture is complete, there may be a huge surprise. Luo Feng was elated. He looked around the plaza. There weren't any other life forms but him there. Below, however, in the deep abyss world, there were trillions of beasts. Countless beasts, even undying level huge beasts, there were many of them. Time to go back. Luo Feng's body warped. So, he switched with the Masha body and it instantly became an ice bear. A simple cute ice bear that looked about and rushed fiercely forward. The ice bear immediately passed through the white light barrier. It glanced down at the endless abyss world below with countless beasts. with a plop, it landed in the ice below, standing back up stupidly. The surrounding other stupid beasts all didn't even seem to notice this ice bear. The ice bear looked up at the 32 floating palaces above. All 32 of them have the white barrier? Following which, the light that protected Luo Feng's palace slowly began to dissipate. Looks like the other 31 palaces all have life forms accepting the inheritance. The ice bear glanced. Anyway, I've already accepted what I could, and I cannot get any more. Time to grasp the time and leave. The ice bear looked about. In the vast cold deep abyss world, no matter which direction he looked, it seemed endless. It was littered with endless beasts, and the number of beasts was simply unbelievable. How do I get out? Ice bear Luo Feng was stunned. How did I enter and how do I go? Back then it was due to Amo Luo's kick that he entered the hole and fell into the deep abyss world. However, flying out of the hole to leave? The deep hole region has many huge undying level beasts. Every one of them simultaneously watches over many holes. Just the undying beasts alone, their swallowing energy is terrifying. I'd best not mess with them. Luo Feng recalled. The entire region below the holes were all undying beasts. And while Luo Feng was in ice bear form, he didn't see any other beast fly into the holes. Even the other beasts don't fly into the holes. Whatever they are not doing, I cannot do. Luo Feng thought. Then, the ice bear immediately began to explore the deep abyss world. However, after 3 days, it still hadn't found a way to leave the area. It was getting anxious. I'll just follow one direction and keep walking. I don't believe I won't reach an end. The ice bear began to proceed in one single direction, occasionally running and flying millions of km, occasionally stumbling and walking about. Just like that, it walked further and further. Gradually, the beasts it could see also got lesser. When will I actually walk out of this place? Ice bear Luo Feng muttered. It continued to proceed in one direction. The beasts within its view got so little that he would only occasionally spot one. Howl! Terrifying demon note instantly swept past the area. Ice bear Luo Feng only slightly shook. Even though it was a transformation of the Masha clansman, the core within the ice bear was still after all Luo Feng, and the core was hidden within the soul. Naturally it would be affected by the demon note. This demon note should be able to affect a lower level sector Lord Warrior. Demon note? The ice bear suddenly stopped, its eyes staring wide, filled with human emotions. There's finally demon notes. After walking about in the deep abyss world for so long, it hadn't discovered a single demon note. Damn. I've finally encountered a demon note. Ice bear Luo Feng was incredibly excited, so excited he felt like crying. Discovering a demon note here, looks like I'm just about almost out of the deep abyss world. The ice bear was so excited it immediately became a blur as it flew. With one breath it flew several hundreds of thousands of km, finally seeing the vast stone ice walls. There stood many caves. The familiar caves, the caves that I adore so. The ice bear waved its huge paws excitedly and immediately flew through one of the caves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 601, Forcing One's Way into the Gates of Hell. Chapter 601, Forcing One's Way into the Gates of Hell. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Within the deep ice-cold cave, the ice bear walked alone, feeling gleeful. No matter what, I've finally left the deep abyss world area. To the ice bear Luo Feng, the rest of Demon Note Mountain, except for the deep abyss world, had no threat to Luo Feng. He proceeded forward and maintained a quick pace. After a while he already reached the end of a cave. There the caves all intersected, a total of 395 cave pathways. Ah! The ice bear looked about stupidly. Big trouble. I'm in trouble now. Ice bear Luo Feng suddenly realized a problem. The only memory I have is of the path I took to get here. And now I have no way to follow that way back. In Demon Note Mountain, a cave connected to hundreds of others. any single one would connect to many others. The path was incredibly complex, it could be said to be a super maze. Even the normal warriors that came to explore Demon Note Mountain would usually memorize their old paths back. If they didn't, and explored randomly, it would take many years before they actually managed to find their way out of the maze. What do I do? I've never been in this area before. The other 394 caves ahead, which should I choose? The ice bear stared at the huge caves ahead, some bent about, some straight, some bent to the sides. He didn't know what to do at the moment. Paths he had never explored. And he couldn't backtrack. Luo Feng swiftly pondered within, there's no other way, just one, I have to find other humans. The other humans should know the way out. After all, under normal circumstances, those able to get over here are able to get back. People that have such bad experiences like Luo Feng, which force them to end up in different places, are extremely rare. Ice Bear Luo Feng randomly picked a cave and entered. Half a day later. So unlucky, I actually met a beast blocking the way. Luckily, it's only a stupid universe-level beast. An incredibly skinny yellow-robed man with 2 white horns on his forehead gazed at the ice bear before him, after which he casually brandished 2 large hammers from his back. 2 red hammers, dot. Stupid beast, die before me. The skinny man instantly became a demonic blur and rushed at the ice bear. Who? The ice bear waved its huge paw, fast as lightning. How can that be? A universe-level beast, how can it move that fast? The skinny man stared wide-eyed in shock. That huge bear paw was so fast he couldn't dodge it. It smacked right into him, smashing him into a mess and knocking him hard into the sidewalls. The tattered body fell on the floor. The ice bear looked at the body on the ground, after which it walked up to it and began to search for items. There's actually no AI or quantum computer, so unlucky. The ice bear instantly became a blur, transforming back into Luo Feng's earth body. Luo Feng looked at the body, frowning. I need to find a map out of Demon Note Mountain, and maps are normally stored in the warrior's memories. Also, they would normally carry a quantum computer to record the paths. However, this punk doesn't seem to have one. Right, the 9-star ocean place, even though some upper echelons have quantum computers. But this place is after all an aboriginal place, those that have quantum computers are few. Luo Feng was troubled. Those aboriginals indeed had the pathways memorized in their memories, however searching through memories was indeed troublesome. Normally hypnotism through the soul was easy, the easiest was to forcefully wipe a portion of their memories, the hardest was to dissect and search through. Even a master of soul techniques could easily wipe a person's memory. However, to actually search through the mysteries and recover specific information was still extremely hard. And these aboriginals were all at least universe level. Universe level warriors, their soul strength was already very strong. Luo Feng was able to easily hypnotize them, but to wipe their memories alone was almost impossible already. To search through was a definite impossible thing to do. Probably only undyings could directly search through a universe-level warrior's memories. Hypnotizing the opponent, making him tell me the way? Luo Feng shook his head. This Demon Note Mountain is a super maze. The paths are incredibly complex, just the number of pathways alone are countless. Capturing a universe-level punk and making him lead the way? Luo Feng shook his head, still no. My movement speed is very fast, I don't have to care about the demon notes. These universe-level aboriginals, however, have to be incredibly careful about them, because the moment they meet a stronger one they would become zombies. No matter how he thought, Luo Feng still felt searching for a quantum computer or AI was still better. No matter, those able to come to Demon Note Mountain were all strong warriors of 9-Star Bay. A small portion of them should have quantum computers. Luo Feng disguised himself as an aboriginal and proceeded. Those within Demon Note Mountain were indeed mad. As long as Luo Feng encountered anyone in the caves, those that thought themselves stronger than Luo Feng would immediately make a move and try to kill him. Luo Feng spent 4 days, killed 9 aboriginals. After killing the 9th, he finally acquired that aboriginal's armed quantum computer. Babada. Hack in and find the way out. Luo Feng ordered. Understood. Babata swiftly hacked into the average quantum computer. I've already found the path. Babata said excitedly, we'll be able to leave soon. Ah? Luo Feng revealed an expression of glee. Finally. He was finally able to leave Demon Note Mountain, and it really wasn't easy. Rumble, a strong formless energy swept past that region. Luo Feng himself didn't realize anything. Babata, however, immediately shouted out, Luo Feng, be careful, it's a world energy scan. There should be a Sector Lord warrior nearby. Sector Lord? Luo Feng frowned. Against Sector Lord warriors, Luo Feng wasn't too afraid. 19.3 kilometers. 10 kilometers, he's here. Babata shouted. Luo Feng, however, only frowned as he looked in the distant spacious ice cave. A silhouette swiftly appeared. It was a silver-skinned man with no hair at all, 2 curved horns on his forehead. He gazed at Luo Feng, like a lion hunting its prey. He gave off a powerful evil energy. You, a Universe Level 9 punk, you are actually able to kill a Domain Lord Level 3 fighter, the silver-skinned Sector Lord said coldly. Looks like you have some treasures on you. Luo Feng continued to look coldly at him. Suddenly he turned and fled. So? Luo Feng fled incredibly quickly. You wish to run? The silver-skinned Sector Lord swiftly chased. Babata, how strong is this punk? Luo Feng swiftly swapped to the Masha clansman while fleeing. The Masha clansman took on the form Luo Feng had of an aboriginal immediately. Sector Lord Level 5. Babata said. Ah, only level 5? Masha Luo Feng's face revealed a smile. Little punk, you can't get away. That cold voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears as the silhouette almost instantly reached before Luo Feng. Masha Luo Feng, however, flashed in a peculiar movement. He actually turned and fled in the direction he came from. Simultaneously, a seemingly simply built laser gun appeared in his hands. E9 laser gun. This laser gun had the style of the automaton race, simplicity. That's the weapon you used to kill a Domain Lord Level 3? Looks like a laser gun, huh? That's a rare valuable. The silver-skinned Sector Lord's voice resounded in the caves. He, however, continued to rush Luo Feng. His speed was shocking. So? Masha Luo Feng fiercely turned and flashed, easily dodging the attack. What? The silver-skinned Sector Lord's expression changed greatly. Masha Luo Feng's sudden turn and flash, the instantaneous speed it displayed, it was simply unbelievable. It actually left the Sector Lord Level 5 behind in speed. The E9 laser warning light turned from red to green. 0.1 seconds had passed. The storage was complete. Luo Feng gently pressed the button. He coldly looked at the raging Sector Lord, his lips gently mouthing the words, not making a sound as he said, "Go and die." The extremely glaring white pillar of light instantly pierced right through the Sector Lord and later into the frozen stone walls of the cave. The ice layer melted and steam filled the air. The black stone instantly split apart and the extreme low temperature in the cave suddenly shot up to extremely high temperatures. The huge change in temperature made even more steam rise up within. Very quickly, everything began to freeze back up. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Luo Feng stepped on the broken ice and walked to where the almost completely disintegrated body was. At that time, only the remains of the armor were left. There's no entrance to hell, but you forced your way in to die. Who can you blame? Luo Feng knelt down and swiftly found the Sector Lord's space ring. He used his spirit energy to pierce right in, and with a scan, he revealed a smile. Ha ha! Not only did you come here to die, you even come with gifts. A Sector Lord is indeed a Sector Lord, so many black tags. Luo Feng was incredibly gleeful. He kept the large amount of black tags in his space ring. With this new batch, the number of black tags I've collected have reached over 9,800. I just need a little more to hit 10,000. Before he started the Demon Note inheritance, Luo Feng had already collected close to 8,000 black tags. Plus the new batch, it was really close to 10,000. He just needed a little over 100. 100 plus black tags should be easy to collect. I just have to meet a domain lord level 8 or 9, and I'll probably have enough. Luo Feng was extremely gleeful. He began to follow the path out. On the way out, he met 10 others. With the universe level 9 strength his earth body exuded, it indeed had attracted many domain lord level aboriginals to attack him. Naturally they were all easily killed by Luo Feng. This made his total count of black tags naturally rise up to 10k. Ha, I'm finally out. I finally left the Demon Note Mountain super maze. Luo Feng smiled as he immediately flew out of Demon Note Mountain's most outermost cave exit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7. Volume 11, Chapter 602, Huge Reward. Chapter 602, Huge Reward. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. It was perpetually the same ice stone. As Luo Feng flew out of the outermost cave, with a glance he saw the endless space. Within he felt comfortable and free. I'm finally out. My trip here in Demon Note Mountain has come to an end. Luo Feng turned to look at the huge endless demon mountain. He exclaimed within, his reward from his trip to this mountain had indeed been shocking. The Demon Note inheritance had made his spirit energy amplitude rise up to over 3,200. Many spirit readers, under normal circumstances, only reach up to a 100. Making progress in deities of the world only at most increased one's strength up to 27 times. This inheritance was a priceless treasure. It's a pity I was too weak. My soul could only take so much of it. If I were at the Sector Lord Pinnacle level, and I used the gold soul fruit, I probably could have made it into the second part, and once I step on the second part's stairs, I would probably be able to see the end of it, the shrine of the second part. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation within. Back then when Luo Feng stood at about 10% of the first part, he could already see the shrine of the first part. According to his guess, he had to reach about 10% of the second part for the shrine to appear. Once it showed itself, only then would he be able to acquire the treasure within. It's a pity, I only made it to the late portion of the first part. If I can make it to 10% of the second part, I'll be able to use the Masha clansman to retrieve the treasure in the second shrine, and after using it, I'll once again be able to go much further. As Luo Feng looked at Demon Note Mountain and exclaimed, from the distance, a team of silver-clothed staff swiftly flew over. Your Majesty! Your Majesty Luo Feng! The team of silver-clothed staff flew over and bowed respectfully, of which there were some that kept saying, congratulations on leaving Demon Note Mountain. Luo Feng nodded. Please follow us. The team didn't seem to dare to hesitate. There were two royalties within Demon Note Mountain at the time. One was Luo Feng and the other a member of the last phase region. In terms of status, Luo Feng was naturally much higher. The staff respectfully led Luo Feng towards the palace at the foot of Demon Mountain. Your Majesty Luo Feng! A white-clothed silhouette swiftly flew over. Ah, it's you, Yi Chang? Luo Feng immediately recognized the white-clothed youth. It was the one that led him 12 years ago when he arrived. Your Majesty still remembers my name. The white-clothed youth seemed very moved. Simultaneously, he said, for Your Majesty to stay a total of 12 years in Demon Note Mountain and come out safely, it's really impressive. Even though he said so, the white-clothed youth was shocked within. If official Piyu found out Luo Feng came out, she probably wouldn't be too happy. Within the cold palace, Piyu sat in her throne. Her undying energy swept past Luo Feng and the white-clothed Yi Chang without them even realizing. With her ability, even Babata's scanning device couldn't detect it. After all, in terms of strength, Piyu was slightly stronger than Huyen Bo back then. What's more, she focused on soul techniques. This Luo Feng is actually still alive, staying 12 years in Demon Note Mountain. He really has some ability. Piyu said softly, her eyes gleamed coldly. Kachop, her right hand that was like an exquisite jade stone, immediately crushed the right arm support and reduced it to dust. However, there will be a day. Yu said softly. What? Yu's expression changed greatly. 10,000 black tags, that Luo Feng actually collected 10,000 black tags? Yu wasn't as sure as before, all she was left with was shock and rage. Luo Feng was chatting while walking with the youth Yi Chang. 10,000 black tags? The white-clothed Yi Chang was filled with shock as he looked at Luo Feng. Your Majesty Luo Feng, collecting these 10,000 black tags is even harder than the survival mission. It's been a long time since anyone collected the 10,000 black tags. Only Mo Luo from before completed it. Mo Luo? Luo Feng frowned, he completed it too? To collect 10,000 black tags, the quickest way was to kill Sector Lord warriors. And for a Universe Level 9 to kill Sector Lords, how impossible was that? Simply relying on strength was impossible, they would have to rely on assisting lifeforms, technological weapons etc. He relied on the Masha clansman body and the E9 laser, the combination of both. What did Mo Luo use? Right. The white-clothed youth nodded. His Majesty Mo Luo did indeed complete it, however he only stayed over 3 years in Demon Note Mountain before leaving. His speed sure was fast. Luo Feng laughed indifferently. To collect 10,000 black tags alone is extremely hard, I took up to 12 years to actually complete it. This Mo Luo did indeed collect the black tags a lot faster than I did. The white-clothed youth said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, to persevere 12 years to collect the black tags, your willpower is shocking. Even though he spoke the words, he was uneasy within. This absolute genius Luo Feng was too suicidal. To collect enough black tags, he actually stayed in Demon Note Mountain for 12 years, that was an impossible level mission place. Staying 12 years, even if one's luck was good, he would still ultimately meet Sector Lord Aboriginals and Sector Lord Beasts. I really don't know how he managed to survive. The white-clothed youth Yi Chang muttered to himself. After a while, Yi Chang brought Luo Feng to a palace. Your Majesty Luo Feng, as you acquired 10,000 black tags, you are naturally able to receive the huge reward. This huge reward will be personally presented to you by Skyfeather Emperor, who's stationed here by the Virtual Universe Company. Yi Chang smiled. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform them. Please wait for Skyfeather Emperor to come see you. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. As he watched Yi Chang leave, Luo Feng was shocked within. Skyfeather Emperor? After following his teacher for so long, Luo Feng had heard of a few absolute beings, the difference in levels between the Emperor level Undyings, and of which the beings that were extremely close to the level of universe country leaders. Just like his teacher True Yen Emperor. And Skyfeather Emperor was one that his teacher had mentioned before, he even specially complimented this name. Among the Emperor level Undyings, there were very few that True Yen could not deal with, and Skyfeather Emperor was one of them. According to what teacher said, this Skyfeather Emperor is proficient in space and time laws, he is an absolute being that practices the universe primal chaos tablet. Even my teacher cannot deal with him, he has an extremely high position in the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation within, he really wanted to meet such a legendary person. Like True Yen Emperor, Skyfeather Emperor was another legendary level being, Mist Emperor was far below. After a while. Your Majesty Luo Feng, Lord Skyfeather Emperor is currently in his feather palace waiting. The white-clothed Yi Chang smiled and said, Please follow me. Luo Feng nodded, he immediately followed the white-clothed Yi Chang and flew into the many palaces at the foot of the mountain. After flying for about 2 minutes, they arrived at a majestic 100 kilometers tall enormous palace. The entire outer walls of this palace had strange bird-like creatures engraved all over. These bird creatures had 3 wings and 3 eyes, at the top of their heads they had feathers that were like a crown. What was special was one of their vertical eyes. Even though these were only huge engravings, that one eye of the bird still gave off a bone-chilling feeling like it could see through space and time. Your Majesty, please enter, I'm not allowed to follow you in here. The white-clothed Yi Chang stood outside the palace. The gold-armored guards standing in an orderly fashion outside opened a path for Luo Feng to walk through. There were over 1,000 guards there, of which there were 10 undyings. Undyings standing as guards? Luo Feng felt like this was unbelievable. His teacher True Yen Emperor wasn't as extravagant, and the undyings were normally proud warriors. Even if they submitted to a strong being, to be ordered to watch the door, they wouldn't normally agree. Unless it was for some special reason. Luo Feng immediately took a big stride into Feather Palace. Feather Palace's first level was the main hall. It was incredibly majestic, a dazzling sight. The entire hall was gold and black, 2 colors matching each other. Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew into the hall. After a while, he saw a glaring silhouette in the throne above, and below at the 2 sides sat many other silhouettes. Greetings, Sky Feather Emperor. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. True Yen has collected a good disciple. In the throne above, a voice resounded from the glaring silhouette. His voice boomed throughout the entire hall. This hall alone was close to 100 kilometers long and wide. In theory, the amount of time needed for his voice to travel was very long. However, the moment he opened his mouth, it resounded throughout. Luo Feng only looked up then. He saw the glaring silhouette in the throne. He had golden yellow long hair, or which his eyes had a hint of jade blue. At his forehead, his vertical eye was the only golden one. He had a high nose bridge, thin lips. However, as he gazed down below, it made Luo Feng feel as he looked up, there was a sense of an endless space before him. That natural power. It unconsciously made others submit. What a terrifying being, indeed a being on par with my teacher. Luo Feng was shocked within. When one reaches the level of True Yen and Sky Feather Emperor, the beings closest to becoming universe country leaders, even in the virtual universe, they wouldn't be underlings of any country leader or knight anymore. They were already extremely close to that level. They no longer needed to rely on such other beings. Beside, Luo Feng's gaze turned. On the 2 sides below the throne sat a total of 24 people. They all had different appearances, some tall and sturdy, some beautiful, others cold. However, according to Luo Feng's long-time and primal chaos experience with his seniors, he could deduce that these 24 before him were probably all undying level. Take out your 10,000 black tags. The glaring silhouette in the throne said. Yes. Luo Feng waved and immediately a bunch of black tags appeared. Isham, according to the Demon Mountain rules, you've collected 10,000 black tags, hence you are eligible to receive a huge reward. Sky Feather Emperor gazed below at the tiny silhouette. He said indifferently, I'll now give you 3 prizes to choose from, you can only pick one. The moment he said that, the 24 undyings below seemed to change their expression slightly. However, they all didn't dare make a sound. Of the 24, official Payu thought within, what's going on with Lord Skyfeather? Doesn't he normally just give one treasure? Why is he giving this punk a chance to choose? Payu was extremely unsatisfied within, yet she didn't dare make single sound. Skyfeather Emperor's word was law. The moment one defied him, the result was very possibly death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 603, 3 Rewards. Chapter 603, 3 Rewards. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng didn't know himself that normally only one reward was given. To him, being able to pick from 3 different prizes was normal. 3 rewards? Luo Feng looked with anticipation at Skyfeather Emperor up in the throne. The first treasure is the chrysalis armor. Skyfeather Emperor said slowly high in the throne, the chrysalis armor is one of the more favorite armors amongst the undyings. Its defensive abilities are not bad. If a sector lord level 1 or 2 uses it, it can completely defend against any attack under undying level unless it's a soul attack. You are a spirit reader, all the more you should focus on defense. This armor will suit you well. Luo Feng was shocked within as he heard, if a sector lord level 1 wore that armor, it was akin to having complete defense against anything under undying level, unless it was a soul attack? It was indeed a favorite armor amongst the undyings. Babata shouted within his consciousness, chrysalis armor. Luo Feng, your teacher only didn't need all these armors back then after he evolved his cloud contact line to undying level. Otherwise, even for you teacher, this chrysalis armor is not bad. Its auction price usually reaches 800,000 to 1 million mixed elements. Luo Feng was shocked as he heard. 800,000 to 1 million mixed elements? The entire price of the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield was only about 300,000 to 1 million mixed elements. And an armor was actually worth more than the vast Starfield? The second reward is a palm-size flame void gold. Its weight is about 3.1 tons. Skyfeather Emperor continued, the flame void gold is an extremely valuable weapon material. Before you reach undying level, you may purchase some spirit weapons etc. However, after you become undying, you'll need to build weapons that fit the techniques you create. The flame void gold belongs to an extremely rare class of materials for building weapons. Luo Feng blinked. Palm size of material? The third is cash. Skyfeather Emperor said in his throne that chrysalis armor and flame void gold are both worth about 500,000 mixed elements, hence, the third prize is 500,000 mixed elements cash. If you are dissatisfied with the previous two choices, you can pick cash, and you can buy whatever you need after. You can only pick one of the three. Skyfeather Emperor gazed at Luo Feng, choose. The other 24 official level undyings under him all changed their expressions, they were all shocked within. They had followed Skyfeather Emperor for extremely long, it had been very long since they saw him speak so much. The huge reward was actually simply something fixed within the virtual universe company's choices. Usually they would casually pick a prize that was close to the amount just to satisfy those that collected the 10,000 black tags. However, this time. Firstly, Skyfeather Emperor took out 3 prizes, that was shocking enough. The chrysalis armor, even the undyings would all vie and fight for it. If Luo Feng used it, he could use it all the way till he reached undying level. The flame void gold, that was even more rare and valuable, even Skyfeather Emperor himself said it was rare and very valuable. Just a palm size of it alone was that valuable. Finally, the cash. Actually, in comparison, the cash was the lousiest of the 3, however, Skyfeather Emperor had said if Luo Feng was dissatisfied with the 2 choices, he could use the cash to buy what he truly needed. This was completely all for Luo Feng's sake. They had rarely ever seen Skyfeather Emperor treat someone so courteously.